Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
51, Chapter 51, Are We Just Too Weak? Chapter 51, Are We Just Too Weak? On the frozen surface of the sea, from the rolling smoke, Hannifuda walked out, step by heavy step. His body had expanded to at least 5 times its original size. He was covered in greenish-black scales, his knotted muscles rippling with destructive power. Thump! His thick tail swept across the ice, leaving a massive dent and cracks in its wake. His arms had transformed into beastly forelimbs, still gripping the scythe flail weapon. He looked nothing like a human now. Or perhaps, this was his true form. Devil Fruit User, Hannifuda, discovered. Confirmed Devil Fruit, Zoan, Ancient Type, Ryu no Mi, Model, Tyrannosaurus. Analyzing and saving to, Fruit Encyclopedia. The voice in his ear didn't surprise Roy. You guys, fall back. He casually instructed Hans and the others. Then, before the detention unit Marines could react, he leaped from the warship again. The recoil from his powerful jump pushed the warship, already immobile due to the damaged rudder and engine, a significant distance backward. Roy landed on the frozen sea, facing off against the massive T-Rex. You've got guts, Marine brat. Hannifuda, whose body had mostly recovered, felt the pain from his wounds and looked at the wreckage of his fleet. He ground his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. His vertical pupils locked onto Roy. Fishman karate. Foxfire style. I don't remember them having this kind of power. He had obviously heard Roy's nonsense earlier. And Hannifuda was skeptical. As a pirate who had roamed the New World, he had seen fishmen and their karate. It could indeed control surrounding moisture. And due to his relationship with Kaido, he had heard of Wano's Foxfire style, a sword art that claimed to burn and cut everything with fire. But their power, was it ever this exaggerated? Maybe the people you met just weren't very good at it. Roy offered a fair assessment. Hannifuda didn't argue. He looked at Roy seriously. Kid, they say, you're Zephyr's disciple. Genuine article, Roy said calmly. I see. If you're that old geezer's student, maybe there is a possibility. Hannifuda seemed to accept the explanation. He was a pirate from the same era as Kaido. He had experienced Zephyr's prime. But just then, the hum of a shockwave interrupted Hannifuda. Roy punched. Facing the shockwave wrapped in scorching magma fire, Hannifuda's pupils constricted. He leaped, dodging the blow, but the searing shockwave still melted a massive hole in the ice behind him, calling someone's teacher an old geezer right in front of his disciple. You've got some nerve, pirate. Roy's expression remained cold. He extended a hand toward Hannifuda, who had reappeared nearby. If you want to fight, come on. Hearing this, a savage grin spread across Hannifuda's face. Good. A low, beastly roar rumbled in his throat. Kid, you'll soon learn the consequences of angering me. The moment the words fell, boom, his massive tail swept out, shattering the ice. Hannifuda's colossal body vanished. The next instant, he reappeared right beside Roy. His head was coated in jet-black armament haki. As Kaido's sworn brother and an ancient Zoan user, his haki was top tier. King Dragon Cart, Hammer. He slammed his massive head down toward Roy. Roy didn't dodge. Golden light exploded from his right fist. Wave fist, earth shaker. Shockwave met headbutt. Boom. Crack. A deafening roar shook the entire ice field. The violent force caused the ice beneath them to collapse instantly, forming a massive crater. This impact, is this kid really not an ability user? Hannifuda could clearly feel the powerful shockwave tearing at his skin and flesh through his haki-hardened skull. But clearly, this level of injury wasn't enough to take him down. Whoosh! Hannifuda twisted his body, whipping his tail at Roy from behind. And this collision kicked off the battle in earnest. Boom, boom, boom. On the distant detention unit warship, So strong. The Marines could only watch the battle helplessly. No, to be precise, they couldn't even follow it. The two on the battlefield were too strong. Hannifuda, despite his massive size, displayed terrifying speed that didn't match his bulk. He flickered across the frozen battlefield, leaving massive, monstrous footprints with every movement. Scythe, tail, claws, teeth, head, mastering armament haki, he used every part of his body as a weapon. Every strike created a crater or punched through the ice. His frenzied appearance was like a true beast. In contrast, Roy's movements were slower. But every time Hannifuda's powerful attacks neared him, Roy would swing his golden fist, blasting them away with powerful shockwaves. Wherever his fist struck, freezing frost and scorching flames alternated continuously. That destructive power was even more terrifying than Hannifuda's. Captain. Hans and Fal watched the two monsters, wanting to say something. But in the end, they said nothing. They had contacted Marine headquarters via transponder snail, but there was no response yet. Aside from that, they could do nothing. They knew very well, in a battle of this level, they were useless. Hey, Fal. Are we just too weak? Hans asked, dropping the sergeant title for once. Fal didn't speak. He just gripped the railing tighter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 52, Chapter 52, Just What I Wanted. Roy's Black Body Style. Chapter 52, Just What I Wanted. Roy's Black Body Style. Troublesome guy. On the battlefield, Hannifuda was sent flying by another of Roy's punches. Crash. His body smashed through layer after layer of ice, blood trickling from his head. But after landing, Hannifuda stood up and licked his own blood. His face was filled with savage excitement. This time, he didn't rush to counterattack. He had realized the danger of Roy's three-fist styles. Golden Wave, powerful force, repels anything close, causes internal damage if tanked. Blue Wave, controls moisture, freezes everything, immobilizes the body. Red Wave, causes combustion, even stronger than that Fire Brat's flames, the most dangerous one. Almost perfect defense, powerful crowd control, terrifying destructive power. Even Hannifuda had to admit Roy's Wave Fist was formidable. But because of that, he was even more excited. Click, clack, click. His teeth chattered with adrenaline, saliva dripping from his jaws. Boom. Hannifuda moved again. His legs exploded with power, armament haki covering his entire body as he charged at Roy once more. Facing the charge, Roy naturally threw another punch. VMMM. Golden fluctuations wrapped in crimson flames blasted toward Hannifuda. But to Roy's surprise, this time, Hannifuda didn't dodge. Boom. He charged straight into the range of Roy's Wave Fist. Whoosh. Flames and intense shockwaves scorched his body, his flesh charred instantly, scales cracking and shattering. But, roar. Hannifuda kept moving. A low growl rumbled from his throat, growing louder. As mentioned before, Hannifuda's nickname was the Lizard King. The lizard referred to his fruit ability, the extinct ancient creature, the dinosaur. He was obsessed with ancient species and dedicated to collecting ancient zoan fruits. He was obsessed with their vitality, their terrifying strength, and their primal savagery. So he saw himself as a dinosaur, and every battle as a hunt. And without a doubt, to him, Roy was a powerful prey. When facing powerful prey, beasts usually retreat. But I am the king of dinosaurs. He roared. The stronger the prey, the harder the hunt, the greater the proof of my kingship. Pain, injury, that stuff only makes me more excited. Amidst his roar, Roy saw it clearly. On Hannifuda's massive T-Rex body, the charred flesh and carbonized scales were regenerating at a visible speed. He tanked the intense shockwaves, his wounds tearing and healing constantly as he charged at Roy. And then, clank. A crisp sound. Hannifuda threw his scythe flail weapon. King Dragon Lasso. The chain of the flail wrapped around Roy's body in an instant. Seeing this, Hannifuda's grin turned hideous. Got you. The outcome was decided. He was sure of it. Fruit ability or not, Roy's fist style was tricky. But Hannifuda had keenly spotted Roy's weakness. Your fists have destructive power, but once I close the distance, they're meaningless, because I'll tear you apart before you can punch. The chain of his weapon, Tyrant Maru, was laced with sea stone. It weakened ability users and was incredibly tough. Once entangled, escape or destruction of the chain was nearly impossible. Now, he only needed to do one thing. Get over here. He wrapped the chain around his arm and pulled with all his might. He could almost see his victory, Roy being dragged over and torn to shreds. But in the next second, Hannifuda's expression froze. Because after pulling with all his might, he felt. The chain didn't budge an inch. I see. At that exact moment, he heard Roy's voice. Hannifuda instinctively turned his head. He saw Roy standing there, his expression calm. Your fruit ability is very close to awakening. Roy looked at Hannifuda, muttering to himself. Roy knew ancient Zoan users had immense vitality, but Hannifuda's recovery speed clearly exceeded the limits Roy knew. The only answer was awakening. Only an awakened Zoan user would have such exaggerated vitality. Considering Hannifuda hadn't mastered the unique transformation of an awakened Zoan, Roy concluded he was on the verge of awakening. As expected of a warlord. You've got some skill. Roy sighed. Then he looked at Hannifuda and grinned. Yes, this opponent wasn't like Crocodile, who happened to be countered by him. This was an ancient Zoan powerhouse skilled in armament haki and melee combat, on the verge of awakening. He was strong. So, just what I wanted. Fruit loadout, Logia Magma Fruit LV3 Zoan Ryu no Mi, model, Quetzalcoatlus LV3. Fruit loadout, Logia Ice Fruit LV3 Paramecia Strong Fruit LV3. Hannifuda started to feel something was wrong. From the other end of the chain he was pulling, came a massive force. The immense strength made Hannifuda hallucinate. He felt like he was being pulled by another dinosaur. This guy's strength, how is this possible? He stared at Roy in horror. Roy wasn't weakened by Tyrant Maru, which proved he wasn't an ability user. Hannifuda could accept that. But what was this physical strength, comparable to, no, even stronger than his own? A physique like this, it's almost like Big Brother Kaido when he was young. The thought rose in his mind, but he crushed it instantly. He didn't believe it. A mere marine, how dare you compare to Big Brother Kaido? Die! He roared, holding the chain with one hand and swinging the scythe end at Roy with the other. Then, he saw Roy raise his arm. Clang! The haki-coated blade met Roy's arm, but the arm wasn't cut. Instead, Hannifuda heard the sound of metal clashing. He clearly saw sparks flying from where the scythe hit Roy's arm. A non-ability user with skin as hard as steel, Big Mom's iron balloon. Hannifuda felt dizzy. But it wasn't over. Because now, Hannifuda saw Roy smile at him. And then, crack! Hannifuda heard a strange sound. It came from Roy's body. In that moment, Roy's bones and muscles seemed to shift. His muscles seemed to come alive, rippling and expanding. His heart pumped blood at an abnormal speed. Hannifuda could almost hear the beating. His skin tightened, his bones creaked. Like a terrifying machine, pushing every ounce of potential to the limit. The golden glow on Roy's hand receded, then began to flow through every part of his body. He slowly freed himself from the chain, then grabbed it with his left hand instead. Seeing this, Hannifuda's instinct screamed at him to retreat. Rattle! But the chain wrapped around his hand became a fatal tether. Teacher Zephyr's black body style. Its essence is to master the potential of every part of the body through training, then squeeze the body to unleash maximum power. Roy looked at Hannifuda. Feeling the unprecedented power flowing through him, he whispered in his heart. This technique can work with haki, enhancing stamina and muscle strength. And naturally, it can work with devil fruit abilities. For an ability user, fruit power and haki were no different, both were forces within their body. And just like Aokiji combined his ice fruit with the iron fist to achieve destruction rivaling Garp, Roy was doing the same. Although he was far from mastering the true essence of the black body style. All that hard training recently, at least it wasn't wasted. Black body wave fist, bone crusher. Words fell. Fist flew. And then, boom, came destruction. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 53, Chapter 53, Hans, I feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Chapter 53, Hans, I feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Puru puru puru. Puru puru puru. On the warship, the transponder snail rang continuously. Only when the snail looked like it was getting tired of ringing. Click. Hans's trembling hand finally picked up the receiver. Hello. Hans. You bastard. Why did it take you so long to pick up? How is Roy? The snail roared, its face contorted in rage, looking exactly like Vice Admiral Virote. I've already reported the situation. Put Lizard King Hannifuda on the line right now. Tell him if anything happens to Roy, I will absolutely. Vice Admiral Virote. It's not necessary anymore. Hans interrupted him, a rare occurrence. What do you mean, not necessary? What happened? Don't tell me Roy is. Virota's voice dropped, filled with dread. Even through the snail, Hans could feel the old man's fury building. No, Vice Admiral, don't misunderstand. Hans quickly explained. But his voice was still shaking. I mean, it's not necessary because the battle is over. Hans gulped, instinctively looking into the distance. Even now, he couldn't quite believe the reality before his eyes. The captain, he won. Huh. Just as the connection seemed about to drop from sheer confusion. On the battlefield, the scene was exaggerated beyond belief. The vast ice field Roy had created was now completely transformed. In the center of the ice, a massive rift valley had appeared. Seawater churned violently at the edges of the rift, ice shards floating on the surface. At the end of the rift was a frozen tidal wave. A figure was embedded in that wave, Hannifuda. The warlord's limbs were twisted at unnatural angles. His dinosaur head helmet was shattered and deformed. Embedded in the ice, covered in blood, his breathing was faint. Yet, unbelievably, his eyes were still open. Standing before him was a figure. Sunlight reflected off the ice, casting a long shadow that silently declared the victor. Roy Amos had won. Phew. As expected of an ancient Zoan close to awakening. Tough bastard. Roy's breathing was heavy. For him, who had just barely grasped the basics of the black body style, that punch had placed a massive burden on his own body. But without a doubt, he was satisfied with the result. The destruction around him was proof enough. What surprised him was Hannifuda's resilience. Even after taking that punch head-on, the warlord was still alive. His vitality was truly monstrous. Just as Roy was reflecting, Captain. Wait up. Voices from behind made Roy pause. He turned to see Hans and Fal leaping from the warship and sprinting toward him. And besides them, more. Lanster. Roy clearly saw two bandaged Marines on the deck, waving at him. They were the two crew members who had gone missing in the initial bombardment. Captain, ha. Soon, Hans and Fal reached him, panting heavily. We found Moore and Lanster in the bilge. They hid in the water tank room. No fatal injuries. And this is a call from headquarters. They handed Roy the transponder snail. Hearing their report, Roy relaxed slightly. He took the receiver. Hello, old man Virote. He spoke casually, assuming it was his direct superior. Major Roy. But the voice on the other end made him pause. It wasn't Virote. It was a voice far more authoritative and solemn. A voice Roy recognized. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Roy had seen Sengoku at the annual mobilization meetings and demonstrations. That was how he'd gotten the Daibutsu fruit, after all. It's me. Sengoku confirmed his identity. Then, I've heard the situation from Virote, but for confirmation, I'll repeat it. You defeated Lizard King Hannifuda. Is that correct? His tone was calm, but the snail's serious expression betrayed his true feelings. Yeah. Roy didn't deny it. He's right in front of me. Still breathing. Silence. Even through the silence, Roy could feel the Fleet Admiral's shock. After a moment. Major Roy, I'm afraid I have to tell you. Sengoku's voice was grave. He got straight to the point. You cannot kill him. Hearing this, Roy's expression remained unchanged. Because he's a warlord. Exactly. Sengoku declared. The 7 warlords of the sea are one of the 3 great powers chosen by the government. The Marines cannot attack them. Roy cut him off. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I think you're mistaken about something. I didn't attack him. He attacked me. He fired on my ship, allowed Fire Fist Ace to escape, critically injured 2 of my subordinates, and attempted to ram my vessel. Roy's voice was calm. A guy who tries to hurt my comrades. If you think a title like Warlord is enough to make me back down, I don't remember joining that kind of navy. By the end, his voice had risen to a shout. Hans and Fal froze, then looked at Roy with eyes full of emotion. Their captain had taken down a warlord for them, and now he was shouting at the fleet admiral for them, who wouldn't be moved. Sengoku fell silent again. Faintly, Roy thought he heard the sound of boisterous laughter in the background on Sengoku's end. Likely Garp. A moment later, Sengoku's voice returned, sounding a bit helpless. Major Roy, I understand your feelings. The Marines are not as heartless as you say. Asking you to spare Hannifuda isn't just because of his title. There are other reasons. This was clearly as much as he could reveal. I guarantee that if Hannifuda dares to retaliate against you, the world government will strip him of his title and send an admiral to hunt him down. His words were righteous and firm. Then, he added quickly, as for the 2 injured men on your ship, Seaman First Class Moore and Seaman Apprentice Lanster. Since their lives are not in danger, headquarters will provide compensation and extra merits. Hearing this, Roy shook his head. No, Fleet Admiral. Even if there's compensation, it shouldn't come from headquarters. Besides, you don't know the half of it. Aside from my 2 dear friends, my brothers in arms, my ship and I also suffered damage in the battle. As he spoke, the snail's expression grew stranger. Finally, Sengoku interrupted Roy's exaggerated claims about having 20 broken ribs and a comminuted fracture in his arm that might lead to permanent disability. Major Roy, just state your demands. He knew exactly what Roy was doing. This kid had this planned all along. Hearing this, Roy smiled. The Lizard King, Hannifuda, attacked me first and caused serious consequences. I hope he can provide adequate compensation. I heard he has a hobby of collecting devil fruits. So I hope he can offer 2 devil fruits, and, say, 2 billion berries in cash as medical expenses for me and my brothers. The dagger was revealed. Hearing this, Sengoku seemed speechless again. After a long pause, he said, You are Zephyr's disciple. As far as I know, ability users cannot practice his black body style. I know. Roy interrupted him again. He knew he couldn't eat a devil fruit openly, both to hide his identity and to continue his training with Zephyr. But not being able to eat them didn't mean he couldn't acquire their abilities. So, I'm asking for my subordinates. Roy said righteously. They want to become stronger. As their commander, it is my duty to help them. As his words fell, Hans and Fal were struck by lightning. They looked at Roy in disbelief. Captain, you. What kind of care was this? Yes, they had felt their own weakness deeply in the battle just now. In that moment, they had indeed wished for strength. But they knew they weren't geniuses. And now, Roy had guessed their thoughts and was demanding precious devil fruits, treasures of the sea worth over 100 million each, for them. Feeling this level of care, they felt warm and fuzzy inside. Captain, don't worry. Even if I eat a fruit and become stronger than you, I definitely, probably won't beat you up. You'll always be my captain. Ouch. Hans's touching confession was cut short as Roy kicked him to the ground. After dealing with the treacherous Hans, Roy continued speaking to the snail. Anyway, as I said, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, these are my demands. He looked up at the dying Hannifuda. Do you think this request is excessive? Excessive? Silence on the other end. Then, give the snail to Hannifuda. Let me speak to him alone. The Fleet Admiral said softly. No problem. Roy had no objections. He leaped into the air and tossed the snail onto Hannifuda's shoulder. Landing back on the ice, he waved to Hans and Fal. Come here. The Fleet Admiral wants a private chat with him. And Hans, you and I need to have a private chat too. As the trembling Hans was dragged away by a gloating Fal, they could clearly hear Hannifuda's defiant voice. Sengoku, don't be delusional. I will never. He clearly still had his pride as a powerhouse. Even though he lost, he refused to compromise. But, as the voice on the snail continued to speak, Hannifuda's expression changed visibly. Until finally, the ferocity and malice vanished from the warlord's face, leaving only a sullen gloom. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 54, Chapter 54, Zephyr, your disciple is going to be famous. Chapter 54, Zephyr, your disciple is going to be famous. Captain, you know me. Ouch. I was just talking out of anger back there. Sergeant Major Hans, his face swollen and bruised, winced as he spoke, but his eyes were undeniably innocent. Reporting, sir. I just heard Hans whisper something about, revenge is a dish best served cold. Foul, you traitor. Ignoring the two subordinates wrestling and bickering, again, Roy looked at Hannifuda lying nearby and the transponder snail beside him. His heart was calm. In fact, the moment he heard Sengoku's voice on the snail, Roy had realized something. Having been in the Marines for years, Roy knew the warlords weren't saints, and their relationship with the Marines wasn't exactly friendly. He knew from the original story that warlords attacked Marines all the time. Doflamingo attacked Smoker. Crocodile attacked Smoker. Law attacked Smoker. Wait, thinking about it, Smoker really attracts trouble, doesn't he? Shaking off the thought, Roy returned to the main point. In short, he believed that no veteran Marine truly considered the warlords allies. And Sengoku, who had spent his life fighting vicious pirates, certainly wouldn't, especially after Hannifuda attacked Roy first. So why did Sengoku personally intervene to save Hannifuda? The reason wasn't hard to guess. Roy knew that while Sengoku was considered moderate by radicals and made compromises, his resolve to end the Great Pirate Era was absolute, as seen in the Summit War. He was a Marine of justice. His compromises were always for the sake of the bigger picture. In other words, he would only compromise for the greater good. If Hannifuda was just a warlord, he wouldn't matter. But, if it involves Kaido of the Beasts, that counts as the greater good. Roy muttered internally. As a transmigrator, he knew that Kaido, one of the four emperors, had dealings with the world government. Weapons produced in Wano, ruled by Kaido, were key to the world government's efforts in suppressing the increasingly rampant revolutionary forces. And as everyone knew, Lizard King, Hannifuda and Kaido were sworn brothers. Hannifuda believed Kaido would be the ruler who changed the world, entrusting even his own children to Kaido's care. Many of the ancient Zoan fruits and the beast's pirates were collected by Hannifuda for Kaido. So, Roy could clearly deduce the reason Hannifuda became a warlord. He's the middleman and spokesperson for the dealings between the government and the beast's pirates. So he couldn't die. At least, not at the hands of the Marines. Otherwise, aside from Kaido's potential retaliation, simply cutting off the weapon supply would plunge the world into further chaos. This was the greater good Sengoku valued. So what was Roy's opinion? He didn't care. Since Moore and Lanster weren't dead, he had vented his anger, and Sengoku had guaranteed Hannifuda wouldn't retaliate. As long as Hannifuda paid enough to buy his life, Roy didn't care if he lived or died. Actually, if beating Hannifuda dropped 2 devil fruits and 2 billion berries every time, Roy would happily farm him until he went bankrupt. Of course, Roy wasn't naive enough to trust a pirate's promise. What if Hannifuda broke his word and sought revenge? The answer was simple. My identity as a Marine makes it inconvenient to kill you, but, the Zodiac, that's a different story. A cold light flashed in Roy's eyes. Just then, he saw the snail stop communicating with Hannifuda. Major Roy. Sengoku's voice became loud again. Roy walked over and picked up the receiver. How did it go, Fleet Admiral? He agreed. Sengoku said concisely. Within a month, 2 fruits and 2 billion berries will be delivered to headquarters. There was a hint of amusement in his voice. Just as Roy guessed, while he had to protect Hannifuda for the greater good, seeing the Marines extort a pirate so thoroughly was satisfying. Understood. Roy nodded and hung up. Without looking at Hannifuda again, he turned and waved to Hans and Fowl. Hey, stop fighting. Save it for the ship. Hey. The ignored Hannifuda struggled to make a sound, his vertical pupils burning with rage. Roy. Amos. He called Roy's name directly for the first time. You. He seemed about to make a threat. But Roy didn't even pause. Hannifuda's words died in his throat. As he had said before, he believed, power is authority. So he realized, whatever he said now meant nothing to Roy. He was the loser, a dog with broken legs. Roy was the winner, a proud lion. And a lion doesn't turn back for the barking of a dog. At the same time, Mary GOSA, Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's office. Click. Silently hanging up the snail, Sengoku's expression was complex. A mix of joy, guilt, and relief. But soon, black lines covered his face. Because, hey, Zephyr. Your disciple beat Hannifuda. You taught him well. Just average. I told that kid to keep a low profile, honestly. Roy really has gotten stronger. Hey, Zephyr, after I retire, how about you train my grandson too? I've decided not to take more disciples. But you can ask Roy to train him for you. Oh, interesting. Maybe I should ask your disciple to train my grandson too. That brat got influenced by red-haired Shanks and keeps yelling about becoming a pirate. Ha ha ha, no problem. Currently sitting in the office were 3 old men. Vice Admiral Virote was laughing loudly while eating dango, sauce dripping everywhere. Vice Admiral Garp was crunching on rice crackers, handing one to Zephyr. And Zephyr, usually known for his composure and dislike of snacks, was beaming like a flower, actually accepting the cracker and munching on it. Absolute chaos. I say, you 3 bastards. Sengoku couldn't take it anymore. He slammed the table and stood up. That kid almost killed a warlord. What is this attitude? Especially you, Garp, that's my new sofa. Normally, when Fleet Admiral Sengoku got angry, most Marines would tremble. But clearly, these 3 were not most Marines. Wahahaha. It's good for young people to have energy. Garp laughed, unconcerned. I didn't expect that kid to develop so many moves without me knowing. As expected, he's the perfect candidate for the black body style. Zephyr grinned, wrinkles and all, completely ignoring the fact that Sengoku wasn't praising his student. The only one who understood was Virote. The retiring vice admiral stood up. Sengoku, what do you mean? Hannifuda attacked Roy first. You're taking sides now. You wanna fight? He rolled up his sleeves, ready for a senior citizen brawl. Sengoku face-bound. None of these old geezers gave him a break. But just then, Zephyr stood up too. Sengoku. He said softly. Virote and I are old. The government's business. He paused. I don't care to ask. Clearly, neither he nor Virote were ignorant of the world government's darkness after so many years in the Marines. They just chose not to ask, for the sake of their own justice. But Roy is my only true successor, and the heir Virote chose for the detention unit. He looked at his old comrade. Virote and I are retiring soon, but we're not immobile yet. Hearing this, Sengoku fell silent for a moment. Hey, you 2 old fools. Genuine anger flashed in his eyes. Who do you think I am? He slammed the table again, a shockwave sending papers flying. For Sengoku, known for dignity and wisdom, this loss of composure only happened in front of his true old friends. I am the Fleet Admiral. He looked at Zephyr and Virote, enunciating every word. Do you think I actually want to help that pirate? If I did, do you know what punishment Roy would face for talking to me like that under military law? He shouted. Yes. The Marines were a military organization. If a normal Marine spoke to the Fleet Admiral like that, they would be court-martialed. But Sengoku had allowed it, even helping Roy extort benefits. The reason was obvious. A genius who can defeat a warlord before he's 30, acknowledged by you and Virote. Sengoku's eyes were sharp. Do you think I don't understand what he means to the Marines? He knew better than anyone. With Roy's potential, he was a future admiral, maybe even fleet admiral. He is the future of the Marines. I don't need you to tell me to protect him. But that was exactly why Sengoku was angry. His 2 old friends thought he was biased. Sengoku wanted to roll up his sleeves and fight them too. But then, wahahaha. Forget it. Forget it. Garp finished his cracker and laughed. But Sengoku, I am curious. Hannifuda is a stubborn guy. How did you convince him? He raised an eyebrow, clearly more interested in the gossip. Sengoku snorted but answered calmly. He's close friends with Kaido. Killing him would cause chaos on the seas, trouble for the Marines and the world government. But at the same time, wouldn't it be trouble for Kaido too? If Hannifuda dies, even if Kaido doesn't declare full war, he'll cause a massive scene. His ambition would be affected. Hannifuda doesn't care about his life, but he cares about something. Best friends, children, dreams, ambitions. His eyes held a calm, Buddha-like clarity. Once a beast has a weakness, taming it is only a matter of time. Just as Sengoku was displaying his wisdom. Oh. Garp gave a disappointed grunt and sat back down to eat more crackers. Sengoku. Before he could rage again, the transponder snail rang. Sengoku took a deep breath and answered. Hello, Commander-in-Chief Kong. Yes, it's me. The matter regarding Roy Amos is resolved. We'll handle it quietly. His voice started calm. Then, his expression turned strange. It was photographed. When? Has the government sent anyone to News Ku Island? I see. Understood. I'll arrange it. He hung up quickly. Facing 3 pairs of curious eyes, Sengoku took a deep breath. Zephyr, your disciple, he won't be able to keep a low profile anymore. He's about to become famous across the seas. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 55, Chapter 55, A Marine Supernova. Who's that? Chapter 55, A Marine Supernova. Who's that? As the city of shipwrights known for creating the ancient weapon, Pluton, and the most famous shipbuilding hub in the Grand Line, Water 7 was always bustling. Beside the waterways where Jaegera bulls ferried people back and forth, the sign of the Blue Station bar swayed gently in the sea breeze. Even in the daytime, the bar was packed with customers. The drinks here were cheap and good, attracting people from all walks of life. But right now, many of the patrons weren't drinking. They were holding newspapers, engrossed in the big news. Judging by the fresh ink, it was the latest issue of the World Economic newspaper, released just today. As the discussions buzzed, creak, the wooden door of the bar was pushed open, and a figure walked in. The uniform revealed his identity, a Marine. This wasn't uncommon. As mentioned, Water 7 often hosted Marine warships for repairs. Seeing a Marine wasn't an everyday occurrence, but it wasn't rare either. But this time, something was different. The entire bar went silent instantly. Roy was surprised. Are the patrons of Water 7 always this polite? But he didn't have time to think too much. He had spotted the person he was looking for. He walked straight to the bar and sat down. A cola, please. Fill it with ice. He said in a deep voice. This is a bar. We don't have cola. Is sparkling water okay? The bartender behind the counter replied. I guess that'll do. After Roy nodded, the bartender turned to the shelf. Roy took the chance to get a good look at him. Tall, wearing a yellow shirt, with a somewhat wooden expression but clearly defined muscles. His most memorable feature was his hairstyle. It looked like he had 2 bull horns on his head. Honest and simple, that was the first impression his appearance gave. But Roy knew the truth. Devil fruit user, Bluno, discovered. Confirmed devil fruit, paramecia type, door fruit. Analyzing and saving to, Fruit Encyclopedia. Fruit ability, can create doors on any surface leading to a pocket dimension, allowing anyone to pass through freely. The dimension allows observation of the outside world. Note, while in the pocket dimension, due to being separated by space-time, the Fruit Encyclopedia cannot analyze external fruit abilities. Effects by level. LV1, gain faint fruit effect. Can open doors in places with existing gaps. LV2, gain partial fruit effect. Can open doors on solid objects. Requires 400 million berries for unlock. LV3, gain full fruit effect. Can open doors on anything except seawater and sea stone and enter the pocket dimension. Requires 2.5 billion berries for unlock. LV4, fruit deep dive development. Doors naturally appear wherever any part of the body touches. Can freely change the size and shape of doors. Requires 5 billion berries for unlock. LV5, Fruit Awakening Door Domain. Create a massive door domain, centered on the user, trapping everyone within range inside the domain. Requires 10 billion berries for unlock. Analysis progress, 0%. That's right. Roy knew very well, the man named Bluno was actually an agent of the World Government's Intelligence Organization, CP9. He was playing the role of a bartender in Water 7 solely for his mission. And more importantly, his devil fruit. The door fruit. One of the rare space-type fruits in the One Piece world, and incredibly powerful. The ability to create doors and pocket dimensions anywhere made the user practically invincible if they chose to be. This was the main reason Roy chose to come to Water 7. And he had to admit, acquiring this fruit was easy. He just needed to sit here and enjoy a drink for a while. The only downside is the lack of cola. Seriously, how can a bar not have cola? Looking at the sparkling water in front of him, Roy grumbled internally. But soon, he saw Bluno return, staring at him with calm eyes. Roy was instantly alert. What's going on? But before Roy could react, Bluno spoke. Are you Roy Amos? You know me. Roy nodded calmly, but his heart raced. Bluno knows my name. Did I expose a flaw? Is CP9 onto me? But just as Roy was calculating escape routes. It's him. It really is him. Major Roy from headquarters. Shouts erupted from every corner of the bar. The Marine supernova who fought a warlord to a draw. The future star of the Marines. The disciple of former Admiral Zephyr, who kept a low profile in the detention unit, rumored to have come out of seclusion specifically for the Triforce demonstration. I can't believe I'm seeing him in person. Roy was utterly bewildered. Fought a warlord to a draw. Marine supernova. Disciple of Zephyr coming out of seclusion. Who are they talking about? Is there another Major Roy in the Marines? You look like you haven't heard. Bluno silently slid a newspaper across the bar. Roy immediately saw the photo on the front page. It was a frozen sea. A massive T-Rex faced off against a Marine. The T-Rex looked ferocious and terrifying. The Marine's white coat fluttered in the wind, the word, justice, on his back shining brilliantly against the reflection of the ice. He had to admit, the World Economic newspaper knew how to take a photo. The frozen sea, the giant beast, the Marine hero facing it, the composition screamed silent oppression. And the photo seemed deliberately angled so that the wreckage of Hannifuda's great dinosaur fleet wasn't visible. But what confused Roy was the headline. Triforce demonstration approaches, Marine supernova emerges. Under this heavy headline, the content matched what the bar patrons were saying. According to the report, with the Triforce demonstration just over a month away, young and powerful supernovas within the Marines were gradually revealing themselves. Roy Amos is one of them. A disciple secretly trained by former Admiral Zephyr, possessing immense strength. To participate in the Triforce demonstration and uphold justice, he has finally emerged. 10 days ago, he engaged in a warm-up skirmish with warlord Hannifuda, ending in a draw. According to insiders, many high-ranking Marines believe Major Roy will be a key figure in suppressing the dark forces of the sea and ending the Great Pirate Era. Below that, the paper detailed the Triforce demonstration and noted, this paper will broadcast the entire event live via visual transponder snails to all world government member nations. Stay tuned. Roy. Honestly, he didn't understand what the hell was going on. But looking at the crowd swarming toward him, he understood one thing. He was famous. At the same time, Wano country. On top of the massive skull dome of Onigashima. Glug, glug, glug. A giant man with horns, a shirtless torso, and a Shimanoa rope around his waist chugged sake from a massive gourd. Crack boom. Lightning crashed down from the clouds above, striking right next to him. The thunderous roar made the pirates below scream in fear. Worororororo. He didn't flinch at the lightning. He tossed the gourd aside and laughed, a sound as loud as the thunder itself. On this sea, there were many with monstrous bodies and terrifying appearances. But there was only one man with this appearance and this aura. One of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Zephyr's disciple. A marine supernova who will end the Great Pirate Era. Hick. Kaido, seemingly drunk, chuckled. Sounds pretty good, that marine brat. He is indeed strong. In front of Kaido, a transponder snail shivered as it relayed the message. From the snail's dinosaur-like appearance, it was obvious who was on the other end. It was the Lizard King, Hannifuda, recently defeated by Roy. Worororora. You've gotten rusty, Hannifuda. You haven't been training your strength. Kaido slapped his knee, laughing boisterously. Hannifuda didn't reply. He didn't deny Kaido's words. In his youth, he was a great pirate who fought evenly with a young Kaido. But after becoming sworn brothers and accepting the warlord title, although he still worshipped strength, he couldn't dedicate himself to training like he used to. Before he could respond, Kaido continued. But The Emperor picked up his massive kanabo, Hasaikai. A marine brat using you to make a name for himself. I can't pretend I didn't see that. Humiliating my brother like this. Are you ready for the consequences, Marines? He cracked his neck. Karar crack. Bring it on. Let's have a war. It's been a while since I fought the Marines. Zephyr's disciple. Heh, that old man isn't enough after losing his arm. Bring Garp or the other admirals. Big brother Kaido. Hannifuda's voice was deep. Sengoku already told me. If we retaliate over this, I will be stripped of my warlord title. Ha! Hearing this, Kaido looked at the snail incredulously. Stripped of the warlord title. He roared. Who cares about that? Boom. Explosive conqueror's haki shattered a chunk of the ground. Start a war, strip a title, let them do whatever they want. I just want the greatest war the world has ever seen. Kaido's voice trembled. His teeth ground together. Was it anger, excitement, or just the booze? Maybe all three. No, big brother Kaido. Hannifuda spoke firmly. A loss is a loss. I lost to him. That is a fact. If the Marines want to use me to boost his fame, that is their freedom. Through the snail, his gaze seemed to meet Kaido's. But the beast's plan cannot be disrupted by my failure. He might be the only person who dared to speak to Kaido like this at a time like this. Kaido's ambition was simply war, a grand, chaotic war that engulfed the world. Nobles, kings, civilians, marines, pirates, everyone dying equally in the slaughter. War itself was his goal. Whether he won or lost, Kaido didn't care. But Hannifuda was different. He had acknowledged Kaido after their battles in their youth. His lack of training over the years wasn't due to laziness. It was because he knew his talent was far inferior to Kaido's. So he accepted the warlord title to hunt pirates, gather resources, sell weapons, and collect devil fruits for Kaido. His goal was to make Kaido the king. This was the difference between them. Kaido cared about the war. Hannifuda cared about Kaido winning the war. So until the plan was complete, until they had accumulated enough power, he didn't want Kaido to start a war with the Marines over him. Hearing this, Kaido fell silent. After a moment, he set down Hasaikai and sat back down. So you plan to just let it end here, Hannifuda? That's not the man I admired back then. He snorted, his voice low. But hearing this, Hannifuda laughed on the other end of the line. End here? He sneered. Of course it won't end here. He had promised the Marines he wouldn't personally retaliate against Roy. He admitted his defeat. But that didn't mean he was out of options. After all, a beast's hunt doesn't end until death. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 56, Chapter 56, The Black Loyalty. And a Rat Mask. Chapter 56, The Black Loyalty. And a Rat Mask. 3 days later. Water 7, the port. Shipwrights were hard at work repairing the battle damage, chatting with the Marines as they labored. Don't worry, trust the skills of Galley Company. We have the best shipwrights in the world. Your ship's damage isn't too bad. We'll have it fixed within the day. The lead shipwright hammered a nail, glancing curiously at Hans. By the way, your captain, Major Roy, did he really fight a warlord? Would I lie to you? Hans, who had answered this question countless times over the past 3 days, spoke frankly. Our captain is the disciple of former Admiral Zephyr. You know, Fire Fist Ace. He ran away with his tail between his legs when he saw our captain. And that warlord was also. Ahem. Fal coughed loudly. Hans immediately changed his tune. Was also forced to fight our captain to a draw. You have no idea, the whole sea was. He launched into an enthusiastic, embellished retelling, eliciting gasps of amazement from the shipwrights. Meanwhile, on the deck of the warship. Warlords. Triforce demonstration. The government really knows how to spin a story. Roy lay on his deck chair, his cap over his face, a long straw connecting his mouth to the cola bottle below. He was muttering internally. 3 days ago, shortly after reading the newspaper at the Blue Station bar, Roy had received a call from Vice Admiral Virote at Marine Headquarters. Roy, kid, don't mind the newspaper report. It's orders from above. Just think of it as making a name for our detention unit. Not long after, Zephyr called too. Kid, don't let the fame get to your head. Even on a mission, you must train properly. I heard you developed 2 new styles of wave fist. Come to my place when you get back, show me. Through these 2 old men, Roy finally understood what had happened. Simply put, it all came back to him, or rather, to Yuji and Ryaji. After Yuji stole the celestial tribute, the world government's reputation took a hit. Member nations were panicked, fearing they would be next. This pressure led to the expanded Triforce demonstration. But before that could settle, Ryaji dropped another bombshell by killing Crocodile. This damaged the world government's prestige even further. The warlords were supposed to be one of the 3 great powers balancing the world, yet one had been killed by a criminal. In this situation, Roy's victory over Hannifuda became complicated. If the news reported Marine Major defeats Warlord, the credibility of the 7 warlord system would hit rock bottom. Plus, as a subordinate organization of the world government, the Marines weren't supposed to fight warlords openly. But some genius in the world government had come up with a solution. My fight with Hannifuda became a warm-up match for the Triforce demonstration, ending in a draw. They even included some battle photos. This shifts the public's focus to the Triforce demonstration itself. And the world government surely wants to use this demonstration to show off its power and calm everyone down. After all, factually speaking, the world government is the strongest power. Hannifuda kept his warlord title. Headquarters promoted a supernova, restoring public faith in the Marines. The world government promoted the Triforce demonstration, saving face. Morgans didn't report the full truth, but he got his big news. It was a 4-way win. The only one losing out is me. Roy scratched his head. Yes, he gained massive fame, but it was a headache. Thanks to the government and Navy's push, he was now a key contender in the Triforce demonstration. According to the propaganda, he was basically locked in for a top 3 finish. But the problem was, I only planned to get around 10th place, grab a Commodore promotion, and go back to inherit Virota's position as detention unit commander. Roy grumbled. But thinking about it, the moment he attacked Hannifuda, his plan to keep a low profile was probably doomed anyway. So, it's all Hannifuda's fault for being so weak. Roy muttered. Only asking for 2 billion berries and 2 devil fruits. I let him off easy. Incidentally, the 2 billion berries Hannifuda promised would be given to Roy by headquarters upon his return. The 2 devil fruits would arrive within half a month. Just as Roy was grumbling, Captain. Hans shouted from below. Roy grunted through his nose. Captain, the shipwrights want your autograph. Also, the black cola Roy is basically fixed. We can sail back to HQ tonight. Hearing Hans's words, Roy finally took the cap off his face. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. We can sail tonight. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Since they could sail, his plan could begin. But, wait, what did you call the ship? The Black Cola Roy, sir. We never named it, and since it's your personal ship, it should have your name. Sergeant Major Hans Thor. Have you forgotten that I am the commander of this vessel? Roy gritted his teeth, the chill in his eyes deepening. No matter what, naming the ship is something I should do myself, isn't it? He tolerated the ship looking like a cola bottle. But naming it something that would make him die of social embarrassment? This man cannot be allowed to live. That night, the newly christened Black Loyalty set sail from Water 7. Hanging from the bow as a human figurehead was Hans, cheering so excitedly his voice cracked. And unbeknownst to anyone, a few hours after Roy left the island, at the port, a shipwright on routine patrol made a confused sound. What's wrong? His yawning companion asked. No, nothing. I just thought I saw someone over there. No, wait, maybe it was a rat. The shipwright scratched his head, looking at the empty spot. What are you talking about? People, rats. You only had 2 drinks, you can't be drunk already. Ha, are you looking down on my alcohol tolerance? Let's go to the bar after patrol. I'll show you. You're on. Too bad the Blue Station bar is closed tonight. We'll have to go somewhere else. Chatting, the 2 shipwrights walked away. They didn't know that after they left, Blue Station is closed. A figure appeared from nowhere. He was shrouded in a black cloak, looking toward the city of Water 7. That's actually perfect. Murmuring, he stepped forward. Click. A door appeared out of thin air. He stepped through it and vanished. But just as he entered the door, moonlight fell on his face. It illuminated a rat mask. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 57, Chapter 57, Unfortunately, You Have No Way Out. Chapter 57, Unfortunately, You Have No Way Out. Blue Station Bar. Bluno, having just locked the front door, walked silently to the counter. He reached down and grabbed the floor tile beneath his feet. Click. A door opened in the floor. Beneath it was a clearly pre-dug tunnel. Bluno stepped in. Tekai, drop. He plummeted. After falling dozens of meters and passing through 3 layers of spiked traps, he landed heavily on the ground. His body was unharmed. He stood up, looking around the hidden chamber. A moment later. Rumble. A heavy sound came from the direction he was looking. A figure dropped from another tunnel, a man with a round body and head, looking like a ball. He had green hair and a zipper for a mouth. Fukura. You're 5 seconds late, Bluno said calmly. Couldn't be helped. This tunnel is for Lucci and Kaku. I'm not even assigned to this mission. If Icebug didn't have an emergency meeting tonight, keeping Califa busy, I wouldn't be here. Cha-papa. The CP9 agent named Fukura replied loudly. As a temporary messenger, you are not allowed to reveal information about other agents or missions. That's protocol, Bluno said, his face impassive. He and the other 3 agents were in Water 7 to infiltrate Mayor Icebug's circle and investigate the ancient weapon, Pluton. Recently, however, the agents primarily responsible for Water 7, Rob, Lucci and Kaku, had been summoned by the government to participate in the Triforce demonstration and report on their progress regarding Pluton. Since the other agent, Califa, was busy as Icebug's secretary, the intel consolidation fell to Bluno, and his contact was this blabbermouth, Fukura. Knowing his colleague's inability to keep secrets, Bluno reminded him. I didn't reveal any intel. Fukura retorted righteously. Then, he paused, covering his zipper mouth. I think I did just blurt it out again. Bluno shook his head helplessly. The intel. Right here. Fukura reached behind him and handed a massive briefcase to Bluno. While handing it over, he couldn't help but chatter. Chief Spandam said this contains all intelligence gathered from headquarters regarding the keywords, Pluton, and, Water 7, for the past 20 years. And, I heard you also asked for intel on Roy Amos. Did you meet him? Is that Marine strong? Lucci and Kaku are going to the Triforce demonstration too. Can they beat him? Of course they can, right? Oh, I'm definitely not gossiping. Cha-papa. No, you are definitely gossiping. Bluno's expression remained unchanged. He shouldered the massive briefcase. I haven't fought him. But since he beat a warlord, he must be strong. I asked for his intel just to be safe. He didn't answer the question about who was stronger. He knew if he did, Fukura would blab, and Lucci and Kaku were competitive enough to come looking for trouble. Alright, you can go now. Before Fukura could ask more tricky questions, Bluno dismissed him. TCH. Boring. Cha-papa. Fukura grumbled. Still, he turned around, preparing to use Jeppo to ascend the tunnel. But just then. Slice. Bluno heard it clearly. As a professional CP9 agent, he instantly recognized the sound, a sharp blade cutting through flesh. And it was true. The next instant, Bluno saw Fukura's massive head fly into the air. Immediately after. Shred. Fukura's entire body turned into a mist of blood. Enemy. Bluno made the judgment instantly. Who was it? What attacked Fukura? When did they enter the secret room? How were they invisible? Bluno didn't know, and he had no time to think. Because. Slice. He felt pain in his right arm. The next moment, his right arm was severed at the shoulder. Thud. The massive briefcase fell to the floor. A slash. Where did it come from? Even now, Bluno didn't know the source of the attack. But as a veteran agent, pain didn't cloud his judgment. He cut off my right arm first. He wants the documents in the case. Even in this situation, he analyzed calmly. Tekai, steel. No time to mourn Fukura. He activated Tekai, one of his best Rokushiki techniques. The next instant, clang, 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 countless slashes struck him from almost every angle simultaneously. The intensity and frequency told Bluno clearly, even his Tekai wouldn't hold for long. 17 cuts to the neck, 70 to the limbs, cuts to the torso. He calmly calculated the gaps in the relentless assault. And then, now, in a split second, he released Tekai. Slice. Slashes instantly severed his legs and cut deep into his abdomen. But Bluno forced his remaining left hand out, opened a door in the air, and threw himself inside. As the door closed, even Bluno breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the door fruit's pocket dimension, he was absolutely safe. This was an iron rule of his reality. Simultaneous slashes all over the body, an ability user. Doesn't matter. Attacks can't follow him through the door. Invisible enemy, stealth ability. Doesn't matter. He can observe the outside world from here. He can wait for them to reveal themselves. But just as Bluno scanned his surroundings, his gaze froze. For the first time, his wooden face showed an expression of pure, unadulterated horror. Because right in front of him, someone was standing there. A decisive choice. Sacrificing your legs and non-vital parts to buy a path to survival. As expected of a CP9 agent. A man wearing a rat mask. He spoke softly. But unfortunately, you never had a way out. You are. Seeing the signature sea beast head mask, Bluno realized the truth. I am Nezumi, rat of the Zodiac. As you can see, I'm an assassin. As the words fell, Bluno heard the sound of a blade cutting the air again. This time, out of the corner of his eye, he faintly saw where the blade was coming from. It was under his left shoulder, in his blind spot. There was a hand there. And the arm and fingers of that hand reflected a sharp glint. It was a hand, but also a blade. It grew on Bluno's body, like a shadow of death that he could never escape. Fruit loadout, flower fruit plus dice fruit. The next instant. Shing. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh is never pleasant. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 58, Chapter 58, Aqua Laguna? The Only Answer. Chapter 58, Aqua Laguna? The Only Answer. Water 7, at night. The city was still bustling. Groups of tipsy patrons, arms around each other's shoulders, shouted and laughed as they headed to the next bar. Tap, tap. A man in a rat mask, carrying 2 blood-stained bundles, walked along the streets. The late-night revelers didn't seem to notice him at all. VMMM. Silently, the man walked through the body of a drunkard. The door fruit, truly convenient. Under the mask, Roy sighed in appreciation. In his vision, the glowing screen explained the scene. Door fruit LV3 can open doors to a pocket dimension and hide within it, while maintaining vision of the outside world. Yes. After acquiring the door fruit, Roy had decisively upgraded it to LV3. This fulfilled his primary goal for coming to Water 7. With enough time, Nezumi can bring any clone to meet the main body and refresh their status without anyone knowing. This alone was worth the trip. So, why did Nezumi go to the Blue Station bar? 2 reasons. Just as I guessed, the pocket dimension of the door fruit is shared. This was the first reason. A shared dimension meant Bluno could discover Roy's secret. So Bluno had to die. The second reason was, this clone's next plan requires your heads. But before that. Murmuring, Nezumi looked ahead. Without realizing it, he had reached the edge of Water 7. Before him, the surging waves of the ocean. Nezumi didn't stop. He stepped onto the sea, waves crashing beneath his feet. But the water couldn't touch him. This was the power of the door fruit. Inside the pocket dimension, he was unaffected by the outside world. Finally, Nezumi stopped. According to Mr. 4's coordinates, it should be around here. He looked at the sea. No island. No laboratory. Just empty ocean. It was just as Mr. 4 had said. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't believe an island existed here. In fact, Nezumi had been skeptical too. He hadn't really expected to find the lab. But now, things were different. What a coincidence. Nezumi sighed, pulling a piece of paper from his sleeve. Of all things, the intel those two CP9 agents brought contained something interesting. Nezumi hadn't expected to stumble upon Fukura and Bluno's intelligence exchange when he went to kill Bluno. He hadn't had high hopes for the briefcase. He knew their main mission was the blueprints for Pluton. And Nezumi already knew everything there was to know about Pluton, so he assumed the intel would be useless. But reality surprised him. While most of the documents were indeed useless to him, one page caught his eye. Government and Marine Personnel Entry/Exit Record for Water 7, Year 1503. April, 1503. Marine Captain Doberman arrived for warship repairs. Stayed 3 days. May, 1503. CP9 operations ship arrived for routine maintenance. Stayed 1 day. Among these mundane records from 14 years ago. July, 1503. Dr. Vegapunk and his mechanical assistants arrived on the special science ship for research. Due to the onset of the Aqua Laguna ebb tide, the science ship was lost in the waters south of Water 7. 5 government ships searched for a month without success. Finally, after a high-ranking official arrived to take command, Dr. Vegapunk was found stranded in nearby waters. Yes, on this page, Nezumi saw the name Vegapunk. And the content was fascinating. Lost for a month in the waters south of Water 7. The coincidence was striking. The area Mr. 4 described was also south of Water 7. And if you ignored the word lost, Nezumi could summarize the intel differently. Vegapunk disappeared near Water 7 for over a month without the Marines knowing his location. This was why he was here. If his guess was correct, and Vegapunk spent that month at the lab on Mr. 4's island, then this intel was crucial for finding the lab, especially the key phrase, Aqua Laguna's ebb tide. Nezumi whispered the name, Aqua Laguna. The massive tsunami that struck Water 7 every year. Because its cause was unknown but its power was godlike, it earned the name, Water of the Gods. It arrived around June and receded in July. During this time, the waters around Water 7 changed drastically. June was the high tide, and July was the ebb tide. For these 2 months, the seas were extremely dangerous. Ships entering during the high tide risked being swallowed by tsunamis. Ships entering during the ebb tide risked being sucked into the depths by the receding waters. Only after the ebb tide passed would the sea return to normal. Vegapunk arrived at the start of the ebb tide, got lost for a month, and was found right when the ebb tide ended. Mr. 4 said he wrecked during a massive tsunami at the end of June. That would be the last Aqua Laguna of that year. After the wreck, it was July, the ebb tide. That's when Mr. 4 survived and found the island. It was too coincidental. The truth was practically screaming at him. There's only one answer. Whispering, Nezumi tossed the 2 heads into the pocket dimension. Then, he raised his hand. Click. He opened a door to the outside world. Salty sea air filled his nose. Nezumi looked down at the water. And without hesitation, he jumped. He believed in the answer he had found. It's an island that only appears during the extreme instability of Aqua Laguna. It rises to the shallows during the high tide, breaches the surface during the ebb tide, and vanishes after Aqua Laguna ends. The only explanation is, that island has always been underwater. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 59, Chapter 59, Nezumi, the Laboratory, and the Perfect Assassin. Chapter 59, Nezumi, the Laboratory, and the Perfect Assassin. In the azure depths, schools of fish chased the currents. Massive sea beasts swam by, stirring up silt from the seabed. And in this deep sea, an island floated silently. It wasn't large, just an ordinary-looking island. But its existence, floating here in the crushing depths, was proof enough of its extraordinary nature. In fact, a faint, iridescent film shimmered around it. This film seemed to block the water pressure and hide the island from the attention of sea beasts and sea kings. Like a loyal soldier, even though its creators hadn't visited for over a decade, it silently stood guard, fulfilling its mission. But now, On this island untouched for 10 years, a figure was walking. Nezumi strolled across the island, looking up. It's like Fishman Island, but smaller. And Nezumi looked at the coating above. Fishman Island stays underwater. But this island supposedly surfaces every year due to the currents. How does the coating sustain itself? And he crouched, touching the grass. How do these plants survive? These details alone proved the technology on this seemingly ordinary island was anything but ordinary. But what puzzled Nezumi most was, if it's Vegapunk's technology, these things are reasonable. But he looked at a small hill nearby. The hill was grayish-white, fused with the island's foundation. On it, Nezumi could see cracks filled with sediment. These were traces of time. The island's foundation looked ancient too. Nezumi was confused. As a man of the sea, he knew what these signs meant. This island was ancient. It wasn't something created in the last few decades. In other words, this isn't an artificial island built by Vegapunk. This made things more complicated. An ancient island with advanced technology, oscillating between the deep sea and the surface during Aqua Laguna. Sounds pretty mysterious. He mumbled. But it doesn't matter. He stopped, looking ahead. I've found what I'm looking for. Before him stood a massive structure. It was clearly not from the same era as the rest of the island. Interconnected silver spiral metal plates and a sleek, ovoid design screamed futuristic. Unlike the island, the origin of this lab was clear to Nezumi. Vegapunk's lab is really here. Nezumi muttered, then reached out. Click. A door opened in the air. Nezumi stepped into the pocket dimension and entered the laboratory. The lab was enormous, but surprisingly simple in structure. Nezumi stood in a massive corridor, surrounded by dense mechanical pipes. There were no branching paths. Only at the far end of the corridor could he see a few doors leading further in. But despite the simple layout, the lab was full of danger. Clank. Heavy metallic footsteps echoed. Nezumi saw them walking through the lab. Silver-gray metal robots, about 2 meters tall. They had no facial features, only a pair of glowing eyes. On their bodies, Nezumi saw obvious weapons, cutting blades on their forearms, holes in their palms. Can those things shoot lasers? Vegapunk was researching this stuff over 10 years ago. Nezumi suspected these might be prototypes for the pacifistas. Of course, that didn't matter. What mattered was, according to Mr. 4, these robots attack intruders on sight. First they try to drive you out, then they terminate. And they communicate. Attack one, and a swarm gathers. Nezumi recalled Mr. 4's intel. Mr. 4 had said he knocked one down, then got swarmed and only survived thanks to Lasso. That won't do. Getting interrupted during a treasure hunt is annoying. Whispering, Nezumi raised a finger. He looked at the nearest patrolling robot. VMMM. On the robot's neck, amidst a swirl of flower petals, an arm glowing with a sharp light sprouted from nowhere. Nezumi dropped his finger. Sky slash, single blade. Shing. The sprouted arm chopped down instantly. With the sound of metal shearing, the robot's head flew off. Thud. As the head hit the ground, Nezumi retracted his finger. Intruder detected. Guardian DE-144 damaged. An electronic voice came from the severed head. Nezumi didn't move. He crossed his arms and waited. Clank, 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 clank. With a dense cacophony of footsteps, hordes of robots poured out from the pipes and walls. There were hundreds, each wielding different weapons, converging on his location. Quite a few of them. Nezumi glanced at the swarm and chuckled. But it doesn't matter, if it's just numbers, I'll kill as many as you send. He extended his hand again. Sky slash, 1,800 blades. Countless arms sprouted instantly on the robots before him. The air filled with the whistling of blades and the screech of tearing metal. Boom, boom. Explosions and falling metal heads echoed continuously. Enemy detected. Location unknown. Guardian losses exceed 300. 400, 500. Limit threshold exceeded. Initiating backup protocol. Activating, indiscriminate annihilation mode. Protecting core lab. As the electronic voices rang out, the robots changed tactics. VMMM. They all raised their hands. Boom. Countless projectiles and beams erupted from their weapons and palms, carpet-bombing everything within hundreds of meters of Nezumi's position. It was meaningless. Even though explosions blossomed right next to him, the blast waves couldn't cross the dimensional barrier to touch him. Instead, the sprouted arms continued their slaughter. In less than 5 minutes, every single robot in the corridor was down. Attack, ineffective. Unknown. High-threat target. High-threat target. Sparks flew from their wrecked bodies. Nezumi didn't spare them a glance. He stepped over the last fallen robot and continued forward. Under the mask, Roy looked at the stats of this clone. It was a combination he had planned for a long time. Roy Amos, Slice Clone, Nezumi. Equipped, Flower Flower Fruit LV3, Dice Fruit LV3, Door Fruit LV3, Slice Fruit, inactive. Flower Fruit, sprout body parts on any surface within sight. Sprouted limbs share the main body's physical strength. Cannot sprout internal organs. Damage to sprouted limbs reflects on the main body. Dice Fruit, turn any body part into a blade with the hardness of steel. Door Fruit, hide in a pocket dimension while observing the outside world. The Door Fruit made him intangible and undetectable. The Dice Fruit made his body steel and his limbs blades. The Flower Fruit let him sprout those steel blades anywhere, making his attacks omnipresent. The combination created Nezumi. Just as Roy defined him. He is the perfect assassin. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 60, Chapter 60, The Giant Soldier's Hand. A dock in the deep sea. Chapter 60, The Giant Soldier's Hand. A dock in the deep sea. After clearing the robots, Nezumi continued down the laboratory corridor. But the deeper he went, the stranger his expression became. Through the holes blasted in the pipes during the fight, he could see another structural layer. This layer matched the ancient structure of the island outside, visibly old. This made Nezumi realize a fact. The structure of this lab isn't simple, there was already a building here. Vegapunk just built his lab on top of it. This theory was confirmed when he reached the end of the corridor. There were 3 doors. The middle one had the same ancient stone texture as the island. But that wasn't Nezumi's primary target. His attention was focused on the door to the left. It was marked with symbols, a fruit and a dog. It was also the only door that was open. Inside, Nezumi saw a dog bed, a bowl, and even a chew toy in the corner. No mistake. This is the room where Mr. 4 found Lasso. The fruit symbol represents a devil fruit, and the dog represents Lasso. Nezumi made the connection immediately. His gaze shifted to the door on the far right. It had similar symbols, a fruit and a person. A person? Is there an ability user inside? Thinking this, Nezumi didn't hesitate. He used the door fruit to enter the room. And found. The room was empty. There was only a research desk with a document and a box on it. Inside the box lay a pair of gloves. No devil fruit, no fruit weapon. Nezumi was disappointed. Did Vegapunk take it with him? Muttering, he walked to the desk. Just then, devil fruit user discovered. The voice in his ear made Nezumi freeze. He instinctively looked around. Someone is here. But a moment later, hearing the rest of the encyclopedia's message, he was stunned. Because fruit user is the hand of the giant soldier. Huh. Nezumi blinked. Hand of the giant soldier? What Chianibia kid named that? Wait, could it be? The next second, he realized. He looked at the gloves. Sure enough. The skin of the glove seemed to undulate, like a living thing. Confirmed devil fruit, Zoan human fruit, model, giant. Analyzing and saving to, fruit encyclopedia. Fruit ability, can transform into a giant. Effects by level. LV1, gain faint fruit effect, slightly enhance overall stats. LV2, gain partial fruit effect. Can transform into a half giant, increasing size and greatly enhancing overall stats. Requires 80 million berries for permanent unlock. LV3, gain full fruit effect. Can transform into a giant, gaining the massive size and strength of an elite giant warrior. Requires 500 million berries for permanent unlock. LV4, fruit deep dive development. Gain the strength of a giant hero. Requires 2 billion berries for permanent unlock. LV5, fruit awakening atavism. Undergo the unique or awakened transformation of a Zoan fruit. Transform into an ancient giant, with size, strength, and vitality surpassing even normal ancient giants. Requires 10 billion berries for permanent unlock. Analysis progress, 0%. So that's what the symbol meant. Nezumi understood. The person symbol wasn't an ability user, it was the human fruit, model, giant. But the problem was, these gloves don't look like weapons. Nezumi looked at the gloves doubtfully. As far as he knew, Vegapunk's fruit weapon technology only worked with Zoan fruits, allowing weapons to transform into animals to assist in combat. But these gloves looked weird. Cautiously, he didn't touch them immediately. Instead, he picked up the document on the desk. Bloodline Elements Lab, Devil Fruit Weapon, Development Log. Subject name, Hand of the Giant Soldier. Experiment summary. After studying the ancient technology regarding bloodline elements found on this island, successfully imbued an object with the bloodline elements of a Zoan devil fruit for the first time. Fruit, human fruit, model, giant. As the first case, testing revealed two unexpected flaws. Flaw 1, although the fruit ability was successfully activated, and the subject can be fed by rubbing ground food and water onto the gloves, it lost the basic intelligence inherent to Zoan fruits. Its feeding behavior is purely instinctual. Due to lack of intelligence, the transformation is uncontrollable. It activates upon wearing, and the transformation range is limited to the hand area covered by the glove. Flaw 2, the subject's ability affects the wearer, transforming them into a giant. However, due to flaw 1, only the hand transforms. The massive size change instantly tears the wearer apart. Tests show even steel machinery cannot withstand it. Hypothesized cause, leather gloves are too form-fitting, or the human fruit intelligence is unique among Zoans. Conclusion, although this is the first successful fruit-imbued object, it is a failure. Recommend using non-human Zoan fruits and non-wearable weapons, guns, cannons, swords, for future experiments. The document was clear. These gloves were Vegapunk's first fruit weapon. Failed because the tech wasn't mature and the fruit was problematic. Makes sense. Animals eating human fruits gaining intelligence is one thing, but an inanimate object eating a human fruit gaining human intelligence sounds impossible. Nezumi understood why Vegapunk labeled it a failure. According to the file, where the gloves trigger uncontrollable transformation, hand turns into a giant's hand while the body stays normal. RIP. Definitely a failure. So the next experiment was Lasso. That one was a success, well, mostly. Thinking of Mr. Four's slow-ass dog gun, Nezumi mentally changed the period to a question mark. But at the same time, he felt it was a pity. Human fruit, model, giant, that's a powerful ability. Nezumi sighed. Giants, the world's strongest warrior race. Any elite giant joining the Marines could easily become a vice admiral. A crew of giants could become a legend of the era. And the awakening was an ancient giant. But the strength of ancient giants was no joke. The former giant king, Harold, had ancient giant blood and could fight evenly with Rox D. Zebek, the king of the world. If these gloves could be controlled, they'd be incredibly powerful weapons. If he could use them, this clone would essentially gain a LV3 fruit slot, massively boosting his combat power. But then, Nezumi paused. He realized something. If it's a transformation issue with a Zoan fruit, there might be a way. He suddenly thought of something very effective for controlling Zoan transformations. Thinking this, Nezumi quickly opened a door to his pocket dimension and stashed the document and the hand of the giant soldier. He suppressed his excitement. Even though he wanted to solve the glove problem right now. Since I'm already at the lab, I have to check the core area. He looked at the unique ancient stone door in the center and raised his hand. Click. Passing through the door, he entered the true core of the laboratory. And then, he froze. He had imagined many things, precision instruments, ancient archives, maybe a poneglyph. But he hadn't expected this. Behind the stone door lay a colossal spherical space. The walls and ceiling were made of the same coating Nezumi had seen outside. They formed a giant bubble, making the space feel like it was submerged in the sea. Inside the bubble, research equipment and bookshelves were scattered messily. But that wasn't what stunned Nezumi. He was used to deep-sea views thanks to Zephyr. What stopped his breath was what lay below. He could clearly see. In the deep, dark ocean beneath the bubble island, a massive steel jungle. Unimaginably huge metal pillars crisscrossed below. They were ancient, covered in rust, seaweed, and barnacles. But from the outlines, Nezumi could tell what it was. Giant mechanical arms, massive platforms, scaffolding. Is that a dry dock? As he made the judgment, Nezumi felt it was absurd. A dry dock this size? What kind of ship was built here? Even a giant's ship wouldn't need something this big. No, wait. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Nezumi realized. A massive ancient dry dock in the deep sea near Water 7. He had a bold idea. He walked quickly to the messy pile of equipment and bookshelves. Cleaned out, but sloppily. A glance told him the documents had been removed, but not thoroughly. Vegapunk had left in a hurry. Because of the world government, high official, mentioned in the intel. Nezumi guessed. Soon, Nezumi found something. On a toppled desk, a few words were scribbled in pen. They were inconspicuous enough that the fleeing Vegapunk seemed to have missed them. Pluton, material. Pluto alloy, infinite energy. Nezumi could barely make out the words. But they were enough to confirm his guess. Pluton, Nezumi was almost certain. This dry dock is where the shipwrights of ancient Water 7 built the ancient weapon, Pluton. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 61, Chapter 61, The Mother Flame, Pluto Alloy. Chapter 61, The Mother Flame, Pluto Alloy. Late night, outside Water 7. Frankie house. Snore. Snore. The sound of snoring filled the air. The Frankie family members were fast asleep. They had just dismantled a large pirate ship they looted today, making a tidy profit, so tonight's party had been particularly lively. In the deepest part of the Frankie house, Frankie, wearing only his Speedo and completely drunk, was slumped on a sofa, drooling. MMPH, booze sucks, gimme cola. He mumbled incoherently, rolling over onto his stomach. But at that moment, a hand silently appeared on his back. With a gentle pull, a small door opened on his back. As a cyborg, Frankie's physical sensations weren't as sharp, so he felt nothing. Then, inside his body, a pair of eyes bloomed from nowhere, searching. Amidst the circuits and machinery that had replaced flesh and blood, the eyes quickly found their target. A stack of documents hidden inside Frankie's body. It was the blueprints for Pluton. This was a secret known only to Frankie, or rather, Cutty Flam and Icebug. But now, there was one more person sharing this secret. Sorry about this. Even though we're fellow cola enthusiasts, I need to check something. Inside the pocket dimension, Nezumi whispered. Under the mask, Roy closed his eyes, using the flower fruit ability to quietly flip through the blueprints. Of course, he had zero interest in the complex battleship structure and skipped it entirely. As said before, he knew where the real Pluton was. He had no interest in building another one. In the blueprints, only one thing interested him. Found it. Soon, he saw the content on a specific page. The hull, deck, and weaponry are constructed from Pluto alloy. It possesses extreme durability, stability, shock absorption, and resistance to heat and cold. It remains stable in almost any environment. Adding even a small piece can drastically increase weapon power. It is nearly indestructible, the perfect war metal for weapons and warships. Alloy smelting materials, Arkham refined iron, flower stone, Duran gold, a total of 19 precious metals. Smelting must be performed within the eternal flame. Just as I thought. Reading this page, Roy confirmed his suspicion. Pluto alloy, it matches what Vegapunk recorded. He found clues about Pluton's construction in that dry dock. Not long ago, he had explored the deep-sea dry dock. Unfortunately, he hadn't found much, or rather, anything useful seemed to have been taken away. But even so, he could now piece together what happened to Vegapunk over a decade ago. The genius scientist somehow learned the secret of Water 7's ebb tide, and the ancient island in the southern waters. According to Roy's current theory, that ancient island was likely an undersea elevator, built by the shipwrights of ancient Water 7. Using the power of Aqua Laguna, the shipwrights would descend to the seabed via that island to construct Pluton in the deep-sea dry dock. How they did it, and why, Roy didn't know yet. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Vegapunk went there during the ebb tide, built a temporary lab, and descended to explore the dry dock. And he must have found something incredibly important there, including some technology related to bloodline elements, leading to his breakthrough in devil fruit weaponry. But more importantly, those scribbles mentioned infinite energy. So the discovery in that dry dock might be the inspiration for the Mother Flame he creates in the future. Roy guessed. The Mother Flame, a special energy source created by Vegapunk. Infinite energy, the undying fire capable of powering ancient weapons. It seemed this energy wasn't entirely Vegapunk's invention. The Pluton blueprints mentioned an eternal flame, though not the Mother Flame. It sounded similar. Vegapunk likely found data on this energy source in the dry dock, eventually succeeding in creating the Mother Flame. This might be why Vegapunk took the core data from the lab. Both Pluton and the Mother Flame were things capable of destroying the world. But clearly, Roy wasn't focused on that. Pluto alloy, the lost, or alloy, of ancient times. If I sell this stuff, it should be worth a fortune, right? He cared about the alloy itself. He knew without guessing how sought after it would be. Even if the alloy alone couldn't build a complete Pluton, since Pluton's true power likely came from the Mother Flame driving it, this war alloy was still a top-tier strategic resource. Even a tiny bit would drive ambitious warlords mad. Arkham refined iron is a North Blue specialty. Flower stone is a precious mineral from Kano country. Varan gold, never heard of it, but probably from the Thurnal Kingdom in the South Blue. Roy memorized the 19 metals required. Even the ones he recognized were incredibly rare minerals from all over the Four Blues and the Grand Line. But Roy knew, while these 19 metals were rare, they weren't the hardest part of making Pluto alloy. The hardest part was the eternal flame, or Mother Flame, required for smelting. Even Vegapunk might not have fully perfected it yet. And Roy certainly didn't have the ability to create such an energy source. But, if it's just melting and fusing these metals together, I might not need the Mother Flame. This was the real reason Roy was here. He knew of a certain devil fruit that could achieve this. And coincidentally, the thing I need to control the transformation of the hand of the giant soldier is also near that fruit. Muttering with anticipation, he slowly turned and left. MMPH. HM, who's there? Only then did Frankie open his eyes groggily. He looked at his torso in confusion. His stomach felt itchy just now. He patted himself down, confirmed the blueprints were still safe inside him, and sighed in relief. Must be my imagination. Muttering, he collapsed back onto the sofa. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. 62, Chapter 62, Freedom is a word that keeps you young. Chapter 62, Freedom is a word that keeps you young. A few days later. World Government Member Nation, Drum Kingdom. This winter island, where winter reigned year-round, was once known as the Medical Kingdom of the Grand Line. But ironically, today, this nation once famous for its medical prowess had only 2 doctors left. In a giant treehouse outside the town of Cocoa Weed, a blue-nosed reindeer wearing a pink hat was running in circles, screaming in panic. Hey, Chopper, glug, glug. You idiot Tanuki, what are you making all that noise for? Inside the room, an old woman dressed in remarkably fashionable clothes and sunglasses was drinking a bottle of plum wine. I'm not a Tanuki, I'm a reindeer. Chopper glared and retorted, but immediately remembered why he was panicking. Dr. Kurha. They're gone, the rumble balls I just finished improving, they're all gone. He said anxiously. Ah, those little things, Dr. Kurha said nonchalantly. Maybe a mouse ate them. Impossible. I clean the house every day. There are no mice. It must be a thief. I know, it must be Wapol. He knows I want revenge for Dr. Hyriluk, so he sent someone to steal them. Chopper huffed angrily. As he spoke, he remembered the quack Dr. Hyriluk who had died 2 years ago because of him, and burst into tears. What are you crying for? Pathetic. Kurha shook her head. How many times do I have to tell you? Hyriluk made his own choice. His death has nothing to do with you. As for Wapol, Even the eccentric and bold Kurha's tone darkened at the mention of the name. Wapol, the tyrant ruling this country. It was his decree banning doctors that had reduced this once prosperous nation to its current state. Forget it, forget it. Seeing Chopper still sniffling, Kurha sighed and put down her bottle. I'll help you look. If we don't find them, we'll go beat up that bastard Wapol together. She comforted him like a child. But in her heart, she knew this country couldn't resist Wapol. Even if Wapol was a tyrant, he was a legitimate king of a world government member nation, protected by the government. Unless an outsider was willing to take the blame, the price the citizens would pay to overthrow him was simply too high. Chopper, unaware of Kurha's thoughts, cheered up instantly just because she offered to help. The master and apprentice began searching the house. Just as they were rummaging, rumble. A massive tremor nearly knocked them off their feet. It sounded like it came from the main peak. Chopper clutched his hat, ears twitching. He and Kurha exchanged a look, then rushed out of the treehouse. And then, Chopper's eyes bulged, his tongue unrolling like a spring. Kurha took off her sunglasses, her eyes filled with disbelief. They were looking at a massive snow-capped mountain. The Drum Rockies, the center of the Drum Kingdom. Atop the central peak sat a massive black castle, Wapol's residence. But now, Chopper and Kurha saw, the castle was collapsing. To be precise, it looked as if some colossal blade had sliced through it repeatedly. The entire castle was cut into countless pieces, fragments raining down the mountain. Boom! Even from this distance, the dull roar and the shaking earth told the human and the reindeer, this was real. The castle. Chopper was stunned. Kurha reacted quickly. Chopper, get the sleigh, we're going to check it out. Chopper nodded, instantly transforming into a sturdy reindeer and running behind the treehouse. Moments later, he returned pulling a sleigh. Let's go, Dr. Kurha. Idiot. We're doctors. A doctor going out without a medical bag is like a soldier without a weapon. Kurha scolded him. But just as she turned to go back inside for her bag, she froze. What's wrong, Dr. Kurha? Chopper turned his head curiously, then froze as well. Because they both saw. Someone was standing at the door of their treehouse. He wore a rat mask, was dressed in black, and was currently leaning against the doorframe, taking off a pair of gloves. Good day to you both. A calm voice came from under the mask. WHWH, who are you? Chopper instinctively hid behind Kurha, stammering. You're hiding backwards, Nezumi pointed out. Your body is sticking out. Chopper, Seeing this, Kurha sighed helplessly. She pulled a bottle of wine from somewhere, uncorked it with her teeth, and took a swig. Glug, glug. Stranger, you don't look like a patient. What do you want? Indeed. Nezumi nodded slightly. I'm here to buy something from Dr. Chopper. Doctor. Hearing this, Chopper's fur stood on end. It was the first time anyone had called him doctor. Why you, don't think calling me that will make me happy, you bastard. He said the words, but his goofy grin and wiggling body betrayed him completely. Buy something. Kurha wasn't joking. She took another sip, quietly shielding Chopper with her body. We are doctors, not merchants. We have nothing to sell you. No, you do. Nezumi shook his head. He extended his hand. In his palm lay a few yellow pills. Rumble balls. Chopper bristled. So it was you. MMPH. He wanted to say more, but Kurha clamped a hand over his mouth. The old woman stared at Nezumi. You want these? Specifically, the formula. Nezumi nodded. A drug that can alter the transformation wavelengths of devil fruits. A genius invention. Useful for our organization. He was exaggerating for effect, but the praise was genuine. The rumble ball really was a genius invention. Not only could it alter Zoan transformations, but later on, it could even force minks into Solong form during the day. To receive such praise, my idiot son is honored. Chopper was practically dancing with joy now, but Kurha nodded grimly. And what do you intend to trade for it? She exhaled a cloud of alcohol fumes, shifting Chopper slightly behind her. Berries, treasure, or our lives. From this position, she could throw Chopper to safety at any moment. But hearing this, Nezumi laughed. Don't be so tense, Dr. Kurha. Although our reputation isn't great lately, we aren't bad people. Before Kurha could respond, he reached out again under her watchful gaze. And rather than berries or treasure, I think you'll prefer this. As he spoke, he produced an object. It was a human head. Deep purple hair, a massive mouth, eyes wide open in disbelief at his own death. Clearly, both the pupil-constricting Kurha and the muffled screaming Chopper recognized him. It was the tyrant of the Drum Kingdom. Wapol. So the castle was you. Kurha whispered. Nezumi didn't deny it. I know you have a grudge against him, and I know the situation in this country. He heft the head, or rather, 1/5 of a Wapol. This is my trade item, this country's freedom. He stated the inevitable transaction softly. I will take this head and let the world know Wapol died by my hand. The world government won't trouble you for it. You can choose a new king. Kurha fell silent. She lifted her bottle again, throwing her head back for a long swig. This deal. I accept on Chopper's behalf. She made the decisive choice. A wise choice. Nezumi's voice seemed to carry a smile. Then, I will return in half an hour for the formula. The words fell. VMMM. He took a step, a phantom door appeared, and he vanished. MMPH MMPH MMPH. Seeing this, Chopper's eyes widened even further. Stop panicking. A guy like that is obviously an ability user, just like you, Kurha said, releasing Chopper. Ha, ha. Dr. Kurha, do you know him? He actually killed Wapol. And my Rumble Ball formula. Chopper fired off questions like a machine gun. Then, too many questions. Bonk. Kurha punched him on the head. Ignoring Chopper's cries of "it hurts," the old doctor put her sunglasses back on. Don't ask so much. The less you know about dangerous guys like that, the better. She said. Yes, that signature mask, that overwhelming power and pressure. It was enough for her to guess that he was a member of that organization making waves recently. The third member. If people find out about this, the world is going to shake again, isn't it? Kurha murmured, lifting her bottle again. But she realized it was empty. Whatever. She shook her head. Then, she turned to look at the distant drum Rockies. The world shaking, what did that have to do with her? What mattered was, the shadow over this kingdom was gone. Freedom. She smiled. Sounds like a word that can keep you young forever. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 63, Chapter 63, The Wonderful Use of the Human Fruit, Model Commoner. Chapter 63, The Wonderful Use of the Human Fruit, Model Commoner. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Detention Unit Dormitory. Munch Fruit. Fruit ability, can swallow anything into an internal body space and digest it, turning it into part of the body or synthesizing new items. Effects by level. LV1, gain faint fruit effect, enhance bite strength and digestion. LV2, gain partial fruit effect. Can digest most matter, gaining partial characteristics after digestion. Requires 300 million berries for permanent unlock. LV3, gain full fruit effect. Can swallow and digest anything without devil fruit bloodline elements, gaining its full characteristics and perfect control. Can establish a munch factory inside the body to synthesize new items from multiple materials over time. Requires 4 billion berries for permanent unlock. LV4, fruit deep dive development. Can swallow non-solid elemental matter like clouds, wind, or slashes, but can only use the substance after swallowing, not gain its elementalization traits. Requires 10 billion berries for permanent unlock. Note, can fuse living and non-living things, granting the living being the characteristics of the object, but only one non-living characteristic at a time. LV5, Fruit Awakening Munch Domain. Create a domain around the body that devours everything, swallowing all matter within range and gaining its characteristics. Can swallow beings with bloodline elements, devil fruit users, but the acquired ability level will be weakened to LV1. Requires 20 billion berries for permanent unlock. Analysis progress, 0%. That feels good. Roy sat on the edge of his bed, feeling as refreshed as if he'd downed 3 ice-cold colas in a row. The munch fruit, Wapol's devil fruit. In Roy's opinion, it was one of the most top-tier fruits in the world. The mechanic of devouring everything and making it one's own, even fusing living beings with objects, or swallowing elemental attacks, it was incredibly strong in every aspect. Of course, its only weakness was having a trash user. According to the original story and movies, this fruit was likely one of the abilities Blackbeard had targeted, but Wapol fled the Drum Kingdom before he could get it. Its price and ability reflected this. Its upgrade cost exceeded even the Slice fruit, making it the most expensive fruit Roy currently possessed. And its awakening ability, devouring other devil fruit users to gain their abilities, albeit weakened, was unique in the entire One Piece world. Of course, that ability wasn't very useful to Roy since he had the fruit encyclopedia. But the key point was, with the Munch fruit, I have everything needed to refine Pluto alloy. Yes, this fruit was the key Roy believed could replace the Mother Flame to complete the alloy smelting. Next, I just need to find enough materials and a suitable buyer. Roy whispered to himself. He already had a preliminary plan for both. But for Roy, the excitement from his trip to Drum Island didn't stop there. What truly surprised him was actually human fruit. Fruit ability allows the user to transform into a human. This fruit, eaten by Chopper, was the real surprise. Normally, this fruit was useless for a human. Its effect was literally, become a human. Before transmigrating, Roy had seen fans jokingly call it the human fruit model commoner. Its price was also very cheap. Roy checked carefully. Even upgrading it to LV5 Awakening only cost 100 million berries. LV5, Fruit Awakening Human Limit. Gain the unique transformation of a Zoan fruit. Achieve the limit of strength and intelligence for a normal human. Maintain human form under any circumstances. This was the key. Combat-wise, this fruit was uniquely trash. For Roy, the only meaningful boost might be to his brain power. But, maintain human form under any circumstances. This trait of the awakened fruit gave Roy a bold idea. Should I try it? Roy muttered, then attempted to activate an ability he had been hesitant to use fully. Daibutsu form, transform. His body began to expand. Unprecedented golden light began to shine from his flesh. He could feel the surge of power within him. Yes, although he had mostly used the Daibutsu fruit for shockwaves, it was a mythical Zoan. Its physical enhancement was no less than an ancient Zoan, perhaps even stronger. VMMM. Just as Roy was about to transform into a giant golden Buddha. Human fruit upgraded, LV1-LV5. Fruit loaded, strong fruit LV3-human fruit LV5. With a thought, the fruit swap was instantaneous. At that exact moment, his body froze. The golden Buddha light stopped flowing. Roy's body stopped expanding, shrinking back to its original size like a deflated balloon. But, I knew it. Feeling the power still coursing through him, Roy's voice grew excited. My strength and body density are still that of the Daibutsu fruits, beast form, the golden Buddha state. But because of the awakened human fruits effect, my body remains in its normal human form. After confirming this, he tested the effects with ancient Zoan and Logia fruits. His conclusion: with human fruit LV5 equipped, he could utilize the full physical stats of Zoan beast/hybrid forms and the comprehensive boosts of Logia fruits while maintaining a human appearance. In other words, even if his hand was heated to the temperature of magma, structurally, it would still look like a human hand. Of course, abilities that fundamentally required non-human structures, like pterosaur wings or Logia elementalization, still couldn't be used in human form. But even so, this was enough to make Roy ecstatic. This fruit meant he could use his abilities much more recklessly without blowing his cover. Nice. Time to go find Teacher Zephyr for a spar. But just as he opened his door, eager to test his new state, Captain X2, he saw Hans and Fal waving at him from below. Both looked extremely excited. Captain, we were just coming to get you. Good news. Roy looked at them quizzically. It's Hannifuda, the two devil fruits that Guy owed us have arrived at Oris Plaza. Roy raised an eyebrow. Oh. As mentioned, Hannifuda's 2 billion berry ransom had already been paid by headquarters upon Roy's return. Roy had given a portion to his men, especially the 2 injured ones, and kept the rest to recover from his spending spree on the Daibutsu and Dordor fruits. Now, Hannifuda had actually delivered the 2 promised fruits so quickly. Roy was pleasantly surprised. Let's go. To the port. Author's note: the Munch fruit eating ability users is from the movie. While the Drum Island movie contradicts the canon, it is an official movie, so I'm counting it as part of the setting. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. 64, Chapter 64, I Thought of Something Happy. Chapter 64, I Thought of Something Happy. Oris Port. Located directly in front of Oris Plaza, this was the largest port at Marineford and the main harbor for Marine headquarters. When Roy, Hans, and Fal arrived at the designated berth, they saw a ship docked there. Flying the flag of a cross within a circle, it was a world government vessel. "Captain, are you sure you won't eat a fruit?" Hans asked nervously from behind Roy, with Fal close beside him. "Of course." Roy's expression didn't change. "I have no interest in devil fruits." Hearing this, Hans and Fal looked at him with reverence, clearly admiring his strong mindset. But at the same time, they were visibly excited. Knowing that 2 devil fruits were coming to the unit, they had already held an internal competition to decide who would get them. And it had to be said, while Fal and Hans were usually the comic relief duo who slacked off, their strength within the detention unit was actually quite decent. So in the end, the right to consume these 2 fruits fell to them. "When you see the government officials, look sharp. Don't embarrass us. And let me see the fruits first. They're rare items." Roy glanced at them and gave this simple instruction. He had no intention of breaking his non-ability user persona, and he did intend to give the fruits to them. After all, he could acquire the abilities whether he ate them or not. The problem was, for ordinary people, eating a devil fruit was like opening a blind box. While most fruits had some use, there were definitely trash abilities out there. But Roy wasn't ordinary people. With the Fruit Encyclopedia, he could know exactly what the fruits did. Hans and Fal were his subordinates, so he felt responsible for them. If the abilities were truly weak, he would find an excuse to stop them from eating. "Yes, sir." X2. Hans and Fal agreed immediately. Soon, they arrived in front of the world government ship. After identifying themselves, a soldier on board nodded. "Major Roy, your cargo is here. I'll go confirm with the 2 officers in charge of the escort." He was very enthusiastic, looking at Roy with admiration. Roy knew without asking this was definitely the result of the recent world government propaganda. "No need. We're right here." Before the soldier could finish, a voice interrupted him. 2 men walked out of the ship's cabin. Both wore black suits. One had a pigeon on his shoulder, the other wore a square-nosed Tengu mask, though it was just his face. "I didn't expect to see the favorite for the Triforce demonstration as soon as we arrived at Marineford." The square-nosed man laughed. "I recognize Major Roy, of course. Please take the cargo. We were just escorting it on the way. No need for complicated procedures." With that, he greeted the man with the pigeon, and the 2 walked off the ship together. "Captain, those 2 look like CP9. Fal whispered, judging by their attire. "Roy. You think?" He recognized them instantly. The pigeon and the old man speech pattern referring to oneself as washi were dead giveaways. These 2 CP9 agents were the ones previously undercover in Water 7, Rob Lucci and Kaku. I remember these 2 were summoned to participate in the Triforce demonstration. As Roy pondered this, he noticed something else and his expression grew subtle. But before he could ask, the soldier handed him 2 boxes. "Major, these are the 2 devil fruits provided by Lizard King Hannifuda." As he spoke, the voice of the Fruit Encyclopedia rang in Roy's ear. "Unclaimed devil fruits discovered. Confirmed devil fruits, Paramecia fresh fruit, and Paramecia munch fruit." Wait, no, check text. Correction, the raw text says fresh and full Saturday through Saturday. Confirmed devil fruits, Paramecia fresh fruit, and Paramecia full fruit. Can be analyzed and saved to Fruit Encyclopedia. Please touch the fruits to complete analysis. Hearing the voice, Roy naturally didn't touch the fruits directly. If they disappeared in front of everyone, he'd never be able to explain it. Instead, he looked at the detailed descriptions. Paramecia fresh fruit. Fruit ability can store items inside the body and freeze their state, keeping them permanently fresh. LV3 can store meat, water, vegetables, and items inside the body, maintaining their state from the moment of entry. Storage capacity up to 30x body weight. Requires 500 million berries for permanent unlock. LV4 Fruit Deep Dive Development. Can store non-hostile living beings inside the body. Requires 1.5 billion berries for permanent unlock. LV5 Fruit Awakening Fresh Domain. Can revert nearby aged or rotting meat, water, vegetables, and biological corpses to a fresh state. Requires 8 billion berries for permanent unlock. This was the first fruit. And the second. Paramecia Full Fruit. Fruit ability can gain immense strength and vitality by eating. LV3 Eating grants powerful strength and heals injuries. Strength and healing speed depend on the level of fullness. Requires 500 million berries for permanent unlock. LV4 Fruit Deep Dive Development. Can consume a massive amount of food in a short time to temporarily gain strength beyond limits. Requires 1.5 billion berries for permanent unlock. LV5 Fruit Awakening Gluttonous Human. Ability affects the surrounding environment, devouring all edible items and even microorganisms nearby. As long as there is food nearby, the user will not be injured or tired. Both of these are pretty good, Roy was surprised. Yes, the effects were unexpectedly solid. First, the fresh fruit. Its preservation ability was invaluable for long voyages. And at higher levels, it even had spatial storage properties, allowing living beings to be stored. It was a top-tier support fruit with significant strategic value. The second, the full fruit, or Saturday through Saturday fruit, was a combat buff fruit. Eating to gain strength and vitality, considering a certain Nika who hadn't set sail yet had similar traits. Maybe I should call this the human fruit model, Big Nika. Roy muttered internally. But clearly, this fruit was practical. And these two fruits make a perfect combo. One stores food perfectly, the other eats food for power. It was a great match. The only problem was, you two, do you both want combat-enhancing fruits? Roy asked Fal and Hans tentatively. Of course. X2. But I know that support fruits can actually be quite good. No. X2. Are you sure you want to eat? We want to eat. X2. Seeing their determination, Roy put on a show-watching expression. He let them choose a box each and handed them over. All right. Go to the side, eat them, and compare your abilities. Hans and Fal nodded, walked aside, opened the boxes, and swallowed the fruits without hesitation. And then, my ability is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why is it like this? First came Fal's wail of despair. Oh, looks like your ability isn't very strong, brother Fal. Come, let Sergeant Major Hans teach you what a true powerhouse is. Then came Hans's triumphant laughter. But not long after. What did you say? Your ability is keeping food fresh. Brother Fal, and no. Godfather. I was wrong just now. Can we make peace? Now, are you joking? Listening to the noise behind him, Roy smiled and turned back to the world government ship. Brother, what's your name? He looked at the enthusiastic soldier from earlier. Major Roy. I'm Arnold, seaman apprentice of the World Government Cargo Escort Guard. The soldier saluted excitedly. At ease, Roy returned the salute, then asked curiously. I wanted to ask, I noticed a lot of ships in the port, and those two CP9 agents. He pointed around. As he said, Roy had noticed since arriving that Oris port was much busier than usual. And looking closely, many weren't marine ships. You don't know, Major? Oh, I understand, you must have been busy training. Arnold realized. As you can see, these ships and those two officers are here for the Triforce demonstration. Although there's still some time before it starts, since the participants are from various government branches, everyone except the Marines is arriving early to train. He explained concisely. I see. Roy nodded, realizing the world government really was taking this seriously. Arnold continued to introduce the ships enthusiastically. Look, Major, that ship belongs to the National Guard, carrying elites from member nations. That one is the Sky Guard ship, from the High West. As a basic guard, he had seen a lot. Roy nodded along, but his attention was drawn to a few other ships. Those are. Even among the many ships, these stood out. One was shaped like an albatross, carrying a massive transponder snail. Another looked like a freighter, piled high with crates of all sizes. Oh, the one with the giant snail is the World Economic Newspaper live broadcast ship. The other is a transport ship from the Gyberson Ocean Shipping Company. It's carrying supplies for the demonstration, provided by the Dufeld Corporation. Arnold said casually. I thought so. Roy narrowed his eyes. World Economic Newspaper, owned by Big News Morgans, Emperor of the Underworld. Gyberson Ocean Shipping, owned by Concealment Master, Gyberson, Emperor of the Underworld. Dufeld Corporation, owned by Lone Shark King, Dufeld, Emperor of the Underworld. This is the world for you, Roy whispered in his heart. The 6 emperors of the underworld, each monopolizing an illegal industry with immense power. Media manipulation, smuggling, usury, their wealth came from sin. But clearly, the world government didn't care. Just like how they knew Joker was Warlord Doflamingo but let him be. As long as it ensured their rule, sin wasn't sin. And if it threatened their rule, justice wasn't justice. Just like now, the Triforce demonstration, symbolizing the world government and the Marines, was being funded and prepared by these people. How ridiculous. Then I guess that ship belongs to the Drug Peklo Company. Roy looked at another ship. Its prow was shaped like a scythe. Arnold nodded. You guessed right. Peklo Company has medicines from all over the world. They volunteered to provide medical supplies for the demonstration. He lowered his voice. And you know, they also handle funerals. The demonstration is dangerous, after all. His answer confirmed Roy's guess. Drug Peklo Company, owned by Major Undertaker, Drug Peklo, Emperor of the Underworld. This dark emperor monopolized fields related to death, funerals, drugs, and assassination. He was rumored to be the king of assassins, the Shadow King. Almost all known assassins in the world were under his protection, but also bound by his rules. The king of assassins, huh? But right now, a smile appeared on Roy's face. Major. Seeing Roy's expression, Arnold was confused. Is something wrong? For some reason, Roy's smile felt a little evil. No, nothing. Hearing Arnold's question, Roy coughed twice. I just thought of something happy. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 65, Chapter 65, Special Grade Assassin. I'm probably 100 times stronger than him. Chapter 65, Special Grade Assassin. I'm probably 100 times stronger than him. In fact, with the world government ruling the world for 800 years. Except for the mysterious final island, Laugh Tale, which only the Pirate King had ever set foot on. Almost all other natural islands were recorded in various nautical charts to some extent. Even the final island of the Grand Line, Lodestar Island, was no exception. But there were always exceptions. There were always some islands erased from all charts for various reasons, making them impossible for people in the normal world to find. Most of these islands belonged to the dark underworld, engaged in illegal industries. Like this island floating somewhere in the Grand Line, shaped like a coffin. Coffin Island. That was its name. In the center of the island was a bustling town. The entrance to the town featured a grotesque, smiling face wearing a clown mask with hair like a lion's mane. Submission. This is the head of the mob boss from the Vought Kingdom, as per the contract. Inside a tavern in the town, an assassin wearing a hood and sporting a purple beard tossed a blood-stained package onto the counter. Understood. Please wait for verification. Behind the counter was a lady wearing a spider mask. The words, Drug Peklo, were visible on her hairband. Beside her, several masked guards picked up the package and began to inspect it. A moment later. Identity confirmed. The lady nodded with a smile, then picked up a ledger. Assassin codename, Purple Beard. Current rank, Gold. This mission is worth 10 points. The reward is 1 million berries. Cash or transfer? Hearing this, the assassin looked annoyed. Transfer. And my codename is Purple Whiskers. Miss Spider, haven't you corrected it yet? I apologize. Once a codename is registered, it cannot be changed unless you are a Diamond rank special grade assassin. Diamond. Purple Whiskers became even more annoyed. How could I possibly reach that rank? The last person to be promoted to Diamond was Dasbone from the West Blue a few years ago, right? He shouted discontentedly, attracting the attention of others in the tavern. Rules are rules. And please, do not shout in the House of Death. Miss Spider remained polite, but her tone had turned cold. Or do you have a problem with the rules set by the Major Undertaker? This. Purple Whiskers didn't dare speak again. He knew the consequences. This was Assassin Town, built by Drug Peklo, the Major Undertaker. Elite assassins from all over the world could come here to take contracts and earn commissions. But they also had to follow the rules here. Just then, bang, the tavern door burst open. A person wearing a rat mask walked in. A sea beast head mask. Another rookie with a death wish. In the tavern, many assassins looked at the figure. Noticing the mask was a common South Blue souvenir, disdain appeared in their eyes. True, wearing a mask here wasn't strange. In their line of work, hiding one's identity was paramount. But the sea beast head mask was special. Recently, the organization known as the Zodiac had gained fame across the seas. Stealing the celestial tribute and killing a warlord had thrust them into the global spotlight. It was no secret that their members wore sea beast head masks. Naturally, anyone wearing such a mask now would draw attention. Instead of hiding one's identity, it did the opposite. So to these assassins, wearing that mask meant the person was inevitably a rookie, and an idiot at that. The figure in the rat mask walked to the counter. I'm here to take a contract. He spoke openly, without hiding his intent. Of course. Please state your codename. I will arrange a suitable commission based on your rank, Miss Spider said with a smile. No, I don't need you to arrange a commission. I want to choose my own target and specify my own reward. Hearing this, the assassins confirmed their earlier guess. Kid, you're a rookie, right? Purple Whiskers spoke up directly. Specifying the target and choosing the reward? Only a diamond rank special grade assassin has the right to do that. Diamond rank. The rat mask seemed genuinely unaware. You dared to come to Coffin Island without knowing that. Who gave you the coordinates? Purple Whiskers seemed surprisingly willing to mentor a newbie. Assassins here are ranked by points: white jade, gold, crystal, diamond, and the highest, seastone. To become a diamond rank, you need 1,000 points. That means a cumulative assassination value of over 100 million berries. A rookie like you should just register a codename first. He spoke eloquently, but halfway through, the rookie interrupted him. I heard you mention Dasbone earlier. He was a diamond rank assassin. That's right. Purple Whiskers nodded. Dasbone successfully assassinated a marquis in the West Blue, earning his promotion to diamond. It was a legend in the industry. Then there's no problem. The rat mask said softly. If he was a special grade assassin, I'm probably 100 times stronger than him. At these words, some assassins were about to burst into laughter. Is this rookie drunk? What kind of nonsense? But they couldn't finish their sentence. Because in the next moment, they saw the rat mask raise his hand. He reached into thin air and pulled out 3 blood-stained bundles. If we're talking 100 million berries value, this is the head of the King of the Drum Kingdom, a world government member nation. He tossed one bundle onto the counter. Before Miss Spider could speak, he added, if that's not enough, here are 2 more. He tossed the other 2. These are Bluno and Fukura, agents of the World Government's Intelligence Organization, CP9. I'm not sure how much their heads are worth here, but the total value should exceed 100 million, right? Silence fell over the tavern again. But this time, no one dared to laugh. Hey, you're kidding, right? The Drum Kingdom? That medical superpower. CP9 agents were killed. Impossible, right? Even the whispers sounded harsh in the quiet room. Gulp. Purple Whiskers was trembling. He swallowed hard, looking at the rat mask beside him. His reason told him this was impossible. Assassins were vicious executioners, but ultimately, they took jobs to make money, not to die. Assassinating a world government member king? Any assassin who dared to do that would be marked as a top priority criminal by the world government, with a bounty easily exceeding 100 million. Except for those lunatics in the Revolutionary Army, who would do such a thing. As for CP9 heads, that was even more ridiculous. Everyone knew CP9 agents were top-tier assassins themselves. And killing agents of a direct government organization was basically slapping the world government in the face. So Purple Whiskers didn't dare to believe it. But his intuition told him the guy was telling the truth. And in that moment, a terrifying guess instinctively rose in his mind. This guy was wearing a sea beast head mask. If he wasn't a rookie, but a powerhouse who dared to and could kill CP9 agents and a king, then didn't that mean he was likely? Also, Mr. Purple Whiskers here said I should register a codename. Please register me. My codename is Nezumi Rat. A real member of the Zodiac. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 66, Chapter 66, Even Dark Emperors are just part of the rules. Chapter 66, Even Dark Emperors are just part of the rules. It wasn't just the assassins who were stunned into silence. In the tavern, the one most terrified was actually Miss Spider. Unlike the other assassins present, Miss Spider, as the owner of the House of Death tavern and manager of Assassin Town, was a true confidant of the Major Undertaker, Drug Peklo, one of the emperors of the underworld. Naturally, she possessed a wealth of information. Those are indeed CP9 documents, and she couldn't confirm the identities of Bluno and Fukura directly, but she recognized the unique world government and CP9 markings on the documents Nezumi had produced. More importantly, that head really is King Wapol. She recognized Wapol. Unlike the secret of CP9 agents, the faces of world government member nation kings were no secret, so she was almost certain. What this man says is likely true, and his identity. The third member of the Zodiac, Nezumi Rat, had appeared on Coffin Island. I must report this to Lord Peklo immediately. Miss Spider thought frantically. Then, she heard Nezumi speak. Miss, can I post my contract now? She instinctively looked up, meeting the slightly indifferent gaze beneath the rat mask. Miss Spider felt a cold sweat break out all over her body. Her instincts, honed by years of dealing with killers, screamed at her. If she dared to refuse, she would die. Of course. She managed to say with difficulty. You may post your contract and specify your desired payment, then wait for a client to accept. This was a privilege reserved for truly top-tier assassins. They didn't seek jobs, clients sought them. Very good. Nezumi said softly. Then, please post this for me. I will accept assassination contracts for only one type of target, kings and nobles who oppress their people or engage in human trafficking. Tyrannical rulers who commit such injustices, whether they are members of the world government or not, as long as they fit the criteria, I will take their heads. After speaking, he raised his hand and produced a piece of paper. As for my fee, 200 million berries per contract. However, if the client can provide any of the metals on this list, each metal will deduct 30 million berries from the fee. Of course, I only need one portion of each metal. With that, he handed the list directly to Miss Spider. The entire tavern fell dead silent again. Crazy. Almost every assassin present, including Miss Spider, had the same thought. Kings, nobles, or to use another word, rulers. Tyrants like the ones Nezumi described naturally had countless enemies who wanted them dead. But no one had ever dared to openly put a price on their heads like this. Because rulers represented power. They represented the order of the world. What Nezumi was proposing was essentially challenging that order single-handedly. Did he not know how dangerous posting such a contract would be? Once his whereabouts were exposed, he wouldn't just face the world government or the Marines, he would face other assassins hired by those kings. Is this guy insane? Even these bloodthirsty killers couldn't find another word to describe Nezumi. But under the rat mask, Roy's expression was calm. Posting this contract was something he had planned long ago. He had learned the coordinates of Coffin Island from Mr. One of Baroque Works. And after learning about the Pluto alloy from Vegapunk's lab, he knew he had to come here. Obtaining the 19 rare metals needed to refine the alloy through normal means would take too much time. Instead of searching for them one by one, it was far better to post a contract and use the channels of the underworld to have them delivered to him. Besides, after collecting the metals and refining the Pluto alloy, I need a qualified buyer. This was the key reason Roy posted this specific contract. Pluto alloy was a top-tier strategic resource. There were only a handful of powers in the world qualified and wealthy enough to buy it. Sell it to the world government so they could enslave people more easily, or sell it to Kaido so he could drag the world into war. Roy wouldn't consider such things. But coincidentally, among the potential buyers, there was one who perfectly fit the criteria for trustworthiness, strength, and urgent need for the alloy. The content of the contract Roy posted was tailored specifically for them. He was certain that as long as he posted and executed this contract, they would eventually come to him. As for the assassin's worries about retaliation from kings or pursuit by the world government, Roy didn't care at all. The nature of Nezumi's abilities meant that as long as Roy didn't want to be found, he wouldn't be found. Besides, when the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. Doesn't the assassin world have a big brother? Well, Miss Spider. Nezumi looked at Miss Spider. I've posted the contract according to the rules set by the Major Undertaker. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Or are you saying, the rules of the Major Undertaker, no, the rules of the underground world, aren't that important? He asked softly. Miss Spider fell silent. She knew that if Nezumi's contract went live, the consequences would be immense. Consequences that even Major Undertaker, Drug Peklo would find troublesome. But as Nezumi said, in the underground world, rules were rules. The 6 emperors of the underworld ruled this lawless world by setting these rules. But these rules bound them as well. Big News Morgans controlled public opinion, manipulating the world with truth and lies for his own ends. But in exchange, he had to ensure he wasn't completely controlled by the world government. He had to publish certain news, even if it meant opposing the government. Concealment Master, Giberson's warehouses were filled with contraband, and clients paid a heavy price for his storage services. But in exchange, he had to guarantee the absolute safety and secrecy of those goods. And, Major Undertaker, Drug Peklo was the same. He was the king of assassins, monopolizing the assassination industry and forcing killers to follow his rules. But in exchange, he had to protect the assassins according to the rules, hide their information, and post their contracts. Even the emperors of the underworld were just part of the rules. If they dared to break the rules, the order of the underworld would collapse, and their thrones would be overturned in an instant. Just like now. Every assassin's gaze was fixed on Miss Spider. Miss Spider knew she had no choice. Peklo's rules could not be broken, at least, not openly. She took out a transponder snail. Your contract will be posted tomorrow. This is your dedicated message snail. It cannot make calls or be tapped. It will only receive text messages notifying you of the time and place to meet a client when one appears. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 67, Chapter 67, Big MOM? I'll take this job. Chapter 67, Big MOM? I'll take this job. A few days later. As expected, when word of the Major Undertaker's new contract and the events in Assassin Town spread through the underworld via various channels, the entire underground shook. Even among outlaws, no one had ever imagined something like this. The Zodiac. So far, only 3 members had appeared. The first robbed the celestial tribute of the Nicemayor Kingdom. The second killed Warlord Crocodile. And now, the third member, Nezumi, had appeared, openly accepting contracts to assassinate kings and nobles, treating their heads as merchandise. Who founded this organization? What are they trying to do? Countless people asked themselves these questions. Some began to search for clues in the details of the contract. 19 types of metal ores. This definitely isn't for one person. Is Nezumi collecting them for his organization? This clue shocked many. Compared to a mysterious organization with no known motives, an organization with a clear purpose and active operations was far more concerning. Why is the Zodiac collecting these? To forge weapons. With so many types of ore, are they making an alloy? I asked my smiths. They said smelting these 19 ores together is impossible with current technology. Such discussions were endless. But more factions were closely watching the event itself. Although Major Undertaker, Drug Peklo upheld his rules, preventing anyone from prying into the details, everyone knew change was coming. Openly putting a price on kings and nobles. If this actually happened, it couldn't be hidden. So now, there was only one question. Will he really come? Sea breeze blew sand against the makeshift houses of canvas and wood. This was a nameless, deserted island. The village was small, housing no more than 50 people. Right now, the villagers were gathered at the entrance. They were all thin and sallow, their clothes ragged. The sound of coughing, cough, 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 echoed constantly from the crowd. The one asking the question was a young villager. It's been 7 years, no one, cough, no one has ever been willing to help us. He was clearly doubtful. Don't worry, Turner. Another man spoke up. Didn't the transponder snail say the message was delivered? He will come. Others refused because they were afraid, but this is the Zodiac, cough. An organization that kills warlords easily. He wasn't very old, maybe in his 30s. He wore a simple, rusty pendant on his wrist and seemed to be the leader. Hearing this, the restless crowd settled slightly. But Abel, even if they killed a warlord, we, cough. The young man named Turner seemed anxious, coughing so hard it sounded like he'd hack up a lung. Abel patted his back. Relax. He'll definitely come. But if one looked closely, Abel's eyes were also filled with worry. They had contacted him via the snail. But they knew nothing about Nezumi. Whether he would come, whether he would accept their request. Abel had no confidence. But after 7 years of rejection, he knew. He is our only hope. As Abel whispered this, he caught something in his peripheral vision. On the beach nearby, a figure was standing there. Sunlight glinted off the rat mask, making it look alive. Abel hadn't seen him arrive. He was sure the beach was empty just a moment ago. But that didn't matter. Are you the clients? Nezumi looked at the ragged villagers in confusion. Since posting the contract, no one had contacted him for days. He wasn't surprised. Assassinating kings was a big deal. Potential clients would naturally be cautious. He had been prepared to wait longer. But yesterday, he suddenly received his first order. Following the code in the order, he came here, and saw this group. They reminded him of the slaves from the Nice Mayor Kingdom, the ones currently living with Yuji. Nezumi wondered if he had the wrong place. But, yes. Hearing his question, Abel nodded furiously. Lord Nezumi, we sent the request. He spoke respectfully. Please, come into the village. Nezumi had no objections. He followed them into a house. The house had clearly been cleaned beforehand, though still dilapidated. It was tidy. Nezumi declined tea and got straight to the point. Speak. Who are you? Who do you want dead? His directness startled Abel. But he adapted quickly, dropping the pleasantries. We are rebels from Candied Fruit Island. We fled here. Rebels. Nezumi looked at the villagers outside, listening to the endless coughing. I wouldn't say old and weak, but sickly is definitely accurate. These civilians can barely walk. And they call themselves rebels. Yes. Abel took a deep breath. Then, in a trembling voice, he told their story. They came from Candied Fruit Island, in the North Blue, home to the Caramello Kingdom. Thanks to the island's fruits, sweet springs, and high-quality honey, life was good. The late King Caramello II was even preparing to apply for world government membership. Nezumi was surprised. Joining the world government wasn't easy. The application fee alone was exorbitant, the heavenly tribute. If the previous king could consider it, the small island nation must have been wealthy. But King Caramello II died suddenly 8 years ago, before his plan could succeed. His son, Caramello III, took the throne. Abel clenched his fist. That was the beginning of the nightmare. Caramello III wasn't ambitious like his father. He thought paying the heavenly tribute to join the world government was a waste of money. Normally, that wouldn't be wrong. But, to gain protection and status, he secretly allied with Big Mom. Hearing this, Nezumi was stunned. Big Mom. He frowned. Isn't your island in the North Blue? Everyone knew the 4 emperors ruled the New World. The 4 blues and the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, were mostly under marine control. Of course, the emperors had the power to enter these seas. Red-haired Shanks visited the East Blue. Whitebeard returned to Paradise. But crossing the calm belt or facing the Marines carried risks. For a normal North Blue island to ally with Big Mom, that didn't sound normal. What value did such an enclave have for her? Abel gave the answer. It's because of our specialty. Rainbow candied fruit. He looked pained mentioning it. It was a delicacy invented by our first king, made by boiling syrup from our sweet springs with special minerals. Its taste is unmatched. King Caramello II planned to use it to join the world government. But Caramello III, that bastard, presented the recipe to Big Mom and won her favor. Nezumi understood. Each emperor had an obsession. Kaito loved war. Whitebeard loved family. Shanks loved face. And Big Mom was obsessed with food, especially sweets. If the rainbow candied fruit was truly unparalleled, Big Mom would invade another emperor's territory to get it, let alone the North Blue. So establishing a connection for it wasn't strange. Big Mom protected the island, gave Caramello III wealth, and even stationed a squad of homie soldiers there. Clearly, Caramello III got what he wanted. Homies, special lifeforms created by Big Mom's soul fruit. With their protection, Candied Fruit Island was safe. But for the citizens, it was hell. Making rainbow candied fruit requires extremely high-temperature furnaces to burn the minerals and fuel, and constant stirring. Before, we only made a few jars a year. But Big Mom demanded a shipment every year. This was the origin of the refugees. Big Mom didn't care about pollution. Caramello III built massive syrup furnaces, and the citizens became slaves to keep them running. The fumes from the furnaces were toxic. Many died. Those with weaker bodies didn't last 6 months. And, cough, those of us who survived are all sick. Abel ground his teeth. We gathered people and rebelled, but we were easily crushed. Only about 30 of us escaped to here. Hearing this, Nezumi asked softly, "You want to save your homeland?" But Abel shook his head. "No, Candied Fruit Island is already destroyed." His eyes turned red. "We just want to hire someone to kill that tyrant. We just want him dead." Nezumi was silent for a moment. "You know my price. 200 million berries, or the 19 medals. Can you pay?" "Yes. Of course." Abel didn't hesitate. "We've saved every berry we could for 7 years, working on nearby islands. We have just over 200 million. We'll give it all to you." His voice was loud, like a drowning man clutching a straw. "And the medals on your list, we don't have them, but we know where they are," he said grimly. The materials Big Mom gave Caramello III to build the furnaces included fire charcoal steel and farada crystal. I was drafted to build them. I'm certain. He held his breath, looking at Nezumi. His heart felt like it had stopped. For 7 years, no one dared accept their request. He knew why. Back in the North Blue, they didn't understand what Big Mom was. But after 7 years of struggling, they knew what a for emperor meant. A monster. An emperor of the sea. A calamity not to be provoked. Killing a king protected by Big Mom was too risky for anyone. Nezumi looked at Abel. He saw the rusty pendant on Abel's wrist. It held a yellowed photo. A young Abel stood next to a middle-aged woman wearing a blue gem necklace. They looked alike, mother and son. But Nezumi hadn't seen that woman in the crowd. The answer was obvious. "Since you have the commission fee." Nezumi gave his answer. "Then, as you wish. I'll take this job. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 68, Chapter 68, Sweet Commander Snack. Chapter 68, Sweet Commander Snack. North Blue, Candied Fruit Island, Caramello Kingdom. Roar. Across the island, massive furnaces burned day and night. A scent so sweet it was cloying permeated the entire island. In the villages, farmland had withered from neglect. But around the numerous giant furnaces, conscripted civilians numbly stirred the syrup flowing inside. Beside them, strange creatures supervised their work. They were soldiers that looked like chess pieces, holding various weapons. Homies. Soul-infused creatures created by Big Mom's ability. If any civilian collapsed, the homies immediately dragged them away. No one resisted. After years of torment, everyone's bodies were at their limit. Let alone fighting, the racking coughs that sounded like lungs being hacked up suggested that any one of them might not wake up the next morning. Just as Abel said, the Candied Fruit Island of his memories was gone. Only death, poverty, and despair remained. But on this island of despair, there was a pure land, completely out of place with the rest. A magnificent, golden palace. It was the only place on the island without furnaces, filled with fresh vegetation and separated from the outside by a massive isolation curtain. Currently, a ship was docked in the royal port behind the palace, connecting to the open sea. The ship's prow was a giant fried shrimp, and strange circular dots decorated the hull. The main sail read Minister of Fries. And on the mast flew a Jolly Roger wearing a cowboy hat and exaggerated lipstick. Big Mom's flag. Lord Snack, you're finally here. Please, follow me. Escorted by a group of homey soldiers. A short, ugly man wearing a crown welcomed the ship. He led the esteemed guest into the palace, fawning, I've prepared the best snacks and beauties. You must stay a few days this time. Can't do that, Caramello. Behind him, a tall, obese man with a gourd-like topknot and a massive katana on his back spoke. Mama has given the order, her birthday tea party this year must be grand. The chef started prepping ingredients months ago. I have to bring the rainbow candied fruit back immediately. No time to stay. Also, a giant prince proposed to my sister. Mama is arranging the wedding for next year, so next year, your tribute of rainbow candied fruit must double. He spoke bluntly to Caramello 3. Double. Caramello 3's eyes bulged in disbelief. But Lord Snack, I told you last year, the mudlegs on the island are dying off. Increasing production now is almost impossible. He stopped halfway, feeling Snack's gaze on him. That's your problem, Caramello. Snack looked at him calmly. Why do you think Mama agreed to protect you? Do you know how many resources Toto Land uses every year to keep the Marines off your back and smooth out your business channels? Mama doesn't care how much money you make using our flag, but... He grinned, gripping the massive sword on his back, his eyes locking onto Caramello. If you don't deliver the rainbow candied fruit. Shing. In an instant, his sword was drawn and sheathed. I'll cut you down. As his words fell. Boom. Hundreds of meters behind Caramello 3, several massive pillars inside the palace were sliced cleanly in two. No visible slash wave, no sign of haki. It was as if his sword had cut directly at a distance of hundreds of meters. Gulp. Even though it wasn't the first time seeing Snack's power, Caramello 3 swallowed hard. Why yes. Lord Snack. He stammered fearfully. Snack seemed to understand the carrot and stick approach. However, you've always wanted to join us, haven't you? He pulled out an invitation. This is an invitation to this year's tea party. You can come with me to Toto Land on my ship. He could travel from the New World to the North Blue because his ship had special bellows homies to navigate the calm belt. Caramello didn't have that tech, so he had to hitch a ride. If you can provide double the candied fruit next year and ensure the wedding goes smoothly, I'll put in a good word with Mama. I'll recommend you to become Toto Land's Minister of Candied Fruit. He painted an unrealistic picture. But seeing Caramello 3 eagerly accept the invitation, he clearly believed it. Because he knew who this man was. Not just a regular member of the Big MOM Pirates, but a top executive, one of the Forsweet commanders, Charlotte Snack. This made him instantly forget his fear and resolve to complete the mission. Double the workload for those mudlegs. Even if they all die, it doesn't matter. I can buy slaves with my own money. As long as I become the Minister of Candied Fruit, and a true pirate nation under the Big MOM Pirates, with the Emperor's name, my profits will double. He thought greedily. Soon, the two entered the inner palace. Skipping the reception room, they went straight to the corridor on the top floor. Behind an oil painting lay Caramello 3's vault. Click. Caramello 3 opened it without hesitation. A mouth-watering fragrance and a blinding golden light spilled out. The vault contained a mountain of treasure. But ironically, stored even more carefully than the gold, in exquisite boxes, were jars of glowing, rainbow-colored candied fruit. Caramello 3 didn't feel ashamed. Rainbow candied fruit was expensive, sure. But as a tribute to Big MOM, its value far exceeded its price. If the gold was stolen, he could earn it back. If the candied fruit was stolen, his head would roll. Slice. A sharp sound suddenly rang in Caramello 3's ear. Not being a fighter, he didn't react immediately. But a moment later, he knew. He felt a chilling cold at his throat, the touch of a blade. Death was saying hello. I've been cut. Caramello 3 concluded. I'm going to die. But at the same time, shield/guard. Snack's voice rang out. Thud. Caramello 3 fell heavily to the floor. He touched his neck in disbelief, tears and snot streaming down his face. The cold sensation of the blade still lingered on his skin. Why am I not dead? He stammered, realizing his pants were wet. Probably sweat. Of course you're not dead. I blocked the slash. Snack looked at him with disgust. Then, he scanned the surroundings warily. But, trying to kill you right in front of me, the strongest shield. I'm being underestimated. The enemy? Did you kill him? Caramello looked at Snack hopefully. Please, kill him. I'll pay you. Anything. Snack. The face-saving man was silent for a moment. To bypass the homie soldiers and infiltrate here, the enemy must be a highly skilled assassin. Someone like that usually retreats after a failed strike. So I guess he's gone. Feeling that wasn't impressive enough, he added, besides, if he's strong, he surely sensed my power. If he dares to attack again. He didn't finish his sentence. Because the slash came again. But this time. Slice. 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 Countless continuous slashes enveloped not just Caramello 3, but Snack as well. It was as if the hidden assassin was clearly telling Snack. Who the FCK do you think you are? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 69, Chapter 69, I'll let you die a little faster. Chapter 69, I'll let you die a little faster. The ear-piercing sound of cutting filled the air. Ceilings, floors, windowsills, oil paintings, even the treasure in the vault, the entire corridor, the entire palace, erupted with countless slashes. Ah! Caramello 3 screamed in terror and promptly passed out. Judging by the stench, he could no longer pretend his wet pants were from sweat. Beside him, Snack's face was ashen. An ability user. He scanned the countless slashes, identifying their source, hands sprouting from every surface, holding blades. But the problem was, I can't sense him at all. This was what he couldn't understand. As one of the suite commanders, his haki was excellent. Though not on the level of his strongest brother, Katakuri, his observation haki was proficient. Normally, he should be able to roughly pinpoint an attacker's location through their intent and the source of the attack. But now, he felt nothing. It was as if the relentless attacks came from another dimension. But, you think that's enough to stop me? He reached back and grabbed his massive sword. Doesn't matter where you're hiding. I'll just cut everything down. VMMM. Coating his blade in armament haki, he swung. The slash cleaved through everything in its path, except the unconscious Caramello 3 lying on the floor. The corridor walls, and even the palace roof above, were split in two. Rumble. Massive chunks of the building crashed down, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Almost every bit of cover in the corridor was destroyed by that single strike. But, slice. Slice. Snack discovered that even after his destructive slash removed all cover, he still couldn't see the enemy. And the slashes continued. Those arm blades kept sprouting, unrelenting. What the hell is this guy's ability? Snack gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, what the hell is this guy's ability? Inside the pocket dimension, Nezumi was equally confused. He watched Snack and Caramello 3 from the safety of the dimension. The slashes definitely hit. He could clearly see his sky slash, 1,800 blades connecting. As an extension of his body, he could even feel the sensation of the blades cutting their skin. But the problem was, the slashes hit, but caused no damage. Judging by his move name, is it a defensive fruit? Taking 0 damage? That's absurdly broken. Nezumi muttered. Charlotte Snack was a sweet commander, but in the original story, he was defeated off-screen by Urage and stripped of his title before he could even show his abilities. So Nezumi genuinely didn't know what Snack could do. However, despite his confusion, Nezumi didn't panic. Because he would know the fruit ability soon enough. Meanwhile, outside the pocket dimension, it stopped. Snack noticed the slashes had ceased. No more blade arms sprouted. Only the pathetic whimpering of the unconscious Caramello 3 broke the silence. Finally realized it's useless. Snack sneered. cowardly rat. Your ability is perfect for assassination, but against me, the strongest shield, it's useless. On the contrary, if I find you, you're. His threat died in his throat, because at that moment, he saw a figure walk out of thin air at the end of the corridor. A figure wearing a rat mask. Strongest shield. The figure tilted his head, looking at Snack. These days, any random cat or dog dares to call themselves strongest. Nezumi. Seeing the figure, Snack's eyes lit up. Nezumi had made quite a name for himself in the underworld recently. As a high-ranking executive of the Big Mom pirates, Snack had heard of him. Even Big Mom herself had heard the rumors and was quite interested, especially in the Zodiac organization. I see. Someone hired you to kill this idiot. Snack deduced the reason immediately. Then, I'm so lucky. A grin spread across his face. Running into one of the Zodiac's top executives here. He could almost imagine how happy Mama would be when he brought Nezumi back to her. Ha ha ha. Laughing excitedly, he stared at Nezumi and raised his massive sword. Armament haki coated the blade. Then, he swung. Interestingly, the direction and distance of his swing seemed completely off target. It wasn't aimed at Nezumi at all, but, Mark. As the word left his mouth, a sharp slashing sound erupted right next to Nezumi. If one looked closely, they would see a small red dot had appeared on Nezumi's abdomen. Slice. And now, Snack slash, emerged from that red dot out of thin air. You fool. If you stayed hidden, maybe you had a chance, but showing yourself was your biggest mistake. Seeing this, Snack laughed louder. You're the best birthday gift for Mama. Huh. But just as he finished imagining Mama's praise, he realized. No blood sprayed. Nezumi didn't fall. Instead, the masked man just looked at him calmly. I'm impossible. Snack's face changed. He swung his sword again immediately. Mark, ninefold slash. He swung 9 times in rapid succession. 9 slashes erupted from 9 directions, all centered on the red dot on Nezumi's abdomen. But, I see. Nezumi murmured softly. He seemed unconcerned by the deadly slashes converging on him. And the next moment proved he didn't need to be concerned. Because, click. The sound of doors opening echoed in the air. 9 spatial doors opened out of nowhere, swallowing the 9 slashes instantly. They vanished without a trace. This is. Snack's pupils constricted to pinpoints. He couldn't understand. What just happened? Isn't his ability creating slashes? No, wait, his sudden appearance earlier. What is his ability? While Snack stood in disbelief, Nezumi remained calm. Because in Nezumi's vision, the scene was completely different from what Snack saw. He could sense the pocket dimension created by the door fruit. And inside that dimension, countless hands had sprouted. These hands acted like safety locks, surrounding him invisibly. Whenever Snack's slashes approached, a hand would open a door from within the pocket dimension. The slash would fly into the dimension and vanish. That was the source of Snack's shock. It was another application of this clone's ability. Sky/defense, 1000 doors. But clearly, what Nezumi cared about most right now wasn't his clever ability usage. It was Devil Fruit user, Charlotte Snack, discovered. Confirmed Devil Fruit, Paramecia Mark Fruit. Analyzing and saving to, Fruit Encyclopedia. Fruit ability, can mark targets/objects and transfer attacks, hostile or friendly, between marks. Effects by level. LV3, gain full fruit effect. Mark a physical object or living being by touch, creating a mark point. Can transfer all nearby attacks to the vicinity of the mark point. Requires 800 million berries for permanent unlock. LV4, Fruit Deep Dive Development. Can mark targets by sight without physical contact. Number of mark points increased to 2. Max marking range, 1000 meters. Requires 2.2 billion berries for permanent unlock. LV5, Fruit Awakening Giant Mark. No limit on mark points. Max range increased to 5000 meters. Consume stamina continuously. More points consume more stamina. Requires 10.3 billion berries for permanent unlock. Note, once a mark point is selected, it cannot be changed for 5 minutes. Mark points can be discovered and destroyed. If destroyed, cannot remark for 10 minutes. Analysis progress, complete. What, strongest shield? You made it sound so real. You just marked a spot and transferred the damage. Nezumi looked at Snack. And you even gave it a fancy name like Guard to confuse people. You're an embarrassment to all the straightforward brawlers in the pirate world. But after the internal roast, Nezumi's tone turned strange. However, you said meeting me was lucky. Now I think it's the opposite. Me accepting this commission, that was the lucky thing. Under the mask, Roy spoke sincerely. Because Snack's ability wasn't just strong. Roy realized this ability was the final piece of the puzzle needed to complete his next clone. So, as a reward, I'll let you die a little faster. Hearing this, Snack's expression twisted. What the hell have you been talking about since? Nezumi ignored him completely. Click. He reached out and opened another door, stepping back into the pocket dimension. There, several sprouted hands were holding a pair of gloves. The gloves were covered in fragments of yellow pills. And they were writhing, seemingly devouring the fragments. Then, Nezumi picked them up and put them on. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 70, Chapter 70, Goodbye, Mama. I'm sailing away tonight. Chapter 70, Goodbye, Mama. I'm sailing away tonight. Puru puru puru. Puru puru puru. In Charlotte Snack's jacket pocket, the transponder snail rang impatiently. Snack knew that was Big Mom's personal snail. Only hers had the authority to be carried by him at all times. Normally, Snack would have answered immediately to avoid angering Mama. But now, he ran. He ignored the snail, gripping his massive sword tightly. No. Although Nezumi's sudden disappearance looked like an escape, Snack knew better. That man wouldn't run. He recalled what Nezumi said before vanishing. In such a short time, he already figured out my ability. Snack found it incredible. His mark fruit ability was powerful, especially against first-time opponents. The ability to mark targets by sight and launch remote slashes usually left most people bewildered and helpless. Snack had developed this fruit deeply, allowing him to maintain 2 marks simultaneously. In combat, he used 1 mark for defense, the guard point, and 1 mark for offense, the slash point. Ideally, as long as his ability wasn't discovered, most enemies would die without knowing what hit them. The damage transfer ability, in particular, made people believe he had incredible defense. This was the origin of his title, the strongest shield. But in reality, Snack knew his ability had weaknesses. I can feel he's already erased the mark I placed on him. Is he looking for my guard point now? The thought terrified him. If his guard point was erased too, he would face a 10-minute cooldown where he couldn't use his ability at all. Against Nezumi's omnipresent slashes, that meant certain death. He wanted to check on his guard point immediately, but he didn't dare. He feared Nezumi was still hiding nearby. Checking on the guard point would be leading the wolf right to it. My guard point is well hidden, near the southern furnace. He can't find it quickly. 1 more minute. In 1 minute, I can change the guard point's location. Then I'll be safe. He muttered to himself, muscles tense to the limit, scanning for any movement. Even the sunlight filtering from above felt annoyingly bright. Fortunately, a shadow soon blocked some of the light, giving him some relief. Snack suddenly realized something was wrong. He was on the top floor of the palace, the highest point in the Caramello Kingdom. And his slash had just taken the roof off. With no cover, why would the sunlight disappear? And what was casting that shadow? He instinctively looked up, and saw an impossible sight. In the distance, atop the palace walls, a gigantic hand was growing out. A giant. The massive hand instantly reminded Snack of the giants. As a member of the Big Mom pirates, he had seen them before. A hand several meters wide could only belong to a giant. But critically, this hand glowed with a sharp, blade-like light. It's Nezumi's ability, but how is it so huge? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he realized. There wasn't just one hand. Whoosh! Amidst a storm of flower petals, countless gigantic arms sprouted from everywhere in the palace. Each one dwarfed a human. Their mere appearance crushed the surrounding homey soldiers flat. And that wasn't all. If it were just giant-sized blade arms, Snack thought he might handle it. But what happened next horrified him. VMMM. VMMM. The countless giant arms sprouted, then began to merge and overlap. Blade upon blade, arm upon arm. They grew larger and larger until finally, formed from at least 1,000 giant arms. A true behemoth appeared. A colossal arm, larger than even the legendary ancient giants, blotted out the sky above the palace, casting a terrifying shadow. Meanwhile, inside the pocket dimension, Nezumi watched. On his body, a layer of leather armor had spread from his hands, covering him completely. And his body had transformed into that of a true giant. Yes. Just as Nezumi had thought, Chopper's rumble ball could control and alter the transformation wavelengths of Zoan users. Chopper used it to access nearly 10 different forms. Naturally, it worked on the hand of the giant soldier, which was also a fruit user capable of eating. Furthermore, consuming multiple rumble balls not only transforms Zoan users but massively boosts their power. The downside is loss of control and extreme, painful exhaustion afterward. But Nezumi looked at the leather armor covering him and smiled. The hand of the giant soldier is just a pair of gloves. Exhaustion, loss of control. Gloves don't feel pain. This was the origin of his new move. Sky Slash, 1,000-hand giant blade. So that was his plan. Outside the dimension, Snack grit his teeth, staring at the behemoth in the sky. He remembered a conversation he once had. Snack, your ability is strong, but not invincible. That was his brother, Charlotte Katakuri, the strongest in the family besides Mama. Just off the top of my head, I can think of 3 ways to defeat you. First, finding your mark points. That goes without saying. Second, even if they can't find the points, if they have enough stamina to outlast you, you lose when you can't maintain the ability. If you face these 2 types, it means their strength is roughly equal to yours. You might lose, but you can escape. Snack remembered asking with interest, and the third type, Brother Katakuri. The third type. Katakuri looked at him. Snack still remembered the warning in his eyes. Top-tier haki users, or truly powerful ability users, your ability is meaningless before them. The former can negate fruit effects with haki, and the latter won't bother looking for your mark points. They will simply destroy everything. What? Are you talking about yourself or Mama? No, Snack. Not just me or Mama. I'm talking about the true monsters of this sea. Recalling this, Snack watched the behemoth in the sky crash down. Boom. Just the wind pressure obliterated the palace walls. Crack. The whistling sound of the slash roared like thunder. Trees were severed, clouds were split, and birds fell from the sky. Snack finally understood Katakuri's words. With an attack of this range and power, his mark point was meaningless, because even if he transferred the damage, he was still within the attack's blast radius. He couldn't escape. Trembling, Snack took the transponder snail from his pocket. As it connected, a dark female voice came through. You're slow, Snack. Why did it take you so long to pick up? Where is my rainbow candied fruit? It was Big Mom. But for the first time, Snack didn't wait for his mother to finish. Mama. He stared at the falling behemoth, his voice trembling. The Zodiac. Nezumi. This guy is a true monster. Ha. What are you say I? Boom. In the next instant, the snail, Snack, and the entire palace were utterly annihilated by the colossal slash from the heavens. At the same time, New World, Tato Land, Whole Cake Island, click, crush. The sound of the call ending and the snail being crushed happened simultaneously. Mama. In a cute room decorated with pink lace, a massive woman in a bicorn hat laughed. But clearly, judging by her terrifying expression, it wasn't a happy laugh. Mama. Around her, the 3 top-tier homies, Zeus the Thundercloud, Prometheus the Sun, and Napoleon the Bicorn, were nervous. Snack. Ah, looks like he's dead. Charlotte Linlin said. Nezumi, the new member of the Zodiac. Mama. They really have no fear. Boom. As she spoke, intense conqueror's haki and a terrifying aura erupted. The walls shook, decorations cracked silently, and her hair floated wildly. This was the aura of a monster standing at the peak of the world in a rage, daring to kill my son, and more importantly, stealing my rainbow candied fruit. She ground her teeth. A bunch of nobodies from nowhere, don't think you can do this and get away with it. She clearly valued the candied fruit far more than her son, but the homies weren't surprised. That was Charlotte Lin. Find them. I want all the intel on that organization. But what truly alarmed the homies was what happened next. As Big Mom spoke, drool began to drip from her mouth. Hiss. The saliva hit the floor, its potent acidity sizzling and smoking. Mama. The three homies looked at each other, trembling. They recognized the signs. Eating disorder. Rainbow. Candied. Fruit. Quick. Get Prospero. Check the warehouse for spare candied fruit. OW. Mama, don't hit me. It's me. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 71, Chapter 71, The Name of Nezumi Shakes the Seas. Chapter 71, The Name of Nezumi Shakes the Seas. A few days later, on the nameless deserted island, the rebels of Candied Fruit Island were having lunch. Lunch was a generous term. It was a gruel made from the cheapest ingredients they could buy on nearby islands. It tasted terrible. Especially lately, their anxiety and anticipation made it even harder to swallow. Brother Abel, do you think Lord Nezumi can really kill that bastard? Turner asked in a low voice. Abel swallowed his mouthful of gruel. He wanted to say something encouraging, but the words stuck in his throat. Only after Nezumi left did Abel realize he had overlooked a critical issue. This was the time of year when Candied Fruit Island paid its tribute to Big Mom. One of Big Mom's terrifying, sweet commanders will be on the island. If Lord Nezumi runs into him. Abel was extremely worried. If you're talking about Snack, I already ran into him. A sudden voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. Nezumi was standing at the door, as if he had been there all along. Lord Nezumi. Even though he'd seen Nezumi's ghostly movements before, Abel still jumped in surprise. But he recovered quickly. My lord, you're back. Wait, what did you just say? You ran into Snack. Realizing what Nezumi had said, Abel's tone changed instantly. Seeing Nezumi nod, Abel's face drained of blood. Does that mean, you failed? He knew about the sweet commanders. He knew how strong Snack was. So he naturally assumed the mission had failed. And he knew that after a failed assassination attempt, killing Caramello 3 again would be infinitely harder. Just as Abel was falling into despair. Failed. Nezumi seemed to smile. No, the commission is complete. He reached into the air, pulled out a bundle, and tossed it in front of them. The bundle wasn't sealed tightly. Everyone could see a blood-stained crown inside. Silence. Like a volcano about to erupt. Abel opened the bundle with trembling hands. It's him. The first scream broke the silence, and a wave of ecstasy swept through the village. That bastard. He's finally dead. It's the tyrant's head. He did it. Waya, my daughter. Screams and sobs filled the air, but this time, they were cries of joy, not despair. Nezumi stood quietly, not interrupting their celebration. After a long time. Lord Nezumi, thank you. We have waited too long for this day. Wiping tears with his left hand and clutching his pendant with his right, Abel walked up to Nezumi, his voice filled with gratitude. But he was also confused. Didn't you say Snack was on the island? How did you? Abel asked. Judging by his expression, he had almost guessed the answer, but didn't dare believe it. He's dead too, of course. Nezumi calmly stated the fact that was destined to shake the seas. Silence fell again. The rebels stared at Nezumi in disbelief. Dead? Sweet commander. Charlotte Snack. You. Especially seeing Nezumi standing there without a scratch on him. Abel finally grasped the true extent of Nezumi's power. To easily kill a sweet commander and remain unharmed. This, Nezumi, was undoubtedly one of the top powerhouses on the sea. While Abel was stunned into silence. You have confirmed the target's identity. As per the rules, I will now collect my fee. Nezumi's words woke Abel from his stupor. Right. The commission. You're right. Turner, quick. Bring the chests out. He shouted to the crowd. Turner led a few men to a hidden cellar in the village. Soon, they carried out several large chests. The chests were dusty, but inside were stacks of berries. They were neatly arranged, bills of all denominations, some old and some new. Just as Abel had said, the rebels had saved almost every berry they earned over the past 7 years. They lived only for revenge. My lord, this is the fee, a total of 201,030,000 berries. Abel pointed to the chests without hesitation. Please, take it all. It cannot express even a fraction of our gratitude, but it is all we have. We will notify the major undertaker in a few days that the commission is complete. Nezumi didn't hesitate. He snapped his fingers, and the chests vanished into thin air, pulled into the pocket dimension. The rebels showed no reluctance, even though this was their hard-earned savings from 7 years of labor. As Abel said, without Nezumi, they might never have had a chance for revenge. But just then, I'll take the fee I deserve. They heard Nezumi's voice again. But, you are lucky. According to your intel, I found the metals I needed in Caramello 3's vault. Not just 2, but 3 types. According to my rules, anyone who provides one of the 19 metals gets a 30 million berry deduction. So, as Nezumi spoke, jars glowing with rainbow light appeared in front of Abel and the others. It was rainbow candied fruit. They recognized the specialty of their homeland, the source of their nightmare. Caramello 3 had these stored in his vault. Disposing of them is a hassle, but I assume you have channels to sell them. Hearing this, Abel trembled. We do know some black market merchants. You mean? He understood Nezumi's meaning but couldn't believe it. Rainbow candied fruit, being a specialty favored by Big Mom, was extremely valuable in the underworld. This pile was worth at least tens of millions of berries. Enough for them and the remaining survivors of Candied Fruit Island to start a new life. They're yours, as payment for the metals. Nezumi said simply. But I warn you, be careful when selling them. Don't sell too much at once, or you'll attract attention. Abel understood. He looked at Nezumi with concern. My lord, about Big Mom. Yes, Nezumi killed Charlotte Snack. Big Mom would be furious. An emperor's wrath was a calamity for anyone. But to Abel's surprise, Nezumi answered calmly. Yeah, I guess Big Mom is pretty angry. It's probably going to be a big deal. But his tone was flat. I am the Zodiac. Snack answering the snail before dying was a surprise, but ultimately, Nezumi was just a clone. What was there to fear? But to Abel, it sounded different. The Zodiac. He was awestruck. Yes, the Zodiac. An organization that dared to confront the world government directly. Why would a top executive of such an organization fear a mere emperor? Before Abel could continue his hero worship, Nezumi raised his hand again. Also, I found this in the vault. He tossed something to Abel. Abel caught it, looked at it, and froze. It was a blue sapphire pendant. It wasn't exquisite, and the gem quality was average. But Abel would never forget it. Mother. His voice was hoarse. It was his mother's memento. He remembered clearly. She died by the furnace near the sweet spring, and a homie took this pendant. That was the biggest reason he had resolved to get revenge on Caramello 3 at any cost. And now, the hatred ended today, and she had returned to him. Abel looked up in disbelief. But he saw the figure that changed everything already turning away. You overpaid me by over 1 million berries, consider that pendant the change. With that, he vanished. Abel gripped the sapphire pendant tightly. He stared at the spot where the figure vanished, his knuckles turning white. Change? No. This debt wasn't something that could be settled with just words. The Zodiac. Lord Nezumi. He whispered, carving the names into his soul. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Grand Line, an unknown island. On the highest peak in the center of the island, a burly man lay on a deck chair, listening to a subordinate's report. He wore a grotesque clown mask on the upper half of his face. His hair was wild, framing his head like a lion's mane or the flames of the sun. Beside him lay a long scythe and numerous jars containing human organs. Sunlight fell on him, but seemed to be swallowed by him, making the sunny peak feel inexplicably cold and sinister. He was the Major Undertaker, Drug Peklo, killing Charlotte Snack. Nezumi, are those Zodiac guys insane? He ground his teeth as if he wanted to eat someone alive. Interestingly, even in his rage, he remained reclining, turning slightly with the sun. Lord Peklo, what should we do? Big Mom has ordered us to hand over any clues about the Zodiac. The one reporting was none other than Miss Spider from Coffin Island. She sounded anxious. It's said that Charlotte Katakuri has already left Tato land and is coming to demand intel from you. Hearing this, Peklo's rage spiked. Bring me that. He roared, suppressing an urge. Miss Spider paled, quickly selecting a jar containing a heart and handing it to him. Crush. Peklo crushed the jar, glass piercing his glove, blood dripping. But he didn't seem to notice, just enjoying the sensation of squeezing the heart. Squelch. The heart burst. His angry expression relaxed. He lay back down, basking in the sun again. No intel for Big Mom. The rules of the assassin world cannot be broken. His voice was calm but utterly cold. Otherwise, a world without order cannot have a king. Just as Nezumi predicted. To maintain his status as an emperor of the underworld, even facing Big Mom's pressure, Peklo had to hide the intel. Even knowing the losses he would suffer from her wrath. But my lord. Miss Spider hesitated. Speak. Peklo said coldly. About Nezumi, there's one more thing, Peklo had a bad feeling. What about him? He's gone into hiding, right? He asked quickly. He expected Nezumi to lie low after doing something so huge. But, no, he didn't hide. He took another contract. Miss Spider sounded like she was about to cry. Another king assassination. This time, it's a country protected by the deep current. Crash. Miss Spider couldn't finish. With a crisp sound, almost every jar around them shattered. Peklo roared through gritted teeth. What did you say? Clearly, it wasn't just drug Peklo. In the underground world, shocking news traveled instantly. Soon, the entire underworld was in an uproar. Whether it was the factions of the 6 emperors, the Marines, the world government, or smaller organizations. Anyone with ears had heard the intel about Big Mom and Nezumi. The Zodiac's third executive, Nezumi, accepted an assassination contract and successfully killed Caramello III and Sweet Commander Charlotte Snack. Big Mom has ordered a search for the Zodiac in the underworld and on the seas, threatening to send them a special invitation to her tea party. Charlotte Katakuri reportedly confronted the Major Undertaker for intel on Nezumi. A battle ensued after refusal, outcome unknown. Sources say the Caramello Palace was leveled. Analysis of battle traces suggests one combatant was likely a massive giant, possibly even an ancient giant. Explosive news appeared almost daily. Rumors about Nezumi spread like wildfire. Some thought he was a giant, maybe an ancient giant hiding his identity. Some thought he was a human using a devil fruit to achieve giant-like effects. But one thing was confirmed. The members of the Zodiac were insane. First robbing the celestial tribute, then killing a warlord, and now this, openly putting a price on kings was crazy enough, but killing a sweet commander. And even more jaw-dropping. Even under Big Mom's frantic hunt, Nezumi didn't stop. Just a week later, he appeared in another Grand Line Kingdom, killing a king famous for torturing civilians. 3 days after that, he appeared in the West Blue, killing a Duke of the Elusia Kingdom, a world government member nation. Countless kings and nobles placed bounties on Nezumi. Starting bids were 500 million, reaching up to 1 billion berries. But shockingly, no one could catch him. Even when traces were found and the sea area locked down, he escaped. Like a ghost, coming and going without a trace, as if hiding in another world. Especially after he killed a king surrounded by 1,000 guards in broad daylight. Nezumi's fame surpassed Yuji and Ryaji, truly echoing across the seas. Compared to the other two who had gone quiet. An unstoppable assassin who only hunted rulers was far more terrifying to those in power. It was rumored that some kings were already calling for a special agenda on the Zodiac at the next level. Soon, people realized another problem. Nezumi was taking contracts more frequently. Once he proved he could kill a sweet commander and had the resolve to kill kings. The clients who were watching from the shadows began to place orders. But, after so many missions, how many of those 19 medals does he still need? Many remembered Nezumi was collecting medals. Clearly, no one knew the answer. Just as no one knew the answer to the next question. After collecting these medals, what will the Zodiac do next? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. 72, Chapter 72, The Revolutionary Army and the Meeting Point. Chapter 72, The Revolutionary Army and the Meeting Point. While the entire underworld, and even the world at large, was shaken by Nezumi and the Zodiac, they naturally didn't know. Grand Line, a deserted island, finally got them all. Nezumi, the man who caused this huge incident, was sitting inside his pocket dimension, humming a tune and looking at 19 boxes in front of him with satisfaction. Yes, Nezumi was waiting for his current client, while admiring the fruits of his labor, just as some observant people had guessed. After the Candied Fruit Island incident, many who were previously hesitant had decisively placed orders with Nezumi. As a result, he had already collected all 19 metals needed to create the Pluto alloy much faster than he expected. It just went to show that while people didn't dare resist openly, many secretly wished for the downfall of tyrants. Of course, for Nezumi, the mission wasn't over. Not just to earn berries, but more importantly, that buyer is really patient. Nezumi muttered. But just then, he frowned. Outside the pocket dimension, ears sprouted via the flower fruit picked up a sound. And what that voice said was very interesting. It was true. On the shore of the deserted island, a figure had just landed, looking sneaky. It was a man with brown curly hair wearing a black hat. He was hiding in the grass, completely concealed. Yes, leader. I'm on the island. He held a baby transponder snail, whispering into it. I'll try to determine their purpose and contact you after it's done. The snail bore a symbol, a dragon head with wings. Flanking the symbol were the letters, R and A. Almost everyone on the sea knew what those letters meant. Revolutionary Army. The organization that had been fighting the world government for decades, growing stronger, overthrowing dozens of tyrannical nations oppressed by the celestial dragons, and labeled the worst criminal organization by the world government. And the man on the island was a revolutionary army cadre named Bunny Joe. Good. A decisive, steady voice came from the snail. Joe, remember, your safety comes first. If you find you cannot gather intel, abandon the mission immediately. Proceed with the fake commission as planned, and pay them normally afterward. Our primary goal is to understand the purpose of the Zodiac, not to make enemies of them. Any unnecessary risk is to be avoided. Hearing this, Bunny Joe nodded seriously. Yes, leader. He prepared to put away the snail. But just then, I don't really care if your commission is fake or not, but using 200 million berries just for a chance to scout for intel. A sudden voice made Bunny Joe jump, but as a battle-hardened revolutionary, he instantly drew his gun and aimed toward the sound. But, click. The moment his gun left the holster, it was sliced into pieces. At the same time, Bunny Joe felt a blade against his throat. The figure in the rat mask had appeared in front of him, taking the snail from his hand. You're quite generous, Mr. Dragon. The moment the name, Dragon, was spoken. Leader, hang up. Bunny Joe roared, and without hesitation, thrust his neck forward onto the blade. His intent was clear: if he died, the person on the other end would hang up. In such a short time, even if the signal was traced, the specific location couldn't be pinpointed. That way, the leader's location would be safe. Seeing this, Nezumi was surprised by Bunny Joe's decisiveness. The next instant, the blade vanished. Instead, two arms sprouted from thin air, pinning Bunny Joe to the ground. Joe, don't be rash. As Bunny Joe struggled desperately, almost dislocating his own arms, the voice on the other end spoke again. But, leader, can't you see? He has no malicious intent. The identity of the person on the other end was obvious. The founder of the Revolutionary Army, the world's worst criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. I told you before, don't throw your life away so recklessly. That decision must only be made when it is truly worth it. Dragon seemed to have guessed what Bunny Joe just tried to do, and scolded him sternly. After reprimanding his subordinate, the snail's eyes turned to look at Nezumi. Also, thank you for stopping him, Mr. Nezumi. Hearing this, Nezumi seemed curious. You don't seem surprised by my attitude. Although he had read the original story, his understanding of Dragon, the father of the sun god, wasn't deep. Dragon's tone remained steady. If you wanted to eavesdrop or trace my location, you wouldn't have exposed yourself now. Waiting for me to hang up before attacking Joe would have been the better choice. Besides, his words carried a hint of meaning. Although it was just a guess before, I'm fairly certain now, you sent me a meeting invitation long ago, didn't you? Nezumi understood. Yes. From the start, Nezumi's rule of only killing tyrants wasn't just because of Roy's moral compass. It was mainly to attract the Revolutionary Army. As an organization dedicated to overthrowing tyranny, they couldn't possibly ignore someone like Nezumi. They would investigate him, and by extension, the Zodiac. So, as Dragon said, this was an invitation. And now, we are simply here to keep the appointment. Dragon said calmly. Nezumi countered, aren't you afraid this is a trap against you? If a trap against the Revolutionary Army is worth your organization offending the 4 emperors and the world government, practically making enemies of the whole world. The snail grinned, a carefree smile. Then I'd feel my efforts over the years haven't been in vain. Hearing this, Nezumi paused, then laughed. VMMM. He released Bunny Joe and sat casually on a rock. You guessed right, Mr. Dragon. I am here on orders from the leader to meet with the Revolutionary Army. The Zodiac wants to make a deal with you. His concise words silenced the other end of the line. Bunny Joe looked solemn. The rumors are true. Besides the 12 top executives, the Zodiac has a leader. He held his breath, listening intently. He knew if his guess was right, the outcome of this conversation could affect the entire world. On the other end, Dragon was silent for a long time before speaking in a deep voice. I won't ask about your leader for now, but this deal. Does it involve those 19 metals? He got straight to the point. Correct, the deal is for an alloy. Nezumi didn't beat around the bush. Its name is Pluto alloy. As the words fell, Nezumi heard a distinct commotion on the other end. Ouch. Sabo, you hit me. Sorry, Koala. But, Pluto, isn't that? After some rustling, Dragon's voice returned. Pluton, the ancient weapon. His voice carried unprecedented gravity. Yes. Nezumi nodded. This is the alloy used to build Pluton in ancient times. He revealed a bit of the alloy's origin. Actually, he felt there was no need to hide it. The 19 metals might not be hard to find, but the requirement for the eternal flame, or a substitute, meant it was almost impossible for others to replicate. Dragon understood, if Nezumi dared to reveal this, he was confident. So, do you know the location of Pluton? He asked gravely. That information is not part of the deal, Mr. Dragon. Nezumi answered casually. But sometimes, avoiding an answer is an answer in itself. At least, Dragon now had a deeper understanding of the Zodiac's mystery. We need to verify the existence of this alloy before discussing any deal, he said after a pause. Nezumi nodded without hesitation. Of course. Then he added, however, I am only here on the leader's orders to make initial contact and inform you, to avoid accidents. After all, I am an assassin. The forging of Pluto alloy is not my department. So if you are interested in talking, I will give you a specific meeting location. Hearing Nezumi speak so freely, Bunny Joe frowned. Mr. Nezumi, he said seriously. Regarding a meeting location, I'm afraid we haven't established enough trust yet. The nature of the Revolutionary Army meant they couldn't trust easily, let alone go to a location chosen by the other party. If Dragon or other key cadres were captured, it would be a catastrophic loss. But Nezumi wasn't surprised. That's exactly what I'm getting to, he said meaningfully. The Pluto alloy matter is handled by another colleague of mine. Coincidentally, he's heading to the East Blue soon. And according to our intel, the village he is visiting happens to be a place you trust absolutely. His words struck Bunny Joe like thunder. In 1 week, another member of the Zodiac will arrive at Shimatsuki village in the East Blue. We hope you will grace us with your presence then. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 73, Chapter 73, The Zodiac in Shimatsuki Village, in Ashishi. Chapter 73, The Zodiac in Shimatsuki Village, in Ashishi. East Blue, Shimatsuki Village. A clearing outside the village. Shing. The sound of a sword being drawn. Slash. 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 The sound of cutting. A giant boulder suspended in the air was cleanly sliced into 4 pieces by the swordsman in front of it. But strangely, although it was cut into 4, the swordsman had only swung once. He held a sword in each hand, and one in his mouth. He had green hair, wore a white shirt and a green harameke, a bandana tied around his left arm, and 3 gold earrings in his left ear. A look unique across the entire sea. So strong. As expected of Big Brother Zoro's 3-sword style. I want to learn 3-sword style too. He's a monster. Big Brother Zoro might become stronger than Master Koshiro one day. A group of children were cheering around him. They all wore the dojo uniform, with the symbol of 2 crossed swords on the left chest. Ha! Hearing their words, Rorono Zoro sheathed his 3 swords. Listening to the chatter of his juniors, he smiled. He didn't deny the children's claim about being stronger than the master. Even though Koshiro was his teacher, the person he respected most. But, to become the world's greatest swordsman, I have to surpass everyone. His hand subconsciously touched the white-hilt katana at his waist, the Wado Ikemanji. His eyes shone with determination. That was the promise he made to his deceased best friend. But Big Brother Zoro, you're setting sail soon, right? A child asked curiously. Yeah, it's been 8 years since she. It's time to test my sword. Zoro nodded. What are you going to do? Bounty hunter, maybe? Roaming the world, finding strong opponents to fight, that should sharpen my skills. Zoro sounded expectant. Anyone who had trained their swordsmanship bitterly for years would look forward to finally using it. Searching the world for strong opponents? Awesome. Didn't some pirates try to raid us recently? Yeah, the master drove them off, but they said they'd come back, right? Big Brother Zoro, you should go find them first and cut them all down. Some children looked at him with worship, but others were skeptical. Not of Zoro's swordsmanship, but bounty hunter. If it's Big Brother Zoro, he'll definitely get lost, right? Definitely. Absolutely. He might not find his way back for years. Hearing this, Zoro's eyes bulged. Ha, what are you brats saying? How could I possibly? He stopped mid-sentence, his expression turning serious. Because he saw it. At the end of the road on the other side of the village, someone appeared. Zoro could see the figure from a distance. It was a tall man wearing a top hat. And on his face, a strange pig mask. That guy. Zoro's expression darkened. Shimatsuki village wasn't big, outsiders were rare. And Zoro's swordsman instincts told him, that man was no ordinary traveler. You guys stay here. Don't move. Telling the children to stay put, Zoro leaped over the rubble in front of him and walked toward the man. Hey, new face. Not from around here, are you? He grinned at the man. He noticed that, although brief, the man seemed to pause slightly upon seeing him. This made Zoro even more suspicious. Is this guy a partner of the pirates who got chased off recently? You are correct, young man. It is indeed my first time visiting your village. The man in the pig mask spoke politely. I am here to discuss a business deal. Business. Zoro grinned. Where to? I know the village well. Maybe I can take you there. A place called the Ishain Dojo. I have an appointment with the master there, Mr. Shimatsuki Koshiro. Shing. Before the man could finish, Zoro drew his sword. Sorry, pirate. He was almost certain of his judgment. I don't recall my teacher ever doing business with anyone. 2-sword style, hawk wave. He drew and slashed instantly. But if one looked closely, they would see he struck with the back of the blade. Clearly, although he suspected the man was a pirate, he didn't intend to kill without confirmation. But, clang, the back of the blade struck the man's neck easily. Zoro was sure he hit him. He had put his strength into the blow. But the man didn't fall. No, to be precise, Zoro didn't even feel him tremble. Young man, that's not very nice. The next moment, he saw the calm eyes beneath the mask. Attacking a business partner randomly makes business hard to conduct. Also, I think I heard you say you wanted to find strong opponents to fight. It's a good ambition, but... The man gently extended a hand and flicked Zoro's forehead. There are many monsters on this sea. If you draw your sword on everyone you see, you'll die. Boom. Massive force exploded instantly. Zoro felt like he hadn't been flicked by a finger, but hit by a blunt siege weapon. He was sent flying. But, no, I can't fall like this. He forced himself to stay conscious in mid-air and landed on his feet. Thud. As he landed, his hands were already on his other two swords. Haha. His forehead was already purple and swollen, but he didn't care. He didn't know what just happened, didn't know how a casual flick could have such power. But he knew one thing. This guy was strong. So, perfect. I'll test my swords on you. He drew all three blades, biting down on the third. Three-sword style. But just as he was about to attack again, a hand grabbed his shoulder. Zoro. Stop. The familiar voice made Zoro freeze instinctively. He turned around and saw a familiar figure, a man in a gray kimono and round glasses, looking very gentle. Teacher. It was his teacher, the master of the Ishin dojo, Shimatsuki Koshiro. I have been expecting you. My apologies, my disciple is a bit reckless. Thank you for showing mercy. Koshiro ignored Zoro, looking at the pig-masked man and speaking softly. Huh. Zoro was stunned. Then he realized the teacher actually knows him. No, wait. But then, Zoro realized something was wrong. Koshiro's expression was much more serious than usual. In fact, Zoro had never seen him this serious. Clearly, he might know the man, but they definitely weren't friends. At this moment. It's fine, Mr. Koshiro. The man in the pig mask spoke elegantly. I'm here for business, not trouble. He smiled and tipped his top hat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Inashishi Bor. I am a blacksmith. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 74, Chapter 74, If it happens again, I'll have to kill you. Chapter 74, If it happens again, I'll have to kill you. The Zodiac. Inashishi Bor. Even though he had been expecting it. Hearing Inashishi announce his identity, Koshiro still felt a jolt in his heart. It was understandable. In the current era, anyone hearing that the fourth top executive of the Zodiac was at their doorstep would struggle to remain calm. I see, Mr. Inashishi. But Koshiro regained his composure quickly. I will notify the honored guests. Zoro, take Mr. Inashishi to the dojo. With that, he turned and walked down a small path. Watching this, Zoro's suspicion deepened. Honored guests. That means there are others besides this guy. Are they those people? Zoro frowned. Having trained under Koshiro for over a decade, he knew his teacher had some very mysterious friends. They would occasionally appear in Shimatsuki village and stay at the dojo for a while. During those times, they usually wouldn't stay in the dojo, but hide somewhere secluded, with Koshiro delivering food to them. Koshiro never mentioned their identities to the students. Is this guy one of them? Zoro pondered, but felt his teacher's attitude was different this time. Inashishi, is that a codename? And he felt like he had heard similar codenames somewhere, but he had been too busy training for his departure to remember. Anyway, follow me. Zoro touched the bruise on his forehead and led the way. Inashishi put on his top hat and followed closely. Hey, young man. He even initiated a conversation, as if the earlier confrontation hadn't happened. I heard it earlier. You're Zoro the Bold, nicknamed Big Sword, right? Ha. Zoro paused, then his eyes went white with rage. Great swordsman. World's greatest swordsman Zoro. You're doing that on purpose, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Details. Inashishi laughed. Anyway, I want to ask you about someone. Details matter. That's my ambition. Zoro wanted to argue, but Inashishi's next word stopped him. The person I want to ask about is Shimatsuki Kozaburo, Koshiro's father. That old geezer. An image instantly popped into Zoro's mind, an old man who loved to smoke. Most of the village didn't know much about him, but Zoro was an exception. When he was a kid, that old man gave him his first two swords. He remembered clearly. That old man was indeed the master's father, and he was a famous swordsmith. Inashishi smiled, pointing to himself. Although I'm not good at forging swords, mostly smelting metals, I'm still a blacksmith. So, I want to ask you some things about him. In exchange, I can tell you the locations of some Mito, famous swords, and some intel. After all, Aside from the Wado Ikemonji at your waist, your other swords aren't exactly Mito, are they? His voice was like a devil's whisper. Don't worry. I won't ask anything harmful to Mr. Koshiro. Just some trivial matters. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Zoro. Damn it. Is this guy a demon? Soon after, Zoro led Inashishi to a room in the Ishin dojo. Sit here. I'll go make tea. By now, there was a hint of anticipation in Zoro's eyes. He wasn't interested in most things, but Mito were an exception. What swordsman wouldn't want a famous sword that suited them? And Inashishi had indeed told him the locations of some Mito. 2 decent ones were even in the East Blue. This made Zoro even more eager to set sail. But according to Inashishi, there was another, even better sword in the Grand Line. Zoro had heard of that place, a sea full of strong opponents. That made him even more excited. Once I set sail, I'm going to the Grand Line. Thinking this, he turned, closed the door, and left. But just after he left, since your people are already here, can we start talking business? Inashishi placed his top hat on the tatami mat in front of him and spoke calmly. As the words fell, click, X3, 3 figures hidden in the room instantly revealed themselves. Yo-ho! The first figure dropped from the ceiling, a mink wearing steampunk clothes with a massive mechanical backpack. He threw a small ball at Inashishi. Thud. The second figure emerged from behind a wall, a tall, fiery woman holding a flag, dressed boldly, with a cigarette and wine-red sunglasses. She used the flag as a weapon, pinning Inashishi's arms from behind. Boom! The third figure burst from the floor beneath Inashishi's feet, a young man wearing a top hat with goggles and gloves. He shaped his hand into a dragon claw, grabbing Inashishi's leg. Revolutionary Army, East Army Commander Bello Betty, South Army Commander Lindbergh, and Chief of Staff Sabo. Inashishi's voice remained calm. It's a pleasure to meet you 3, but I came to discuss a deal. What is the meaning of this? As he spoke, the small ball Lindbergh threw stuck to his head. Lindbergh flew in front of him with his jetpack. Cut the crap! He shouted. Forget the deal for now. Tell us first, how did you know about this place? I'm warning you, this, RA-4396, microbomb is my latest creation. The blast radius is contained, but the power is enough to incinerate a giant's limb. If you dare move. Hey, what are you doing? Before he could finish, his expression changed. Because Inashishi moved. X2. Bello Betty and Sabo's expressions changed too. They discovered that no matter how much force they applied, the opponent's body seemed completely unaffected. Sabo's proud Ryusuken grip couldn't crush the leg, and Bello Betty's flagpole creaked under the strain. Retreat. Sabo made the decision instantly. The 3 of them backed away simultaneously. And then, boom! As Lindbergh said, the explosion happened. The small but intensely powerful blast instantly engulfed Inashishi's location in flames, pulverizing the tatami mats. Over. Watching this, Lindbergh was stunned. We just wanted to ask about his intel source. Hey, Lind, why did you use a real bomb? Bello Betty asked, her face dark. I thought if he sensed it was fake, our plan would fail. I had the remote ready to stop it any time. And speaking of which, is this guy crazy? Who activates a bomb without saying a word? Wouldn't a normal person at least say something? Lindbergh was freaking out. Enough. I planned this. It's my fault, Sabo said gravely. Anyway, notify Mr. Dragon first. The 3 of them knew they were in deep trouble. Originally, they were following Dragon's orders to negotiate with the Zodiac. But they had to admit, the Zodiac's knowledge of the Revolutionary Army was alarming. The Ishin dojo in Shimatsuki village was one of their most secret bases. In fact, Koshiro hadn't even joined the revolutionaries to protect the village, he just helped them secretly because he admired their spirit. To have such a base exposed was shocking, especially since all the cadres considered Koshiro a close comrade. So after discussing it, the 3 came up with this plan: force him to reveal his source, test his strength, and gain leverage in the negotiation. Of course, they never intended to hurt Inashishi. Before coming here, Dragon had defined the situation. They have no malicious intent. Using Nezumi to contact us beforehand was to avoid conflict. Otherwise, they could have just come to Shimatsuki village and used the village to force us out. But clearly, things hadn't gone as planned. The Zodiac member had just been blown up. The consequences for the Revolutionary Army were obvious: retaliation from the Zodiac. Nezumi, Ryaji, Yuji. Thinking of those three names, Seibo felt a chill. But just then, the leader told me once, 3 strikes and you're out. The sudden voice froze the 3 in place. The young man outside the village was the first strike. You 3 cadres are the second. With the sound of footsteps, they saw Inashishi walk out of the smoke. He dusted off his top hat. Even though it's a business deal, there won't be a third time. He looked at them calmly. Or, I'll have to kill you. X3. The 3 Revolutionary Army cadres looked grim. They looked at Inashishi. There wasn't a single scratch on him. An explosion of that intensity. Lindbergh couldn't believe his eyes. Incidentally, regarding your question, how we knew about Shimatsuki village. Inashishi put his clean hat back on and smiled. Consider this intel a bonus for the upcoming negotiation. 7 years ago, Mr. Dragon visited his hometown, the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue. He saved Mr. Seibo there. Then, your group came to this Shimatsuki village for supplies before returning to your headquarters, Baltigo. He looked at the increasingly horrified trio. Mr. Seibo, am I correct? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 75, Chapter 75, It is Power Itself. Chapter 75, It is Power Itself. Zoro didn't understand. He had just gone to make a pot of tea, following the dojo's hospitality rules. But in that short time, 3 people had inexplicably appeared in the room of the man named Inashishi, and there were signs of a massive explosion. Teacher, who are those people? He understood even less why his teacher could sit calmly beside him and drink tea after such an event. Zoro, you're planning to set sail soon, aren't you? Koshiro didn't answer Zoro's confusion. He took a sip of hot tea and asked softly, yeah. Zoro didn't know why his teacher was asking, but he nodded. Probably very soon. Then remember this, for the next 2 years, train only in the East Blue. Until your swordsmanship reaches a new level, or you find companions strong enough, do not go to the Grand Line. Koshiro's voice was calm. Why? Zoro couldn't understand. Companions? He never felt he needed such things. He wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman. The swords in his hands were enough. What you saw today is the reason. Koshiro looked at his disciple gently. I know your ambition, and I know your promise to Kuina. But to truly face this vast sea, it is still too early for you. Hearing this, Zoro frowned. Is it because of that, Inashishi? Teacher, do you think I can't beat him? He was unconvinced. Although he had been sent flying by Inashishi outside the village, Zoro believed it was only because he had held back. He didn't believe his 3-sword style, honed through years of bitter training, would lose to some guy who popped out of nowhere. If I fought with my full strength, I could definitely. Zoro didn't finish his sentence. Because Koshiro was looking at him with unprecedented seriousness. But a moment later, the master sighed. He said no more, simply standing up and leaving the room. At the same time, in another room, the 3 Revolutionary Army cadres sat opposite Inashishi. Their expressions were grim. Especially Seibo, whose face was almost rigid with shock. The other 2 looked at him with concern. I was a noble. Seibo clenched his fists tightly. Just now, Inashishi had revealed Dragon's visit to the Goa Kingdom 7 years ago. Coincidentally, Seibo had been saved by Dragon near the Goa Kingdom 7 years ago, losing his memories in the process. But from Inashishi, he learned the truth. You were a noble of the Goa Kingdom, but dissatisfied with the rule of the nobles, you decided to set sail and become a pirate. This truth sounded like a lie at first. The Revolutionary Army's chief of staff was a noble of a world government member nation, and once planned to be a pirate. Who would believe that? But it's not a lie. Seibo knew it in his heart. Because as Inashishi spoke, fragments of memories flashed through his mind. Seibo. 2 young, clear voices. They felt familiar. Who are they? Seibo wondered instinctively. His intuition told him they were important. But Inashishi didn't answer his unspoken question. Inashishi knew when to stop. Revealing some intel gave him the upper hand in negotiations. But going too far, like mentioning a certain Nika, might cross Dragon's line and backfire. What he had revealed was enough. And as he expected. After a brief shock, the three revolutionaries realized a fact. If Inashishi could recount events from 7 years ago in the Goa kingdom as if he had been there, it meant the Zodiac's intelligence network was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Perhaps, the Zodiac had been watching and investigating the Revolutionary Army for a long time. This organization might have existed in the shadows for ages, just never known to the world. Thinking this, Seibo's heart grew heavy. He took a deep breath, pushing the chaotic memories aside. Mr. Inashishi, thank you for answering my doubts. We apologize for the earlier incident. Regarding the Pluto alloy, let's begin. He got straight to the point. Did you bring a sample? Of course. Inashishi smiled and nodded. He took off his top hat, reached inside, and pulled his hand out a moment later. In his hand was a piece of black alloy. Seeing this, the three revolutionaries frowned again. What is this? Magic? Or an ability? But Inashishi didn't explain. Please verify it. He placed the alloy on the table and gestured for them to proceed. Seibo exchanged a look with Lindbergh. Well, Lind? Years of fighting together allowed them to communicate seamlessly. It's definitely an alloy I haven't seen, let me check. Lindbergh twitched his whiskers. Seibo was the chief of staff, leading the negotiation. Bello Betty was the East Army commander, providing security. Her forces were waiting nearby at sea. Lindbergh, the South Army commander, was here for one reason. As the scientist in charge of the Revolutionary Army's weapons manufacturing, he was here to verify the authenticity of the Pluto alloy. Stick to the plan. Seibo signaled again. Leave it to me, even if the sky falls, I won't lose my composure. Lindbergh nodded firmly. He took out some professional-looking instruments from his backpack and began to examine the alloy. Seeing this, Seibo relaxed slightly. He intended to ask Inashishi more questions. Mr. Inashishi, we. But he had barely opened his mouth when he heard a shrill voice behind him. This is, hiss. No. I can't lose my composure. Everyone turned to see Lindbergh biting his own cat tail hard, tears streaming from under his goggles. But his eyes were glued to the alloy in his hand. Seibo. He sighed. Well, there goes the plan. A few minutes later. How did you do this? Who forged this alloy? No, this shouldn't be possible. The energy required to create this doesn't exist. Have you tested its properties? Its ductility. Lindbergh was dancing around Inashishi like a mad scientist, chattering endlessly. Quiet. Finally, Bello Betty couldn't take it anymore and bonked him on the head with her flagpole. After silencing Lindbergh, Seibo questioned him carefully. Lindbergh gave his answer without hesitation. Unprecedented, Seibo. What they said is likely true. This stuff really is the alloy used to build Pluton. I definitely can't replicate it, but I can guarantee that if this is added to weapons. They whispered amongst themselves for a while. Then, Mr. Inashishi. Seibo looked at Inashishi gravely. We need to confirm the production volume, price, and supply method. Production won't be high. Inashishi chuckled. Based on the size of this sample, if you provide us with 200 sets of materials annually, we will sell you 200 units of alloy. It couldn't be helped. The synthesis of Pluto alloy relied on the munch fruit ability, which was limited by the user's body, not a factory line. Even Wapol in the original story couldn't mass-produce Wapol metal, making its price astronomical. Pluto alloy was even harder to make. Fusing 19 metals took almost a day, not counting the stamina drain. So, as Inashishi said, mass production wasn't happening anytime soon. As for the price, 200 million berries per unit. In other words, you need to pay us 40 billion berries annually. And including this time, a deposit of 10 billion is required for each batch. He stated his terms simply. 40 billion. Seibo shook his head. Mr. Inashishi, that price is simply. As one of the world's largest organizations, the Revolutionary Army had funds. But as the world government's greatest enemy, they also had endless expenses. Hiding their tracks, arming troops, supporting local uprisings, propaganda, everything cost money. An extra 40 billion a year was a massive burden, even for them. But, Mr. Seibo, perhaps you are mistaken. Inashishi's voice was calm. Bang! He stood up and slammed his top hat onto the table. The sound was heavy, like steel hitting wood. It's not that we need you to buy it. It's that you need it. He stated the fact calmly. Whether ruling or overthrowing rule, power is essential. Especially the latter. Overthrowing the existing order is harder than maintaining it. What you're doing now seems to be hurting the world government, but in reality, the war you must win hasn't even begun. The revolutionaries fell silent. They knew. As they led people to overthrow tyrants, the world government's pressure on them was increasing. Dragon hadn't told them, but they knew. The final battle wasn't far off. Maybe 7 years, maybe 10. The 4 emperors, the world government, the Marines, and you revolutionaries. It will be a war that shatters everything in the old world. To win it, the power you need must be enough to contend with the entire world. Inoshishi pointed at the alloy on the table. This alloy is power itself. The room fell silent. The 3 cadres looked at the alloy, speechless. After a moment, Sabo spoke. And what about you? The young chief of staff looked at Inoshishi. In that war against the world, where will the Zodiac stand? Do you not need this power yourselves? This was the question that concerned the Revolutionary Army most. What were the Zodiac's goals and stance? Why sell the Pluto alloy to them? Then, Sabo heard Inoshishi chuckle. The stance of the Zodiac is not for me to decide. He said calmly. I am merely an executive. My colleagues and I only follow the leader's orders. Selling the alloy to you is the same. As for power. He smiled and didn't finish. But Sabo could fill in the blanks. Yes, Pluto alloy symbolized that power, to build Pluton. Yet the Zodiac didn't seem to care about hoarding it. The reason wasn't hard to guess. It was one of the Revolutionary Army's theories. Powerful intelligence, terrifyingly strong members, and the technology to forge ancient alloys. Pluton, itself, might already be in the hands of the Zodiac. The power of this organization might far exceed anyone's imagination. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 76, Chapter 76, Inma Iron. Koshiro's Fighting Spirit. Chapter 76, Inma Iron. Koshiro's Fighting Spirit. 5 days later. The Revolutionary Army moved fast. After settling the details of the cooperation, Lindbergh and Sabo left first. Lindbergh returned to the West Blue to manage the situation there. Sabo returned to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Baltigo, to report the negotiation results and inform Dragon about his newly discovered past. He had decided to visit the Goa Kingdom soon to try and recover his lost memories. Bello Betty began mobilizing the Revolutionary Army in the East Blue to contact headquarters and prepare the materials and deposit for the first transaction with the Zodiac. Until today, the 10 billion berry deposit is ready. The materials will take 2 more days. To avoid government detection, we will store the supplies in batches in a cave on the west side of this island. You can collect them in 5 days. Bello Betty handed a note to Inoshishi and left decisively. The coordinates on the note pointed to a deserted island in the East Blue, as expected of the Revolutionary Army. Meticulous, Inoshishi murmured, looking at the note. There was a reason they had survived and grown under the world government's relentless pursuit. A transaction of this scale would leave traces, so they would never bring it directly to Shimatsuki village. It wasn't hard to imagine. Every time the revolutionaries stayed here in the past, they likely used similar methods, keeping personnel and supplies completely separate. That must be why Shimatsuki village had remained undiscovered for so long. While marveling at their caution, Inoshishi looked at the screen in his vision. Roy Amos, Slice Clone, Inoshishi. Equipped, Munch Munch Fruit LV4, Slice Slice Fruit LV3. Remaining berries, 3,919,040,000. Yes. Previously, after killing Caramello 3 and Snack on Candied Fruit Island, Nezumi had rightfully looted Caramello's treasury. After all, the king had practically led Snack to the vault for him. As mentioned, Candied Fruit Island was wealthy. Caramello 3 had spent lavishly but also earned a lot through his connection with Big Mom. The small island nation's treasury held nearly 15 billion berries. Roy didn't hesitate. He spent heavily, upgrading several fruits, most notably getting the Munch Munch fruit to LV4 and the Slice Slice fruit to LV3 for Inashishi. The massive expenditure had made his heart ache for days. Fortunately, Nezumi's hard work had brought in significant income, and the deal with the Revolutionary Army was about to bring in another 10 billion. Roy was satisfied. With these berries, I can upgrade the Daibutsu fruit and the Quetzalcoatlus fruit to LV4 before the Triforce demonstration. Roy calculated his budget. His goal remained simple: rank high in the demonstration, get promoted to Vice Admiral, and gain command of the detention unit. That would make everything easier. My current strength is probably enough, but the scale and rules of this demonstration are uncertain. To ensure nothing goes wrong, Roy's gaze shifted toward the dojo. I definitely need to get that thing. Thinking this, Inashishi walked to the dojo's training grounds. Zoro and Koshiro were practicing kendo as usual. Mr. Inashishi. Seeing Inashishi arrive, Koshiro paused. Zoro looked at him with a hint of battle intent. After being looked down upon by Koshiro a few days ago, he was eager to prove himself. But Inashishi ignored Zoro. He looked at Koshiro and removed his top hat. Mr. Koshiro, my negotiations with my business partners are complete. I will likely leave Shimatsuki village in a few days. Before I go, I have a presumptuous request. His tone remained elegant. Please speak. Koshiro smiled and nodded. I have heard stories about your father, Shimatsuki Kozaburo. Inashishi smiled, getting straight to the point. He was a legendary smith from Wano, who forged 2 of the 21 great-grade swords, one being the Wado Ikemanji. He glanced meaningfully at the sword on Zoro's waist. Hearing this, Koshiro's gentle expression turned slightly serious. I did not expect Mr. Inashishi to know so much about my father's life. Clearly, he was surprised. Their family, a branch of the Shimatsuki clan, had left Wano 50 years ago. While they didn't deliberately hide their identity, Wano's isolation meant very few people knew of them. Zoro looked shocked. That old geezer was. He vaguely knew the old man was a swordsmith and Kuina's grandfather, but he didn't know he forged the Wado Ikemanji. Before Zoro could ask, Inashishi continued. As I said, I am also a smith of sorts. Naturally, I know of legendary smiths like your father. He steered the conversation to the main topic. Of course, I have little interest in the Wado Ikemanji. What I wish to ask about is the other great-grade sword your father forged, Inma. Hearing the name, Koshiro narrowed his eyes. Inma. Correct. The cursed blade, named after the king of hell, which autonomously absorbs haki to unleash Ryu, and threatens the life of its wielder. Inashishi said deeply. I wish to know, how was that effect achieved? He smiled. Incidentally, I heard by chance that Mr. Kozaburo left some belongings behind, including records of his forging. If you do not know the secret of Inma, I hope to borrow or purchase those records. I am willing to pay a price in exchange. His words were sincere. Zoro was surprised at first. Inma sounds like a sharp sword. But what is haki? What is Ryu? But before he could react, Inashishi's next words made him panic. Yes, Zoro was the one who told Inashishi about the legacy. And he knew about it from Kuina. They used to sneak peeks at the forging manuals together. This guy just blurted it out. Zoro felt incredibly guilty. As expected, hearing this, Koshiro glanced at Zoro, clearly guessing the culprit. But, after a deep look at Zoro, Koshiro seemed to make a decision. He looked back at Inashishi. Mr. Inashishi, those manuals only contain my father's general thoughts on forging. There are no records regarding Inma. Per his last wishes, they remain in the dojo's library, available for any student to read. If you are interested, feel free to look. Then, his tone shifted. However, regarding Inma, I do know something. Please, follow me. He turned and walked deeper into the dojo. Halfway there, he turned back to Zoro. Zoro, you come too. Yes. Zoro answered quickly, then glared at Inashishi. Hey, you didn't tell me you were asking about this stuff for. He was clearly annoyed. Don't worry, young Zoro. Inashishi chuckled. Mr. Koshiro isn't angry, is he? He said this, but his eyes under the mask showed surprise. He had prepared for Koshiro to refuse, planning to use the Revolutionary Army to pressure him if necessary. But things were going smoother than expected. As Inashishi followed Koshiro, he suddenly paused. Koshiro had stopped. Before them was a bamboo grove. Deep within it stood a simple wooden hut with an altar in front. They were standing before the altar. But the problem was, looking at the circular clearing surrounded by bamboo, and the armor and weapons displayed nearby, Inashishi realized what this place was. It was an outdoor kendo training ground. This was my father's residence. Koshiro's voice broke the silence. The gentle master picked up a box from the altar. I can tell you that Inma's uniqueness comes from a mineral my father forged. He opened the box, revealing a strange, pitch-black object inside. It looked like metal, yet like stone. It autonomously devours the haki of any living being it touches, converting it into Ryu. Whether smith or swordsman, one must be a powerhouse capable of controlling this power, or face certain death. Thus, my father named it Ryu Stone, or Inma Iron. After forging Inma, because this material was too dangerous, my father destroyed the method of creating it, leaving only this final piece. Koshiro stroked the last piece of Inma Iron in the world. The moment he touched the black object, his hand turned pale, and black haki began to flow across the iron. But Koshiro didn't mind. He seemed to remember his father. He once asked why, if he decided to destroy the method, he kept this piece. His father didn't answer. But today, Koshiro understood. As a craftsman who forged a peerless metal and sword, only to destroy it due to its danger, that unwillingness was the reason. Perhaps he hoped that one day, a true powerhouse or smith would take this Inma iron and use it to make his name echo across the seas. So, I must verify this, Mr. Inashishi. Under Zoro's solemn gaze, Koshiro slowly removed his glasses and placed them on the altar. Then, shing, he drew the katana at his waist and turned, pointing it at Inashishi. Defeat me, and prove to me that you are qualified to take it. His eyes, usually so gentle, were now filled with unprecedented sharpness and blazing battle intent. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 77, Chapter 77, Great Swordsman. Inashishi's Proposal. Chapter 77, Great Swordsman. Inashishi's Proposal. I knew it wouldn't be this easy. Inashishi's feelings were complicated. Right now, his dominant emotion was joy. The reason was simple: he came to Shimatsuki village not just to negotiate with the revolutionary army, but primarily for Inma. He knew very well that although Inma was one of the 21 great grade swords, not a supreme grade sword, it was one of the most unique blades in the world. Its uniqueness lay in its ability to autonomously draw out and unleash the user's Ryu. Although this effect would kill most wielders, its power was undeniable. And for Inashishi, or rather, for Roy, it was immensely significant. He also knew that the sword's creator, Shimatsuki Kozaburo, had come to Shimatsuki village after leaving Wano. That led to this meeting. And the source of his joy, Koshiro had confirmed that Inma's power came from the special material Kozaburo forged, Inma Iron. If I use the Munch fruit to devour it, I can master Ryu. The Munch fruit allowed him to consume anything and perfectly master its properties. In other words, the side effects of Inma Iron should be nullified for him. This was his primary goal. Zephyr's black body style required powerful haki to reach its full potential, but mastering haki took too long. Inma Iron would be the accelerator for his haki training. But before that, Mr. Koshiro, are you serious? He looked at Koshiro and asked earnestly. My ability is very dangerous. If we fight, I cannot hold back. Hearing this, Koshiro smiled. I am a swordsman. There was no such thing as a swordsman who feared danger. He seemed to guess Inashishi's concern. You need not worry about the other party's attitude. This is my personal matter, unrelated to them. It will not affect your transaction. He was clearly referring to the revolutionary army. If I am heavily injured or killed in this battle, Zoro, you must tell the others my words today. Do not let them misunderstand. Teacher. Zoro clenched his fists. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Inashishi sighed. He had no ill will toward the master of his Hine dojo, but he had to have the Inma Iron. Since Koshiro insisted. In that case, come. He nodded slightly. Koshiro smiled. He lowered his stance, assuming a striking pose. This blade is named Ishain. It has no name on the seas. He stroked his beloved blade. But it is the best sword. Mr. Inashishi, be careful. As his words fell, he answered Inashishi's question. With a slash. Ishain style, snow cut. Like the name suggested, at that moment, frost appeared in the bamboo grove. Falling dead leaves seemed dyed white by snow. But in this season, where would snow come from? It was the glint of the blade. VMMM. Yes, Koshiro swung Ishain, and a massive white slash, like a flurry of snow, flew from the blade. That is. Seeing this, Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. There was a saying on the seas, a slash is a swordsman's calling card. Zoro was a swordsman, so he knew exactly how strong Koshiro's slash was. Where the slash passed, no dust rose, but a deep trench was carved into the ground. The surrounding bamboo was severed cleanly, without even a gust of wind. This was the manifestation of power focused to the extreme. Teacher's swordsmanship is actually. Zoro was truly shocked. Having learned swordsmanship at his Hind dojo since childhood, he knew his teacher was strong. But after years of training, he had thought his three-sword style might be inferior to his teacher's, but not that far off. But now, he realized. He had never seen his teacher swing his sword with full strength. A slash like that. Zoro gritted his teeth instinctively. He knew he couldn't block that strike. If he were his teacher's opponent, facing that slash, he would die. But, impressive. Zoro saw it. Facing the flying slash. The man named Inashishi stood his ground, clapping his hands with interest. I didn't expect to meet a true, great swordsman in the East Blue. He spoke. Yes. Shimatsuki Koshiro, the master of a small dojo in Shimatsuki village, was clearly a great swordsman, a grandmaster of the blade even by Grand Line standards. Then, under Zoro's gaze, Inashishi gently extended a hand toward the slash. And then, VMMM. The massive slash, which seemed capable of cleaving anything in two, vanished silently as it approached his hand. Instead, Zoro thought he saw the man's throat move. The next moment. Phew. Zoro heard Inashishi exhale. But he couldn't care about details now. What is wrong with that guy? He couldn't understand what just happened. What did he do? Where did that terrifying slash go? Koshiro raised an eyebrow in surprise. As expected of Inashishi. Clearly, while he guessed a Zodiac member would be strong, he hadn't expected his slash to be neutralized so easily. An ability. He looked at Inashishi. Part of it, Inashishi answered casually, then looked at Koshiro seriously. Now, it's my turn. As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly, preparing to strike. But at that exact moment, Master Koshiro. Master Koshiro. The pirates are back. They're approaching the south shore and will land soon. The village elder sent us to get you. He said he saw their flag. It's the Rogeral pirates, second only to the Overlord Krieg in the East Blue. Shouts and cries from the distant dojo interrupted the imminent battle. Inashishi paused. Rogeral pirates? Who? A knockoff Roger pirates? But realizing who Overlord Krieg was, he immediately understood. Oh, just some small fry. Then, a thought occurred to him. He turned to Koshiro, who was also frowning. Mr. Koshiro, it seems we can't continue this duel. But if you don't mind, I think we can settle this another way. Koshiro looked at Inashishi. What do you mean? I think those pirates. Inashishi said softly. Arrived just in time. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 78, Chapter 78, When you see the truth of the sea, will you still have courage? Chapter 78, When you see the truth of the sea, will you still have courage? Shimatsuki Village, South Shore. The villagers gathered on the beach. The village elder, are those pirates really the ones? A villager stammered. Yes, recently, a group of pirates had raided Shimatsuki Village. They weren't particularly strong and were driven off by the villagers. But now, there's no mistake. The village elder, an old man with white hair and beard, said gravely. He stared at the distant sea. A fleet of pirate ships was gradually approaching through the waves. On the main mast, the Jolly Roger was a skull followed by 27 stars. For every new ship, they add a star to the flag. Including the flagship, they now have 28 ships. In terms of fleet size, they are second only to Dawn Creek in the East Blue. The Elder's voice was heavy. Bounty, 11 million berries. The Great Pirate, Skull Admiral, Rogeral. In the East Blue, where the average bounty was around 3 million berries, 11 million was indeed a Great Pirate. We've already offended them. If a guy like that lands, the village is done for. The Elder's lips trembled. Is Master Koshiro here? Has he arrived yet? We've sent someone, but Elder, even Master Koshiro, facing an enemy of this scale. The villagers were terrified. They knew Koshiro of the Ishain Dojo was the protector of Shimatsuki village. It had been decided since their parents' generation arrived on this island. But for ordinary civilians, this number of pirate ships was enough to shatter their will. Amidst the gloom, "Hey, look over there!" a villager shouted, pointing. "It's Mr. Koshiro, and Zoro, and... who's that?" Everyone turned to look. On a small hill near the south shore, there were indeed three figures, Koshiro and Rorano Zoro, whom they knew. But the third figure, wearing a pig mask, was a stranger. Why is Master Koshiro over there? What are they doing? The question arose naturally. But they didn't know. One hit. On the hill, Koshiro was discussing quietly with Inashishi. Yes. One hit. Inashishi nodded. The victor between us will be decided by the number of ships destroyed in a single strike. Beside them, Zoro listened with a grave expression. Before today, he would have found their attitude unbelievable. Facing one of the strongest pirate fleets in the East Blue, these two were treating them as mere tools for a contest. And they weren't competing on how many pirates they defeated, but how many ships they sank. But after seeing his teacher's earlier slash, Zoro began to understand what a true powerhouse on this sea looked like. So he said nothing, just clenched his fists and watched. "All right. I'll go first." Koshiro nodded, readily accepting Inashishi's proposal. Perhaps he simply didn't want the pirates to land and cause harm. Koshiro walked to the edge of the hill. Then, exhale. He breathed out. VMMM. Under Zoro's astonished gaze, he saw his teacher's arm turn black. The strange blackness spread, flowing until it covered the blade of Ishain in his hand. Ryu. Seeing this, Inashishi thought, as expected. As the son of Shimatsuki Kozaburo, who forged, Inma iron, and a descendant of the sword god Shimatsuki Ryama, it would be strange if Koshiro hadn't mastered Ryu. At that moment, Koshiro swung his sword. Surprisingly, there was no sharp sound of cutting, no whistling blade. It seemed like a casual swing that didn't even disturb the sea breeze. But, VMMM. In the next instant, from the direction of Koshiro's blade, the sea below and the clouds above were split apart. The parted clouds were pushed aside by the slash, partially blocking the sun, making it look like a crescent moon. The fine spray of seawater glittered in the filtered light like falling frost. Ishain-style secret technique, Shimatsuki slash. Frost moon cut. The whispered words fell. And then, slice. Everyone watched in horror as the pirate ship speeding across the distant sea began to silently split open. The cuts on the hulls were smooth and clean. The massive warships collapsed onto the sea and began to sink almost instantly. And the sword light didn't stop. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Until the seventh ship was cleaved in two, the slash finally dissipated over the sea. At this moment, Zoro, the villagers, everyone stared wide-eyed, jaws hitting the ground, speechless. Teacher. Zoro's voice was hoarse. Before he could finish, Koshiro had already sheathed his sword and returned to his side. Mr. Inashishi, your turn. Let's sit in the back. He gestured to Inashishi, then led Zoro to sit further away. Inashishi glanced at Koshiro thoughtfully. He seemed to understand what the dojo master intended. So, all right. He nodded and walked to where Koshiro had stood. Zoro, watch closely. Koshiro's voice reached Zoro's ears. Watch closely. Zoro hesitated, but the scene before him allowed no distractions. He saw Inashishi extend his hand toward the distant sea. Then Zoro was horrified to see a slash appearing in Inashishi's hand. Yes, even though he held no sword and hadn't swung one. In his palm, a massive slash manifested. And to a swordsman like Zoro, the aura of that slash was unmistakably clear. That's Teacher's strike from the bamboo grove earlier. This realization shocked Zoro's already numb nerves. What is this? But before he could speak, Inoshishi acted. He flicked his finger. Munch munch, instant prison slash. The next moment, Zoro saw the slash in Inoshishi's hand vanish instantly. Disappeared. Just as the thought arose, he heard Koshiro's puzzled voice beside him. Simultaneously, he heard gasps from the distant villagers. Zoro instinctively looked up at the sea. There. Boom, boom, boom. The familiar sound of cutting returned. The ships on the distant sea began to split and sink again. Zoro could imagine the screams and confusion of the pirates. When did the slash get there? At that distance, he hadn't even seen the slash travel. But clearly, that didn't matter anymore. Because, as ship after ship sank, Zoro grew tense. Naturally, he wanted to see the outcome of this duel. It's close. Teacher's slash seemed stronger, but lost power over distance. Inoshishi's slash was weaker, but somehow appeared there instantly without loss. He analyzed internally. But in the next moment, he realized his judgment was meaningless. Because as the slash cut through another ship and reached the center of the fleet, kaboom! Accompanied by a massive flash, Zoro saw it clearly. The slash exploded. The intense explosion spread instantly. A massive blast wave and fireball engulfed all the surrounding ships. The sea caved in, waves surged, blocking all sight, leaving only smoke rising from the water. Zoro didn't need to check. The remaining 21 ships, annihilated. He looked at Inoshishi incredulously, then at the terrifying destruction on the sea. What kind of move is that? A slash that explodes? Is that even legal? Inoshishi slowly retracted his finger, nodding with satisfaction. As expected of me. He smiled to himself. In the screen before his eyes, the events were explained. Paramecia Munch Munch Fruit LV4 can swallow anything, including non-solid elements like clouds, wind, and slashes. Only the substance can be used, not the elemental properties. Paramecia Bomb Bomb Fruit LV4 can turn any part of the body, including exhaled breath, into bombs. Bombs can be detonated at will. User is immune to all explosion damage. At LV4, explosion power is further enhanced. Paramecia Mark Fruit LV4 can set 2 mark points within range. Transfer any attack on self, hostile or friendly, to the vicinity of the mark point. This was the power Inoshishi possessed. Incidentally, the 2 mark points recorded by his mark fruit, one was obviously a ship in the distance. The other was inside his own mouth. Any attack is transferred by the mark fruit into my mouth, digested by the munch fruit, and becomes part of my body. Any attack I make, including slashes that become part of my body, can be turned into a massive bomb. The mark fruit ensures my attacks and bombs almost certainly hit the enemy. Under the mask, Roy was satisfied with his skill combo. As he told Koshiro earlier, Inoshishi's ability was indeed very dangerous. From the moment Koshiro accepted this duel, he was destined to lose. For a contest of pure destruction aimed at sinking ships, Inoshishi's ability was practically perfect. However, he probably doesn't care. Inoshishi glanced back at Koshiro. From Koshiro leading him to the bamboo grove, to starting a fight for seemingly no reason, although the excuses were reasonable, Inoshishi felt it was odd. The reason was simple: if powerhouses of their level fought, Zoro's presence was a burden. The future pirate hunter was still too immature. Frankly, Inoshishi could probably kill him by accident just by breathing too hard right now. Fighting with Zoro present would inevitably restrict them. Koshiro knew this but insisted, which was strange. But seeing Koshiro's reaction to his proposal, Inoshishi had guessed the true motive. And he was right. Zoro, fists clenched tight, heard his teacher's voice. How was it? He turned to see Koshiro's face, returned to its usual gentleness. I understand, teacher. Zoro wasn't stupid. By now, even he realized Koshiro's intention. The true powerhouses of this sea, like you, like that guy. His voice was low. If I challenge them rashly, I will die. He didn't hesitate to admit it. Good. Koshiro nodded with satisfaction, then asked again. Do you still want to set sail? He looked at his prized disciple. Not long ago, Zoro was high-spirited, believing his three-sword style was enough to roam the seas. Youthful spirit was precious, but on this sea, it was also the easiest way to get killed. Especially after Zoro saw Inoshishi and yearned for the Grand Line. Koshiro realized he had to show Zoro the truth of the sea. That was why he did everything today. His goal was to ask this question. After seeing the power of the true strong, knowing how immature his own sword was, and understanding the cruelty and truth, would Roronoa Zoro still set sail? The answer was obvious. Of course. Zoro answered without hesitation. He placed his hand on the white-hilt sword at his waist, the Wado Ikemanji. Thanks, teacher. I'll stay in the East Blue first, temper my sword, and when I'm strong enough, I'll enter the Grand Line. He grinned. I'm going to become the world's greatest swordsman. After all, I promised her. I'd make my name reach the heavens. He stated his goal as always, but unlike before. This time, he had seen the rugged path ahead and the monsters he was destined to face. This time, I am ready. Because it was a promise. Because it was ambition. Koshiro finally smiled broadly. Looking at Zoro, he seemed to see three shadows overlapping. Exceptional talent, tenacious will, immense ambition, and stubborn persistence. Dad, I'm going to become the world's greatest swordsman. That was his daughter, Kuina. Teacher, I'm going to become the world's greatest swordsman. That was his disciple, Zoro. Father, I'm going to become the world's greatest swordsman. That was his younger self. His eyes grew moist, but he wiped them quickly and stood up. Since you've decided, then go. He sheathed his sword and turned to leave. And, no need to thank me, Zoro. Only his fading voice reached Zoro's ears. It's been a long time, since I swung my sword so freely. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 79, Chapter 79, Mastering Ryu. Garp is in the East Blue. Chapter 79, Mastering Ryu. Garp is in the East Blue. 5 days later. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Detention Unit Dormitory. Inside the pocket dimension, Roy watched as the clone, Nezumi, faded away after delivering the goods. Ensuring no one was around, Roy left the dimension, holding the box. He opened it eagerly. Inside lay the pitch-black, Inma iron. Koshiro, having successfully shown his disciple the vastness of the sea, had kept his promise. I do not know what you intend to do with it, whether to forge a weapon or for research. But please, do not disgrace my father's legacy. After saying this, the secluded great swordsman of the East Blue had handed the Inma iron to Inoshishi without hesitation. Inoshishi then immediately passed it to Nezumi, who had been hiding nearby the entire time. Yes. Even though Inoshishi was just a clone and Roy had a basic understanding of the Revolutionary Army, his cautious nature wouldn't allow him to let Inoshishi go alone without backup. In Shimatsuki village, Nezumi had been with Inoshishi the whole time, hidden in the pocket dimension. If the revolutionaries made a move, Nezumi could extract Inoshishi instantly. Furthermore, Roy didn't even care if the revolutionaries stole the Pluto alloy, because if they were hostile, the alloy made by Inoshishi could double as a bomb. I really am a scheming bastard. Roy sighed, then refocused on the box. Fruit loadout, dice fruit munch fruit. Without hesitation, he switched fruits and swallowed the Inma iron, box and all. Then, thump, thump. Roy heard his own heartbeat, loud as a war drum. As a practitioner of the black body style, he could sense the subtle changes in his body. The munch fruit activated, rapidly transforming his body into Inma iron. But simultaneously, the human fruit worked to maintain his flesh and blood form. Yet, power surged from within him. Not from muscle or bone, but from the deepest part of his being, the power he had felt in the deep sea. The power that usually required constant guidance to unearth was now being forcibly drawn out. And then, VMMM. Roy watched as his arms changed. Black haki, tinged with dark red, coiled around his arms and torso. It flowed constantly, like a living thing. Roy felt that a single punch right now could level the dormitory building. This was Ryu. Roy grinned. As expected, the power flowing around him was Ryu. And Inma iron absorbs the host's haki uncontrollably, but thanks to the munch fruit, I can perfectly control the intensity of the release. Roy analyzed. The only problem is my own mastery of haki is still rough. There's a big gap between me and the top-tier masters. Naturally, masters like Garp and Zephyr could command every strand of their haki with perfect precision. Roy was far from that level. But he wasn't anxious. Because, it's enough. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power. As long as I continue training in the black body style, I'll eventually master haki to a high level. And even though I used the Inma iron to draw it out, I've breached the dam. Like using a tool to break a hard barrier instead of digging by hand, he had cheated, but the hole was open, and his body was adapting to his haki. Teacher estimated it would take 10 years to reach peak haki mastery. But with the Munch fruit's aid, maybe 3 years at most, by then, even without equipping the fruit, I should be able to master my own haki fully. Muttering to himself, Roy stood up. In that case, time to go surprise Teacher Zephyr. He grinned. Sure, he accidentally mastered haki thanks to his talent, but he had to run it by Zephyr to make it official. Roy downed the remaining half-glass of cola, left the dorm, and headed for the Zephyr training camp. On the way, he noticed changes at Marineford, most notably a massive dome rising on the southern coast, labeled SSG. So mysterious. Roy wasn't surprised. He heard the Special Science Group had sealed off the arena for the Triforce demonstration to prevent leaks. Incidentally, Fowl and the other detention unit members had volunteered to gather intel on the other participants. Why wasn't Hans helping? Captain, you're the boss of the great Hans. Don't embarrass us. Sky Guards, CP9, you gotta take them all down. Because of Sergeant Major Hans's inflated ego after eating his fruit, Roy had kindly sparred with him. The man was currently in the infirmary on N4 drip. Hopefully he doesn't recover before the demonstration. Roy muttered. Unknowingly, he arrived at the camp. Entering with the code, he went straight to Zephyr's office. Roy, kid. Zephyr, having just hung up a snail call, looked surprised. Teacher, where's Binz? Ein returned from her mission today. He went to pick her up. Senior sister Ein. Roy was surprised. Ein, the only other survivor of the attack 4 years ago. She had been on a mission for the past 2 months. Hearing she was back, Roy was happy. He knew she was the user of the rare, return fruit, a time-based ability. I definitely need to get to know her later. He planned internally. But then, Zephyr spoke up loudly. You came at the right time, I was just looking for you. Roy was surprised. What is it? With the demonstration approaching, Zephyr had even paused the black body training to let Roy prepare. He rarely called for him now. It's about Virote and Garp. No, mainly that old bastard Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Roy was even more surprised. Yeah, ever since you fought Hannifuda. Zephyr didn't hide anything. Previously, when Roy defeated Hannifuda, Zephyr, Garp, and Virote were in Sengoku's office. At the time, Virote and Garp jokingly asked Zephyr to train their grandsons. After Zephyr refused, they shifted their target to Roy. Virote wasn't in a hurry, he planned to ask Roy himself when he retired. But Garp was different. That old geezer ran off to the East Blue a few days ago, saying he was going to bring his grandson to headquarters. Zephyr facebound, Garp's annoying laughter still echoing in his mind. Wahahaha. Since your disciple is participating in the Triforce demonstration, it's the perfect chance for Luffy to see the world. Maybe he'll stop yapping about being a pirate. As soon as he finished, Zephyr saw Roy's expression stiffen. Teacher, you mean? Vice Admiral Garp already left. He left days ago. He should be on his way back now. Sengoku gave him a strict order to return before the demonstration. Seeing Roy's stiffness, Zephyr thought he was nervous or annoyed, so he added, don't worry too much. I heard Garp's grandson is stubborn like him. He might not agree to come. Zephyr smiled slightly. Garp's son became a revolutionary. His grandson wanted to be a pirate. Unlike his own disciple, a marine supernova, the symbol of justice. No, that's not the problem. Roy's heart was in turmoil. Although Garp wanting him to train Luffy was shocking, it was a minor issue. He actually wanted to meet the reincarnation of Nika. The problem was, in his estimation, all marine powerhouses would be gathered at headquarters for the demonstration. So recently, after collecting the materials and money from the Revolutionary Army, Inashishi had set off for Windmill Village. Roy wanted to get the Nika fruit if possible. But now, Zephyr was telling him. Garp is in the East Blue right now, and just left Windmill Village. A bad feeling rose in Roy's gut. It can't be that coincident, right? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. 80, Chapter 80, The Zodiac. Let's see what you're made of. Chapter 80, The Zodiac. Let's see what you're made of. East Blue, near the Goa Kingdom. The Doghead warship, HQ-3, sailed across the Azure Sea, a bone clamped in the figurehead's jaws. That brat Luffy. He actually dared to fight his own grandfather. I don't know where he learned that stubborn streak. Vice Admiral Garp, wearing his doghead hat, sat on the deck munching on rice crackers, still annoyed. Beside him, his adjutant, Bogard, remained silent. The Marine Commodore, dressed in a sharp suit and fedora with a katana at his waist, glanced at Garp helplessly. Where he learned it? Do you really need to ask? Obviously from the grandfather who punched him into a jungle and left him there because he wouldn't listen. Out of respect for Garp, Bogard waited a moment before asking, "You could have just knocked him out and taken him with us, sir." Crunch. Garp chewed his cracker, glanced at Bogard, and grinned. What's the point in that? A ship with a forced mast can't survive the storms of the sea. He wanted his grandson to be a marine, but that brat has his own path. He has to want to walk it himself. He laughed, handing the empty cracker bag to Bogard. "Bogard, get me another bag." Bogard took the bag with a resigned smile. "As expected of you, sir." He shook his head and stood up, casually scanning the surrounding sea. Then, his gaze froze. In the distance, he faintly saw a figure standing on the water. The figure was extremely far away, just a tiny black dot, and didn't seem to be on a ship. The lookouts hadn't even noticed it yet. But for a powerhouse like Bogard, it was enough. Life Return Eagle Eye. Sensing something amiss, Bogard decisively used Life Return to enhance his vision. Then, seeing the figure clearly, his expression changed drastically. He realized the figure wasn't standing on the water. To be precise, he was standing on a top hat. The hat was unique. It looked like a small, personal watercraft, emitting steam from the brim as it sailed across the sea. But that wasn't important. The sea was full of weird ships. Mihawk sailed around in a coffin, after all. The key point was the mask on the figure's face, a pig mask. A sea beast head mask. And right now, within the Marines, this common South Blue souvenir was a highly sensitive item. A pig mask, not one of the known ones. Just a copycat. Muttering, Bogard placed his hand on his katana. One way to find out. Shing. He drew his blade. Flowing water. A flying slash shot from the deck, far surpassing Lanley's power. Yes, although both were commodores, Bogard was only a commodore because Garp was a vice admiral. He had refused promotion to stay by Garp's side. In terms of strength, he was no weaker than a headquarters vice admiral. His slash flowed like water, changing shape as it flew, intending to encircle the figure on the sea. Clearly, without knowing the situation, he didn't intend to harm the target immediately, just trap him. But in the next instant, his pupils constricted. He saw it clearly. The moment his slash neared the figure. Silently, the slash that should have cut the sea, vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Bogard's heart went cold. He was almost certain now. A powerhouse who could annihilate his slash silently. This was definitely the Zodiac. The fourth member, unknown to the Marines. Why was he in the East Blue? Why near the Goa Kingdom? Bogard didn't know. But he gripped his sword again. Just then. Bogard. He heard a voice. Turning, he saw Garp standing up. "Hold this for me." Garp took off his doghead hat and tossed it to Bogard, walking onto the deck. Crack, crack. He cracked his knuckles, the sound like gunfire. A boisterous grin spread across his face. "Perfect. Luffy pissed me off a bit. I'll handle this guy personally. I actually ran into him." On the distant sea, under the pig mask, Roy's expression was grim. In the East Blue, as a criminal, running into the Marine hero. Although he had a bad feeling about this, seeing the worst-case scenario unfold was still a headache. Fighting the old man here is pointless, but luckily, we're still far apart. I need to retreat immediately. Inoshishi thought, looking down at the top hat beneath his feet, feeling slightly reassured. This hat was a forged item, created by fusing a personal speedboat and a top hat using the munch fruit. It could store items and was fast. At this distance, it should be enough to. Suddenly, Inoshishi's expression changed. He felt the entire sea vibrating violently. Something was coming. A slash. No, what is that? He turned around instantly. And he saw it. On the prow of the doghead warship. The white-haired marine's coat fluttered in the wind as he prepared to punch. And from his gathering fist, haki, condensed to the extreme, was causing the sea to riot. Water sprayed, currents churned, and Roy could hear the air cracking and popping across the distance. Wahahaha. The Zodiac, the guy's giving Sengoku and the government a headache. Let's see what you're made of. Garp laughed, his voice booming across the sea. Black-red Conqueror's haki crackled like lightning around his fist. He punched. Galaxy Impact. -30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 81, Chapter 81, Pluton, the Ancient Weapon, aka Inoshishi. Chapter 81, Pluton, the Ancient Weapon, aka Inoshishi. On the sea, Garp's punch lived up to its name. It was like a meteor shower. Even from this distance, wherever his fist pointed, the sea surface was forcefully compressed and caved in by sheer power. Black-red Conqueror's haki swept through the area, leaving fish and sea creatures belly up in its wake. Even the marines on Garp's ship stared wide-eyed in shock. Although they served under Garp, many had never seen his true power. At his age and status, any small-time pirates were usually handled by Bogard. Even when the old man wanted a workout, he usually just threw cannonballs. So, this was their first time seeing Garp throw a serious punch. Is that even a punch? That meteor looks like it could flatten a mountain. Vice Admiral Garp's serious punch. Bogard, who had sheathed his sword, crossed his arms and looked toward the distant target. He knew this wasn't Garp's full power. But even so, it was a serious strike, infused with armament and Conqueror's haki, delivered with the legendary Iron Fist. Few notorious pirates on the sea could withstand this single blow. It's over. He thought to himself, ready to order the men to retrieve the body. Running into a Zodiac member by accident, we have to bring him back to headquarters. But just as Bogard made that judgment, his pupils constricted. In the distance, the top hat beneath Inoshishi's feet bobbed like a leaf in a storm, tilting precariously. But Inoshishi stood straight as a rod. He opened his hand toward the massive meteor. Munch Omni Gate. The powers of the Mark fruit and Munch fruit activated simultaneously. VMMM. The haki-infused strike was swallowed by the Mark ability, transferred directly into his mouth. Then, the Munch fruit digested the immense force, turning it into a part of his body. But, watching the rapidly shrinking fist wind, Inoshishi's eyes under the mask flashed with cold realization. I couldn't fully transfer or digest it. He could feel it. The fruit combination worked on Garp's punch, but not perfectly. It was like eating rice mixed with grit. The swallowing and transfer speed slowed down, allowing some residual force to hit him directly. Is this the suppression effect of top-tier haki on devil fruit abilities? Inoshishi understood. A haki user who truly mastered mind, body, and technique could resist or even suppress fruit abilities. Like Law using haki to negate Doc Q's disease, or Shanks suppressing Green Bull's transformation from miles away. Roy hadn't encountered anyone like that before. But clearly, Garp was that level of haki master. His fist force and haki couldn't be fully devoured even by the Munch and Mark combo. But, even if I can't devour it all, I got most of it. Thinking you can defeat me with just the residual force is impossible. Whispering, Inoshishi let the remaining force hit him. Clang, clang. Force enough to flatten a mountain struck Inoshishi, but it only produced the sound of metal clashing. Forget defeat, Inoshishi didn't even have a scratch. If the revolutionaries were here, they would recognize Inoshishi's physique. Munch Fusion Body, Pluto Alloy. Yes, as a Munch user and the creator of Pluto Alloy, Inoshishi had naturally enjoyed a hearty meal of the alloy sashimi. So, he could transform his body into Pluto Alloy. As mentioned before, this alloy used to build Pluton was nearly indestructible. Boom! Inoshishi waved his hand, dispersing the remaining fist wind. He stood firm on the sea. Impossible. He took Vice Admiral Garp's punch with his body without dodging. Bogard stared in disbelief. Following Garp for so many years, he had never seen anyone tank Garp's punch like this. Even Roger wouldn't take it head-on. What is that guy's body made of? Wahahaha. Garp laughed loudly. Young people these days have sturdy bones. He didn't seem to mind his punch being blocked. But as he laughed, VMMM. Intense aura and hacky fluctuations interrupted him. Garp and Bogard turned to see Inoshishi mimicking a punching motion. ZZZT, ZZZT. The powerful hacky and surging force were all too familiar to them. My hacky. Garp was startled. The next moment, Inoshishi punched. Munch return, meteor shower. His body seemed to transform into the meteor Garp had just thrown. Hacky-wrapped fists punched repeatedly, each one launching a slightly smaller version of Garp's meteor. Even though smaller, the sight of continuous meteors streaking across the sea was terrifying. Actually, Bogard's usually stoic face showed shock and disbelief. Garp, after a moment of surprise, laughed again. Absorbing my punch and hacky, then returning it. First time I've heard of an ability like that. He chuckled, clenching his fist again. But, boom, he punched again. The approaching meteors were shattered by the shockwave of this single punch. Hey, kid. His voice boomed like thunder across the sea. You think you can beat me with my own fist? Indeed. To him, these weakened meteors weren't even a threat. But, thump. A booming sound from the distance interrupted Garp. Thump. Seconds later, it sounded again, louder. Thump. 10 seconds later, a third time, even louder. Fourth, fifth, the sound grew until it was like thunder. It's that Zodiac guy. What is that sound? Does he have another move? Bogard looked toward Inoshishi. The sound was definitely coming from him. Bogard. Garp's voice cut in. Take everyone into the training room in the bilge. Now. The usually carefree old man was uncharacteristically serious. Vice Admiral Garp. Bogard was stunned. The training room in the bilge was where Garp practiced punching. It was lined with the highest density of sea stone on the ship, a nearly indestructible shelter. Go. Now. Garp didn't explain. There was no time. Bogard didn't hesitate. Sorrow. He flashed across the deck, grabbing Marines and throwing them into the hold. Garp stared at Inoshishi. Thump. The thunderous sound continued. Garp smelled it. Something was coming. His observation hacky scanned the surroundings. Then, he noticed an anomaly. Among the countless meteor punches he had just shattered, in the debris of one meteor, a tiny metal fragment was floating on the sea. And on that fragment was a microscopic mark point. Meanwhile, I know I can't beat you with those punches. But I had no choice. At this distance, I can't mark you directly. This was the best way to send the mark over. Inoshishi thought. He looked at the distant warship. Thump. The sound exploded again. It came from inside his body. If anyone could see inside him, they would find. A mass of energy was constantly exploding. Thump. Each explosion released immense destructive power, which was then absorbed by the munch fruit. Then, the absorbed energy reappeared inside him, exploded again, and generated even more power. Munch fruit can swallow and absorb anything into the body. Bomb fruit, any part of the body can become a bomb, and the user is immune to explosion damage. This created Inoshishi's current action. He was continuously compressing the power of the explosion. Every compression takes longer for the munch fruit to absorb. It's too slow and draining for real combat, but in this situation, it's perfect. Thump. The boom was deafening. 15 compressions, stamina drain is high, and he's found the mark. This is the limit. Inoshishi whispered. He opened his mouth. Munch mark, fusion cannon. The compressed energy sphere vanished from his body. Instantly. VMMM. A blinding white sphere of energy appeared without warning at the location of the metal fragment near HQ-3. The seawater evaporated instantly. The ocean surface seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand. Then, kaboom! the explosion happened. A massive shockwave tore the clouds apart, leaving a giant hole in the sky. A colossal mushroom cloud rose from the sea, but, from within that massive explosion, strong enough to shatter a small island. Boom! Black-red lightning crashed down from the torn sky. In that moment, Inoshishi felt a terrifying aura and power from within the mushroom cloud. He saw the flames engulfing HQ-3 actually begin to cave in. As expected of the marine hero, Inoshishi wasn't surprised. Even with this strike, the outcome was undecided. That earth-shaking haki was proof. To beat a top-tier monster like that, 15 compressions aren't nearly enough. I need to increase the speed or intensity. But, it's enough to escape this pointless fight. Whispering, Inoshishi didn't hesitate. He turned his top hat boat and sped away toward the horizon. Just as Inoshishi disappeared, whoosh! The mushroom cloud and flames were dispersed by roaring haki and fist wind, revealing the HQ-3. Bogard peeked out from the hold, and froze. The HQ-3 was completely transformed. The warship, built by top marine shipwrights to weather any storm, was twisted and deformed. The stern and most of the deck had melted and vaporized in the heat. Only the cabin area was intact, covered in a layer of black armament haki, the reason Bogard and the crew survived. And, Vice Admiral Garp. Bogard saw him. Garp's coat and shirt had turned to ash. And on Garp's body, Bogard saw blackness. Part of it was his haki armor. But the other part, was gruesome burns. Bogard stood frozen. He couldn't remember the last time he saw Garp injured like this. Wahahaha. I really am getting old. Garp, however, seemed in high spirits. Couldn't completely shatter that explosion. Gotta add extra training tomorrow. But, he looked through the dissipating cloud toward the distant sea. His eyes were serious and solemn. The Zodiac. It was a gravity the hero hadn't shown since the execution of Roger 19 years ago. That kid wore a pig mask. I assume his name is Inoshishi. Why yes, sir. Report this to Sengoku when we get back. That kid's ability is dangerous. Of course. Needless to say, looking at the scarred sea and Garp's injuries, dangerous was an understatement. Among the known Zodiac members, this one might have the highest destructive power. But then, Garp mused, and... Yes, sir. Bogard asked seriously. Go get me 2 bags of rice crackers. They're behind the training dummy in the bilge. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 82, Chapter 82, Return Fruit, and the Gauntlets, Black Mane. Chapter 82, Return Fruit, and the Gauntlets, Black Mane. A few days later. Zephyr Training Camp, Special Training Ground. Like grandfather, like grandson, truly monstrous vitality. Hearing that Garp's warship had already returned and the old man's injuries were just a few bandages, Roy sighed in amazement. The sudden encounter between Inoshishi and Garp had shown him the true, monstrous power and vitality of the top-tier figures on the sea. It grounded Roy's slightly inflating ego. But at that moment, click, the door to the training room opened, and Binns walked in. Roy, I knew you'd be here. What happened here? Binns, who was greeting him casually, froze. He saw the state of the training room. The floor, usually smooth and sturdy, was covered in massive spider web cracks. The walls were riddled with deep craters, exposing the thick metal reinforcement layers beneath. Oh, nothing. Just busy preparing for the Triforce demonstration, you know. I made a little progress in my training, so I sparred with Teacher Zephyr, Roy said casually. Sparred? Binns's voice went high-pitched. But Teacher Zephyr had the SSG reinforce this room 4 times just last month specifically for you. He remembered clearly the SSG had confirmed Roy's strength level via Zephyr and claimed this room wouldn't be damaged for at least a year. How long had it been? What kind of little progress? Before he could ask, Binns, what's wrong? A female voice came from behind. Roy saw a tall, beautiful woman with long, wavy blue hair walk in. She had an X-shaped scar on her right thigh, a pistol at her waist, and wore a blue cloak. Oh, I almost forgot. Binns snapped out of his shock. He introduced her to Roy. This is Roy Amos. Roy, she is. He didn't need to finish. Roy already knew who she was. Devil Fruit user, Ein discovered. Confirmed Devil Fruit, Paramecia return fruit. Analyzing and saving to, Fruit Encyclopedia. Fruit ability, can revert the age of anything touched. Effects by level. LV3, gain full fruit effect. Hand can conjure pink flames. Flames have no heat or damage, but revert living beings and objects touched to a state from the past. Max reversion, 12 years. Note, effect can be dispelled if the user is defeated or runs out of stamina. Stronger targets consume more stamina. Requires 2 billion berries for permanent unlock. LV4, Fruit Deep Dive Development. Pink flames can cover any part of the body. Anything touched reverts. Requires 5 billion berries for permanent unlock. LV5, Fruit Awakening Regression Field. Create a field, max 2000 m range, where flames can be generated anywhere. Consumes massive stamina. Requires 11 billion berries for permanent unlock. Fruit Awakening Unique Chrono Field, evolve the awakened field into a time field. Revert the time of everything within the field, including the user. Reversion lasts 5 hours. Requires 30 billion berries for unlock. Note, this ability is single-use only. Cannot be blocked by any means. The time reverted is completely random and uncontrollable. The information from the encyclopedia stunned Roy. He knew Ein's fruit was a special time-based ability, but he didn't expect it to be this special. Unique. Looking at the tag in the encyclopedia, Roy muttered. He knew some fruit abilities were single-use, like the Op fruits, Perpetual Youth Surgery, which cost the user's life. This was the second such fruit he knew of. But, this ability. Roy was skeptical. Reverting everything in the field, randomly, uncontrollably, unblockably. It sounded terrifying, near time travel, which should be impossible. But the problem was. The effect included the user, and it was random. Isn't this just suicide? Roy concluded. He knew the return fruit could revert things into nothingness. If Roy was 29 and his time reverted by 30 years, he would vanish. Even if the effect lifted after 5 hours, he wouldn't come back. So, Roy couldn't think of a use for this. Spend 30 billion berries to mutually destruct with nearby enemies. He muttered. Just then. Roy. Ein walked up to him and greeted him. Senior Sister Ein. Roy put the fruit thoughts aside, letting the encyclopedia analyze it, and looked at her. Ein shook her head. Bins and I never mastered Teacher Zephyr's black body style, so we aren't his true successors. Just call me Ein. Roy agreed, and they chatted. Ein was serious and earnest. Soon, she talked about her mission. My mission actually ended a month ago, but during the operation, I found something. She clenched her fist. Then she remembered her purpose. Speaking of which, where is Teacher Zephyr? Teacher Zephyr ran upstairs after sparring with me, probably questioning his life choices. Roy obviously couldn't say that. Just as he was making up an excuse. I'm here. A deep voice echoed. The three saw Zephyr walking down from the upper level of the training ground. Teacher Zephyr. I have something to report. Ein saluted immediately. Not yet. Zephyr shook his head. Before your report. Roy, catch. The Admiral raised his left arm and threw something. Only then did they notice he was holding something. It landed in Roy's hands. Roy looked down. Gloves. Looking at the pair of gloves, faint obsidian sheen, extremely thin yet seemingly incredibly tough, Roy was stunned. Bins and Ein's eyes widened. This is. They clearly recognized them. Teacher, isn't that your? Yes. Zephyr looked at the gloves in Roy's hands. They're called Black Mane. They were my weapons when I was an admiral. He looked nostalgic. Made from special adamantine spun silk from the Isle of Weavers and SSG Seastone technology. They have a suppressing effect on ability users and enhance the flow and coating of armament haki. He grinned. As mentioned, in his youth, he favored using his fists, earning the name Black Arm. These gloves were the partners that forged that legend with him. Since resigning as admiral, I haven't used these old partners much. As for now. He smiled. Everyone understood the one-armed, aging Zephyr had no use for them anymore. Zephyr looked at Roy. His aged but firm eyes shone with pride and expectation. I thought it would be a few more years before you were qualified to use them. But now, they're yours. Roy was stunned. He understood Zephyr's meaning. These gloves enhanced haki. Before, Roy couldn't truly use them. But now, having mastered Ryu, he was qualified. Teacher Zephyr. Roy started to speak. But Zephyr laughed and punched him lightly in the chest. Kid, don't think this means you've graduated. I'm just giving them to you for the Triforce demonstration. He grinned at Roy. Don't shame them, kid. Hearing this, Roy paused for a long moment. Then, of course. He smiled too. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 83, Chapter 83, Traces of Whitebeard Jr. The Bells of the Demonstration. Chapter 83, Traces of Whitebeard Jr. The Bells of the Demonstration. Witnessing Zephyr hand over the legendary gauntlets he once used to shake the seas to Roy, Ayn and Binz looked at Roy with increasing respect and curiosity. They knew this meant Roy's strength had been acknowledged by Zephyr. But Zephyr didn't explain much. He just looked at Ayn. Ayn, you said you had intel to report. Ayn snapped back to reality. Teacher, I found traces of that guy. I've already given the report to Shuzo to forward to headquarters. Here is the file. Hearing this, Roy saw Zephyr's remaining fist clenched tightly. That guy. He could hear the bone-deep hatred in the voice of the usually strict but rarely angry instructor. Roy didn't need an explanation to know who Ayn was talking about. Ayn handed over the file. Zephyr took it and shook it open with a practiced flick of his left hand. He didn't hide it from Roy, so Roy saw the photo instantly. It was a tall, obese, grotesque man covered in stitch marks. He had a crescent moon mustache under his nose, blonde braids, and held a naginata. Beside him stood a short, luxuriously dressed old woman wearing sunglasses. The photo wasn't clear, but even so, Roy recognized him instantly. Whitebeard Jr., Edward Weevil, the pirate who attacked Zephyr's training ship and severed his arm years ago. Of course, he didn't have the nickname, Whitebeard Jr., yet. He was just a powerful, nameless pirate. As far as Roy knew, Zephyr and his disciples had never stopped searching for him over the years, but had found no trace. Shuzo, whom I mentioned, was one of Zephyr's former disciples, now a Marine Commodore and instructor at the boot camp. This photo was taken by chance by a fisherman on an island. Ayn gritted her teeth, her body trembling. Even after years, she still remembered the day her comrades were slaughtered before her eyes. The moment she saw this photo, she was certain it was him. Where is that island? We're going now. Zephyr didn't hesitate. His dedication to duty was usually absolute, but his obsession with this pirate made him ready to ignore even the Triforce demonstration. But Ayn shook her head. I already investigated. The photo is old. They've already left the island. I searched the nearby islands for a month, but found no trace. But teacher, at least we know that guy is active on the seas again. She said softly. Yes, for Avengers, knowing the enemy still exists is motivation enough. I understand. Zephyr exhaled deeply, calming himself. Keep watching that area. If you find any trace, report to me immediately. And me. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. Zephyr turned to see Roy's calm face. What's wrong, Teacher Zephyr? Roy stuffed the gauntlets into his pocket and looked at Zephyr. He grinned. Once you catch that guy, you'll need someone to transport him back, right? He tapped the detention unit insignia on his collar. So, I think I should be involved too. Teacher Zephyr, you wouldn't deny your disciple a chance to earn some merit, would you? He wasn't sure about Weevil's location or specific abilities, but he acknowledged Zephyr's mentorship and care. He wouldn't stand by and let Zephyr meet his tragic canon fate. So, he would do what needed to be done. Besides, Roy knew something else. Whitebeard Jr. was unique. According to the original story, he possessed strength comparable to a young Whitebeard, an absurdly high evaluation. But that wasn't the only issue. The key point was that Weevil seemed to have very low intelligence. The real mastermind was the short old woman beside him. Roy knew that unassuming woman, ignored even by Zephyr, was actually Buckingham Stussy, a former member of the Rocks Pirates 40 years ago. And every member of the Rocks Pirates was worth being wary of. Of course, he couldn't tell Zephyr this. So, you kid, meddling in other people's business. Zephyr grinned and shook his head. I haven't fallen so low that I need your help to deal with a pirate. Though he said this, he didn't refuse Roy's offer. Ayn looked at Roy with even more approval. Just as Bin said. Junior brother Roy is a loyal, righteous marine who hates evil. She thought. Just as she was about to speak. Dong, dong, dong. Massive, deep bells rang out, echoing across Marineford. The four master and disciples exchanged glances, their expressions turning solemn. Because in Marineford, there was only one source for such a sound, the Ox Bell in Oris Plaza. It was the symbol of Marine headquarters and justice, rarely rung under normal circumstances. But now, it rang 6 times. All four understood the meaning. They had received news earlier. The Triforce demonstration was starting soon, but the exact time was undecided because the venue was still under construction. Once the venue was ready and tested, the demonstration would begin the very next day without extra preparation time. Being prepared for anything at any time is part of the test itself. Rumor had it this was Vice Admiral Tsuru's idea. And the bells ringing now confirmed the fact. Tomorrow, the Triforce demonstration begins. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 84, Chapter 84, Before the Opening, the First Test. Chapter 84, Before the Opening, the First Test. Grand Line, Dinosaur Island. A pirate flag flew high above the island, in the center of which stood a castle carved from a Tyrannosaurus skull. Hannifuda sat in his throne-like chair, swirling a glass of blood-red wine. His hideous wounds from the previous battle had completely healed. His gaze was fixed on the visual transponder snail in front of him. The Triforce demonstration is about to begin, brought to you live by the World Economic Newspaper. The commentator's voice came from the snail. On the projected screen, the majestic silhouette of Marineford was clearly visible. Hey, we're pirates. Why are we watching a marine demonstration? Inside the castle, a pirate whispered to his companion. The admiral is a warlord, after all. Plus, remember what happened before. The other pirate winked. Seeing his friend's confusion, he sighed. Just watch. Oh. The pirate shrugged and turned his attention to the screen. The camera showed the southern coast of Marineford, near the main tower. The massive iron dome was still there, but the surrounding area was packed with countless people and formations. Each formation flew a different flag. We can see the white wing flag of the Sky Guard, and to their left, the trident flag of the Holy Land Patrol. To the right are the flags of the world government and some national flags, likely the brave National Guards and participants from government agencies. Besides them, the commentator was professional, deliberately omitting the name CP, which wasn't commonly known to the public. And finally, the camera panned to the largest formation, occupying most of the screen. The first thing visible was the striking seagull and scales flag. The host of this Triforce demonstration, the symbol of justice on the seas, the Marines. As the commentator spoke, the camera zoomed in. On a high platform closest to the coastline, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood at the top, beneath a giant clock. Below him were many seats. The 3 central seats were blue, yellow, and red. 3 figures sat there. A slightly tanned man with curly hair and a long face, looking sleepy, Aokiji Kyuzan. A man in a yellow striped suit and sunglasses, looking slightly sleazy, Kazuru Borsellino. A stern-faced man wearing a cap and a red suit, Akainu Sakazuki. The 3 admirals. Hannifuda's pirates shuddered. The 3 admirals, the Marines' highest power, the existence most feared by pirates across the seas. Even though their captain was a warlord, seeing these 3 still made their legs weak. Beside the admirals sat numerous vice admirals. In the front row were Zephyr, Garp, hiding some bandages, and a gentle-looking female vice admiral, Chief Staff Officer Tsuru. The camera shifted again, jumping between different formations. It paused briefly on specific participants. We are now showing the seated participants selected by our reporters. Of course, to maintain fairness, we won't reveal their names or abilities, but please remember their faces. According to President Morgans, the winner will surely be one of them. As the commentator's voice grew more excited. Admiral! Admiral! A subordinate burst in, interrupting Hannifuda's viewing. Hannifuda glared at him viciously. The subordinate shuddered but spoke quickly. "Admiral, it's a reply from the Major Undertaker, . He handed Hannifuda an envelope. As Hannifuda reached for it, the subordinate continued, "Also, about the Spade Pirates, they attacked another one of our ships 2 days ago. We've locked down their approximate location." Hannifuda stood up slowly. The Spade Pirates. His massive tail swept the chair behind him into splinters. He stared at the subordinate, about to speak. But then, Out of the corner of his eye, Hannifuda saw something on the screen. A figure holding a cola bottle, chewing on a straw. Crush. The wine glass in Hannifuda's hand shattered, red wine spilling like blood. His eyes turned into vertical lizard slits. "Roy Amos." His voice was hoarse, dripping with killing intent. "I say, what's with that camera snail? It's been staring at me for a while." Roy muttered, looking at the visual transponder snail nearby. "Because you're a marine supernova, boss. A hot favorite to win." Fal whispered beside him. Hans, however, disagreed. Yes, thanks to the full fruit, he had recovered much faster than Roy expected, much to Roy's chagrin. "Don't talk nonsense, Fal. The boss isn't that popular. His discussion ranking is only 5th among all participants, and his win probability is roughly 50.41%. Roy? He looked at Hans, who was holding a booklet. 50.41%. That's oddly specific. And what is that thing in your hand? Give it here." Roy snatched the booklet and opened it. He froze. Top contenders. Number 1, Momuzagi, Gion, Marine HQ Vice Admiral, top 3 probability, 97.3%. Number 2, Iron Cannon, Urban, Marine HQ Vice Admiral, top 3 probability, 76.4%. Number 3, Giant Sword, Harmo, Marine HQ Giant Vice Admiral, top 3 probability, 51.2%. Number 8, Earth T. Loris, Marine HQ Commodore, top 3 probability, 48.4%. Number 9, Shark Cutter, Bastille, Marine HQ Commodore, top 3 probability, 48.2%. Number 10, Viltung, Sora, Holy Land Patrol Vice Commander, top 3 probability, 47.6%. The first page listed names, and subsequent pages had detailed intel. Just as Hans said, Roy was 5th. Roy Amos. Marine HQ Major, disciple of Black Arm, Zephyr. Fought Warlord, Lizard King, Hannifuda to a draw. President Morgan's remains vague on details. Suspected world government propaganda hype. Likes, Cola. Top 3 probability, 50.41%. Propaganda hype? Who are they looking down on? Roy was furious, then realized something. Wait, where did you get this? Fal and the others were also confused. They had tried to gather intel but found nothing this detailed. Hans had been in the infirmary the whole time. From the World Economic newspaper. Hans explained. A patient in the next bed was a WEP reporter who got beat up for spying. I copied it while he was unconscious. Am I amazing or what? No one listened. They were all reading the booklet. Gion, number 1 makes sense. Roy knew her. Momuzagi, Pink Rabbit. A top-tier vice admiral, treated like a sister by Tsuru. A master swordswoman wielding the Mito, Kanpura. Most importantly, she was a prime candidate for admiral. Since the prize for Marines was becoming an admiral candidate, her ranking was justified. Roy suspected Sengoku sent her to guarantee the top spot. Urban and Harmo were also veteran vice admirals. Almost no CP photos. Morgan still doesn't dare offend the government too much. Roy muttered. I wonder if CP0 is participating. He remembered Kaku and Lucci, but didn't think they'd go far. This guy. One entry caught Roy's eye. Number 19, Hazmad, Sky Guard White Wing Knight, top 3 probability, 26.3%. He had massive wings and was covered in bandages. A Sky Islander? Participating with such heavy injuries. Roy whispered. A small portion of the Sky Guard are Sky Islanders, and those are old injuries. A familiar voice came from behind. Roy turned to see Smoker and Hina approaching. You've been diligent. Good intel gathering. Smoker, smoking a lethal amount of cigars as always, said deeply. Roy glanced at the eager Hans, then signaled Fal. The detention unit brothers silently gagged Hans and dragged him away before he could brag about stealing the intel. Roy smiled. Just a little something. Cough. What do you mean by old injuries? He looked past Smoker, at Hina. He knew Smoker. If he knew intel, it was probably Hina who found it and told him. Smoker. According to Hina's intel, Hazmad was injured during an attack on the High West 3 years ago. Hina explained. The Sky Guard suffered heavy losses capturing the attacker, but the details were classified. She lit a cigarette and pointed. In the distance, among the Sky Guard formation, stood the bandaged man, holding a spear. He seemed isolated, even his fellow Sky Guards kept their distance. Hina heard the attacker was also a Sky Islander. Since then, the original Sky Islanders in the Guard have been ostracized. Hina exhaled. Humph. Blaming their comrades because they couldn't beat the enemy. Smoker sneered. Injured for 3 years and still bandaged. Roy asked casually, then flipped through the booklet. Oh. He looked at Smoker. Smoker, rank 31. Not bad. And Hina, rank 37. A bit lacking. He grinned. By the way, I'm rank 5. Smoker and Hina. This guy is really asking for a beating. Just as they were about to start a brawl. Rumble. A massive sound drew everyone's attention. The giant iron wall in front of them began to lower. Beyond it lay the sea. But as a veteran Marine of Marineford, Roy noticed the change immediately. 10 islands had appeared on the water. 9 smaller ones surrounded a massive central island. Obviously, islands don't just pop up. Artificial islands. Roy guessed. The 9 islands were numbered 1 to 9. Hey, Roy, Smoker. Hina looked at the islands thoughtfully. Hina is curious. You drew lots this morning, right? What number did you get? She waved her hand. Hina is number 5. Roy and Smoker understood. I'm number 7. Number 7. They spoke in unison. Everyone. From the high platform, Sengoku spoke into a snail, his voice echoing across the coast. Preparations for the Triforce demonstration are complete. I will now announce the rules. The assessment is divided into 3 stages. The first 2 will be held today to select the finalists. The final stage will be in 3 days. This morning, all participants drew a number. He pointed to the artificial islands. The first test is simple. Go to the island corresponding to your number. There are boats at the dock below, or you can choose not to use them. Anyone who successfully lands on their island within 1 hour passes. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 85, Chapter 85, Island Number 7, Sea Beast Weapons. Chapter 85, Island Number 7, Sea Beast Weapons. Anyone who successfully lands on their island within 1 hour passes. Sengoku's simple sentence silenced the entire demonstration venue. Not because the test was too hard, but because it was too easy. The artificial islands were at most a few nautical miles from the coast. With boats available, anyone who could sail could easily reach them in an hour. But that was the problem. This was the Triforce demonstration, representing the face of the world government and the Marines. So, something's wrong. Roy muttered, looking at the sea. The surface seemed calm, but in the distance, a ring of Marine warships surrounded the area. Some flew special flags. Roy recognized them, flags of the medical unit. I heard the demonstration would be dangerous, but this many emergency rescue ships. He smiled, unconcerned. He looked at Smoker. Hey, Cigar Man. Looks like we're really gonna clash. Humph. Smoker grunted, but a serious smile touched his lips. Sengoku's words were clear. Those who drew the same island were opponents. So, just what I wanted. Smoker took the cigar out of his mouth. Roy, don't collapse before you even reach the island. He hadn't been slacking off in his training either. Ha, that's my line. I'm terrifyingly strong right now. Just waiting to get on the island and beat you up. After their exchange, Smoker turned to leave, shouting into the crowd, Hey, Tashiji. Let's go. Yes, Captain Smoker. Roy saw a blue-haired girl carrying a katana follow Smoker. Captain. He keenly noted the address. Yes. He was promoted to captain a few days ago. The order will be official after the demonstration, Hina said, snuffing out her cigarette. After this, he'll leave headquarters for Lobetown in the East Blue. I see. Roy nodded. In that case, let's get together before he leaves, party at Granny Kara's tonight. Hina isn't paying. Don't worry, Smoker will pay. Look at those cigars on his chest, he's loaded. Hina shook her head helplessly. You guys are so dishonest. Hina is exasperated. Roy just smiled. His rare friend at headquarters was leaving, but it couldn't be helped. After all, everyone has their own path to walk. He tossed his cola to Fal behind him. Keep it safe. I'll finish it when I get back. He walked toward the shore. Captain, I ate the fresh fruit, but I'm not a refrigerator. Fal wanted to say that. But in the end, he exchanged a look with the detention unit soldiers, and then, Captain, good luck. XN. Hearing their cheers, Roy didn't look back. He reached the water's edge and leaped forward. Bang! Using Jeppo, his figure shot into the distance. Nearby, Smoker transformed into white smoke and flew out. Not just them, almost all participants launched themselves like dumplings into a pot. The demonstration begins. The first test is landing. We can see the participants making different choices. The WEP commentator fulfilled his duty faithfully. Giant Vice Admiral Harmo. Oh, he jumped straight into the water. Swimming across. Makes sense, for a giant, swimming is faster than sailing. And Vice Admiral Guion. She's so beautiful. Ahem, I mean, look at her speed. Too fast. I believe the audience can't even see her, because I can't. And that participant in the white mask. Why don't I have info on him? Logistics. Oh, it's Ivaltung, Sora. He's walking on the sea. No, the water is solidifying. Is that his ability? Of course, some chose the boats at the dock. I must say, that choice is a bit mediocre. As he commentated, most of the audience held their breath. Because just like Roy predicted, anyone with a brain knew. The test wouldn't be this simple. And indeed, the change came quickly. The calm sea surface began to churn. No, not began. There's something under the water. Sharp-eyed spectators spotted massive shadows emerging from the depths. Next moment. Boom. With a massive roar, a National Guard ship was sent flying by churning water. A colossal figure burst from the sea. A giant sea beast. Looking at the bare-faced monster, nearly 100 meters tall, the crowd gasped. Damn it. On the flying ship, a sniper shouted, "It's just a sea beast. I'll blow its head off." He aimed and fired. Boom. The bullet hit the sea beast's head, exploding violently. I'm an elite of the North Blues Dole Kingdom. My explosive rounds are. Before he could finish, the smoke cleared. The giant sea beast stared at him with red, savage eyes. Unharmed. Only now did the participant notice, the beast's body shimmered with a metallic luster. What is THAHHH? Before he could scream, the beast's tail smashed him and his ship into the sea. A nearby medical ship rushed toward him. The commentator's regretful voice followed. Gun Knight, Buffy of the National Guard is eliminated, what a pity. But he's not alone. Because, there are too many sea beasts. And they're huge. Yes. As the participants reached the sea, a terrifying number of massive sea beasts emerged, blocking the path to the 9 islands. This instantly eliminated a huge number of ordinary participants, forcing the rest to stop. They formed a wall, blocking everyone. Idiots, who fights those things head-on? The sea is blocked, so go by air. A scientist-looking participant with a rocket pack soared into the sky. But, roar. Below him, growling as if communicating, the sea beasts began to gather. Click, click. Their tails folded and connected like latches. In moments, they formed an even larger structure. This combined behemoth leaped from the water, towering into the clouds. The scientist only managed a scream before being swatted out of the sky. As he fell, smoking and unconscious, onto a medical ship, everyone realized the truth. This was the real first test. Not just landing, but crossing this barrier of sea beasts. But, even the sky. No matter how you look at it, those aren't normal sea beasts, are they? Someone couldn't help but shout. Sea beasts with bodies like steel that could connect to each other. With monsters like that in the way, who can? Before the complaints finished. Shing. A clear sword ring echoed across the sea. Boom! A sea beast's massive head fell. Blood sprayed, revealing steel blood vessels and bones inside the neck, proving the participants right. These were not normal beasts. But on the falling head, swish! A figure stood. A curvaceous figure in a marine coat. Momuzagi, Gion. Flash cut, Manol. Her Mito, Compra, danced, rabbit ears on her head swaying in the wind. Swish! She vanished at invisible speeds. The heads of 4 sea beasts in front of her were severed instantly. She flashed across the falling heads, rushing toward the distant island as if on flat ground. And she wasn't alone. Mere sea beasts. Even modified, so what? Toward Island 2, Giant Vice Admiral Harmo didn't stop. He dove headfirst into the swarm of beasts. Next moment, boom! With a massive sound, the giant beasts were blasted away. Everyone saw Harmo had drawn the massive sword on his back, a sword so huge it matched his own size. Fighting things like this won't please the god of Elbaf. The giant roared, looking more like a beast than the sea beasts themselves. And again, I thought the opponents were something special. Just a bunch of animals. Toward Island 4, the sinister-looking man, Sora, extended his long tongue. Don't let this trash touch me. He giggled, extending a hand toward an attacking beast. Instantly, the beast's body changed, its sharp claws and steel body turned into a soft, cotton candy-like liquid. Sora waved his hand, and the seawater turned into sharp solid spikes, piercing the beast. Scenes like this silently stated a fact. Unbelievable. Momuzagi, vile tongue, giant sword. The strong are pulling away from the pack. Look, everyone. This is the Triforce demonstration. This is the young generation protecting the seas. The commentator shouted passionately. At this moment, these sea beasts. Roy observed them. Vegapunk sea beast weapons. He guessed the answer. Biological modification technology researched by Vegapunk. But, clearly not the finished versions, no lasers, no ship-destroying power. Prototypes. But even prototypes are strong. Most people won't pass this. Roy analyzed. Clearly, this first test was a filter to weed out the weak. And it was working. Roy scanned the area. Those breaking through were almost all the powerhouses recorded in Hansa's booklet, including several masked figures in the distance. 2 in black suits, Kaku and Lucci, and 1 in white, with a mask-like face. CP0 Guernica, he's here too. Roy recognized the strongest CP0 agent. While Roy was surprised, he saw Guernica and the CP9 duo split up, Guernica heading for Island 3, the other 2 coming toward Roy's direction. Just then, "Hey, Roy!" Smoker's voice called out. Roy turned to see Smoker, wrapped in smoke, punching a sea beast away. "What are you spacing out for?" Clearly, he noticed Roy stopping. Roy grinned. "Who said I'm spacing out? I'm just judging the range and numbers." "Range and numbers?" Smoker frowned. "What does that mean?" Roy didn't answer directly. "Right, Smoker. I just agreed to meet Hina at Granny Kara's tonight. Let's make a bet." He extended a hand. "Whoever reaches the island last pays for dinner." "Are you serious?" Smoker looked at Roy strangely. "I know you got stronger training with Zephyr, but look around. My ability has the advantage here, doesn't it?" As he spoke, a sea beast's tail hit him. Poof! Smoker dispersed into smoke and reformed. Woo! The sea beast looked at its tail, confused. Yes. As Smoker said, his Logia ability was perfect here. The sea beasts didn't have haki. He could fly straight to the finish line without expending much energy. "Just tell me, bet or no bet." Roy grinned. "Since you want to treat me, I won't say no." Smoker snorted, assuming Roy was just trying to be nice before he left. More smoke rose from his body, he prepared to accelerate. But then, "Since you agreed, then, make way." He heard Roy's words and saw his clenched fist. Golden fluctuations flickered on the fist. Within the gold, blue and crimson lights shimmered faintly. At that moment, on the sea, Momuzagi Gion, rushing toward Island 1, paused, sensing something. "Oh." Giant Vice Admiral Harmo frowned, looking toward Roy with battle intent. Across the sea, every truly strong participant sensed a powerful aura rising. Feeling the power inside him, Roy smiled. Human fruit, model, Daibutsu LV4, transform into a giant Buddha, gaining immense golden body and strength. Can release powerful shockwaves. Deep dive development, Buddha golden body, becomes tougher. Shockwaves are stronger, can be shaped at will, have larger range, and linger longer. Human fruit LV5 awakening. Gain limit human strength/intellect. Maintain human form constantly. Smoker, I told you, I'm terrifyingly strong right now. Super wave fist. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 86, Chapter 86, This Sea's Justice Needs a New Pillar. Chapter 86, This Sea's Justice Needs a New Pillar. Oh, it's the Marine Supernova, Roy Amos. This highly anticipated participant chose to observe the situation first, but now he's finally making his move to break through the sea beast barrier. Watching the zoomed-in camera feed, the commentator's voice rose in excitement, trying to hype up the action for ratings and arrays. His voice echoed wherever the Triforce demonstration was being broadcast across the world. To be fair, although Roy had gained fame before the demonstration as the disciple of a former admiral who fought a warlord to a draw, he was still young and previously unknown. So, a theory circulated that Roy hadn't actually fought the warlord evenly, and the world government was just using the warlord's name to boost his reputation. Even the WEP commentator had his doubts. But it is said that Major Roy created the wave fist himself, a technique praised even by Black Arm Zephyr, with 3 distinct styles. Hiss. The commentator bit his tongue. Splash. In a Marine branch cafeteria somewhere, a cook accidentally spilled soup on a Marine. But the Marine didn't even flinch, staring wide-eyed at the screen projected by the snail. Crash. XN. In countless taverns, glasses dropped from the hands of patrons who were betting on who would reach the island first. Similar scenes played out across the world, because at this moment, everyone saw it. On the screen, from the snail's overhead view, a massive highway had appeared on the sea infested with sea beasts. At the end near the island, the sea was a crimson inferno, boiling under intense heat. Bubble, bubble. The air distorted from the heat, and the scent of roasted meat wafted from the countless sea beast corpses. At the end near the coast, the sea was frozen solid. Crack, crack. Biting cold winds howled, freezing the sea beasts in place. Intense shockwaves swept across the sea. And at the end of this massive, clear path, the young figure, bearing justice on his back, slowly retracted his fist. This scene would be etched into the memories of everyone watching the Triforce demonstration for a lifetime. Oh, even Admiral Kazuru, sitting on the high platform, couldn't help but voice his surprise. I heard the rumors, but to actually do something like that, how scary kids these days. He adjusted his yellow sunglasses, his voice dripping with his usual laziness. That power, it almost looks like Fleet Admiral Sengoku's Buddha impact, doesn't it? But the surprise in his voice was real. Wave fist. Akainu said deeply. I heard he used this move to defeat Hannifuda, but I didn't know it was this powerful. His voice held a hint of doubt, but also appreciation. For someone who upheld absolute justice and believed pirates were evil, Roy's decisive action against Hannifuda and his displayed strength were worthy of recognition. Well. Aokiji scratched his cheek. Indeed. I heard his fist style incorporates instructor Zephyr's black body style, Fishman karate, and Wano's foxfire style, but even so, this power is shocking. He paused, remembering something. Come to think of it, I think I saw him in the detention unit before. He didn't feel this strong back then. He turned to the 3 veterans behind him. Is he really not an ability user? But Garp wasn't listening. He was laughing and slapping Zephyr's shoulder. Wahahaha. What an amazing kid. You really found a gem. Hey, Zephyr. How about you give him to me? I'll let you train my grandson however you want. Zephyr, you old bastard, is your wound itching? Want another beating? Only Tsuru answered Aokiji. All participants were verified with Seastone before the event. Hearing Tsuru's answer, Aokiji nodded and asked no more. He knew Roy couldn't be an ability user. To deliver a punch like that, a fruit would need to possess shockwave, fire, and ice powers simultaneously, plus an extremely tough body. Such a fruit didn't exist. And even if it did, using it would cause physical changes. But everyone saw clearly no elementalization, no Zoan transformation, no paramecia body alterations. Roy showed no signs of using an ability. So, special talent seemed like a more reasonable explanation than a devil fruit. Teacher Zephyr, can I have a chat with this junior brother later? Aokiji asked proactively, a rare occurrence. I'm interested in his fist style. He hadn't learned the black body style, but if he could learn this wave fist and combine it with his ice fruit and Garp's iron fist, even for someone at the peak of the sea like him, it was a possibility worth exploring. I can't answer for him, ask him yourself. Zephyr stood up with a smile. Oh, where are you going? Kizaru asked cheerfully. Not staying to watch your disciple land on the island. No need. This test can't stop him. Zephyr said calmly. But few knew the surprise and pride beneath his calm exterior. Pride in his disciple's excellence. And surprise because. How did this kid's wave fist get so much stronger? He was certain Roy's wave fist wasn't this exaggerated in range and power before. In such a short time, he had grown stronger again. Adding in the Ryu Roy displayed earlier and his constantly improving physique. Can training the black body style be this effective? Zephyr could only attribute it to that. In his memory, Roy started improving at an insane rate after starting the black body training. Of course, none of that mattered. What mattered was, after seeing Roy's power. Zephyr had made up his mind. I'm going to talk to Sengoku. Zephyr said, leaving his seat. Seeing Zephyr leave, Kizaru and Aokiji were curious but didn't ask further. Instead, they turned their attention back to Garp's injuries. By the way, Vice Admiral Garp. Kizaru asked softly. Those injuries look scary. Was it really done by that member of the Zodiac? Honestly, Garp's injuries were mostly healed and didn't look scary at all. But Kizaru was clearly referring to the person who could injure Garp. Ha ha ha, that guy. Intelligence guessed his name is Inashishi. Garp laughed, unconcerned about his wounds. Indeed, a pretty good kid. Tricky ability. Not just him. Tsuru spoke up again. The chief staff officer's eyes flashed with gravity. The members of the Zodiac all seemed to be troublesome individuals. That is precisely why this Triforce demonstration is important. She looked at Zephyr walking up the stairs to the top platform, then at Virote nearby, and finally at the figure in the distance. The justice of this sea needs new strength and pillars. At the same time. Phew. Nice. Roy exhaled after clearing the sea beasts with one punch. He looked at Smoker. How was it? Smoker. How was it? How else could it be? He was one of the people who knew Roy best. He had sparred against the wave fist multiple times and heard the rumors. But no matter how he looked at it, this punch was completely beyond his comprehension. Only now did Smoker realize Roy wasn't joking before they left, he really was terrifyingly strong. You. Smoker started to speak, his voice dry. But, talk later, don't forget our bet. Roy interrupted him, raising a hand. Bet? Smoker paused, instinctively looking at island number 7 behind them. Then he realized, although Roy's punch had cleared the path, other sea beasts were swimming in from nearby. Although they looked terrified and reluctant, the path Roy cleared was rapidly disappearing. Only then did Smoker understand Roy. Bet? What are you planning? Before he could finish. Whoosh. As a smoke man, he felt the change in the environment clearly. It was wind. Smoker looked at the distant sea. Why was there such a strong wind? But immediately, he realized the cause. He looked at the path Roy had blasted open. At the start, the ice created cold air. At the end, the fire created hot air. Cold and heat create a temperature difference, and temperature difference creates wind. Whispering, Roy silently switched fruits. Logia magma fruit Zoan Ryu no Mi, model, Quetzalcoatlus LV4. Quetzalcoatlus LV4 can generate wind blades with wings, and use wind currents for super high-speed movement. The next instant. Jeppo, Windrider. Boom. In front of Smoker, Roy's figure shot out like a bolt of lightning at an exaggerated speed. The sonic boom caused by the speed was piercing. When Smoker turned his head in disbelief, he saw Roy crossing the closing channel of sea beasts in an instant. Thud. Roy landed on the artificial island marked with the number 7. The crowd, still recovering from the previous shock, fell silent again. Then, the first participant has landed. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. While the fastest, Vice Admiral Guion, is only halfway there, the Marine supernova, Major Roy Amos, has successfully landed. Ouch. My tongue, again. Only when the commentator announced it with a trembling voice did the roar of amazement finally erupt. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 87, Chapter 87, Roy is a monster among monsters. Chapter 87, Roy is a monster among monsters. Smoker, you sure took your time. When Smoker finally blasted away the last sea beast and landed on the island, reforming from smoke, Roy greeted his friend with his usual unique charm. But this time, Smoker didn't get annoyed as expected. Click. He lit 2 cigars and stuck them in his mouth. Wasn't that slow? His tone was calm, and he seemed strangely relieved. Don't worry. I'll pay for dinner. Roy paused, then clicked his tongue. Rare to see you admit defeat so honestly, Smokestack. He stopped teasing Smoker and looked around the island. Others had landed on island number 7 too. Quite a few were people Roy recognized. Besides Smoker, there were 2 Marine Commodores. One was the mask-wearing, shark-cutter, Bastille, wielding a massive shark-slaying sword. The other was the burly, Earth T. Loris, a master of Earth T. Kenpo. Also present were Rob Lucci and Kaku. As Roy had seen, the strongest CP0 agent, Guernica, had gone to a different island. Counting Smoker and me, that makes 6. Roy glanced at the giant clock on the distant coast. The 1-hour time limit was up. The other islands should be similar. And looking closely, Roy surveyed his surroundings. The artificial island was smaller than he expected. Its structure was square and flat. It looked less like an island and more like an arena. Roy had a pretty good guess about the next test. And he was right. Participants. Sengoku's voice echoed from somewhere on the island. A total of 58 participants have successfully landed. Now, we will proceed to the second stage of the assessment. The test is simple: eliminate everyone else. As the fleet admiral spoke, Smoker's expression changed. The last person standing on each island will be the victor and advance to the final test in 3 days. The moment Sengoku finished speaking, swish. With the crisp sound of Soru, a figure appeared above Roy. Sorry. Major Roy, this is where you stop. Bastille's massive shark-slaying sword was coated in black armament haki. He swung down at Roy's shoulder without hesitation. Sharp cut, bone cleaver. The wind pressure was immense. This strike could split rocks. And he wasn't the only one. Beside Bastille, Commodore, Earth T. Loris appeared at Roy's side. Priority target, eliminate. 10-finger pistol, Earth T. Bite. His fingers, coated in haki, snapped open and shut like beastly jaws, aiming to tear into Roy. Furthermore, 4-sword style, giraffe cutter. Rokushiki's secret technique, Rokuagan. 6-king gun. 2 more figures flashed. Kaku and Lucci, in leopard form, appeared behind Roy. They didn't hold back, unleashing their strongest moves instantly. Sorry, strongest, your fist style is too dangerous. I don't think I can handle it. We represent the government. We don't want to lose ugly. Kaku's low chuckle revealed their shared thought process. The moment Sengoku announced the rules, they all understood one thing. Regardless of their previous opinions or doubts about Roy fighting a warlord to a draw. After witnessing that punch on the sea, they had to admit. On this island, Roy was the strongest. Weak prey unite to take down the strongest predator. This was a survival instinct. Eliminate him first, then deal with the others. With this thought, they attacked simultaneously. They were certain their attacks had locked down every possible escape route. But in fact, Roy never planned to dodge. Clang. The shark-slaying sword hit his shoulder. Thud. The 10-finger bite struck his abdomen. Crack. Swords and Renkyaku slashed his legs. Bam. The Rokuagan hit his heart from behind. But, at that moment, everyone heard a soft chuckle. Then they saw black color appearing at the points of impact. Immediately after. Boom. A massive force erupted from where they struck. All 4 attackers were blasted away simultaneously, crashing heavily to the ground. Ignoring the pain, they looked up at the figure they had besieged. Haki. Kaku gasped. Impossible. According to Chief Guernica's intel, he shouldn't know Haki. No, not just Haki. Rob Lucci whispered, staring intently from under his mask. It's not just knowing Haki, that was. He hadn't mastered Haki yet, but as the strongest CP9 agent in history, he had access to knowledge about it. He recognized the power. At that moment. CRRK. CRRK. With two crisp sounds, Roy adjusted the gloves he had just put on. Your intel is outdated. He wasn't his usual slacker self. He stood calmly in the center of the group. He looked around at them and smiled. Your judgment wasn't wrong. I am the strongest one here. But. As he spoke, black Haki flowed and danced around his body. The emitted Haki crushed the ground beneath him, rock fragments floating up like tethered balloons. He slowly raised his fist. VMMM. On the black gauntlet, the flowing Haki looked like a lion's mane. And then, black mane. And that is Ryu. On the distant high platform, watching via the snail, Sengoku gasped in disbelief. He spun around to look at his old friend. Zephyr. This isn't what you told me. He said deeply. Didn't you say he hadn't learned Haki yet and needed a few more years? That's why I'm standing here, Sengoku. Zephyr stood beside Sengoku, his voice calm. I've taught many students in my life. Many had outstanding talent. He looked down at the clamoring crowd and the three admirals, who also wore serious expressions. But Roy, he is unique. Zephyr said softly. His rate of improvement is beyond my comprehension. He still remembered the day Roy came to him and demonstrated Ryu. Honestly, Zephyr had doubted his own sanity. That was Ryu, the highest application of armament Haki, a technique only top-tier powerhouses used. I see. Sengoku's expression was grave. Not an ability user, yet able to use that wave fist, possessing an abnormally strong physique, and mastering Ryu. He knew what this meant. In the Marines, true geniuses might be recruited as future admiral candidates for special training. That was already the highest evaluation. The current three admirals were once called monsters in Zephyr's camp, but the talent and potential Roy displayed now exceeded that level. His talent was beyond Sengoku's understanding. A monster among monsters. Since the founding of the Marines, there had been few like him. So, you were serious about your request earlier. Sengoku looked at Zephyr seriously. Yes. Zephyr nodded, gazing at the figure on the distant island. This is my choice. He said no more. Very well. After a moment of thought, Sengoku nodded. I will report this to Commander-in-Chief Kong tonight. From start to finish, they didn't discuss the outcome of Island Number 7. Because there was no need. The weak uniting to defeat the strong is a survival tactic. But even a flock of sheep united, can never defeat a dragon. And it was true. On Island 7, Roy clenched his fist. Ryu-infused, super wave fist. He raised his fist, then smashed down. But he didn't aim at anyone. He aimed at the island itself. Boom. In an instant, the massive artificial island disintegrated. Intense shockwaves and roaring Haki split the clouds in the sky. Crack. Bastile's shark-slaying sword shattered into fragments. Snap. Loris's fingers broke instantly, and he was sent flying, vomiting blood. Thud. Lucci's leopard body cracked and popped as he was blasted away. Kaku's long nose bent at a painful angle. A massive cloud of dust rose. When it cleared, the snail faithfully broadcast the unbelievable scene. Island Number 7, centered on where Roy stood, had been completely obliterated. The steel foundation laid by the shipwrights was gone. In its place was a massive crater occupying 2/3 of the island. In the center of the crater, only 2 platforms remained. On these platforms stood Roy and Smoker. You should have attacked me with them. It wouldn't have mattered, but it was the only way to win. Roy slowly retracted his fist, glancing with satisfaction at the Haki flowing on the black mane gauntlets, then smiling at Smoker. I know. Smoker chewed his cigar, his expression calm. He wasn't stupid. When Sengoku announced the simple rules of the second test, he realized what would likely happen. He knew teaming up against Roy was the smartest choice for victory. But, the smartest choice. He spat. What does that boring crap have to do with me? I thought so. Roy nodded. Indeed, if Smoker chose the smart option, he wouldn't be Smoker. But then, he heard Smoker speak again. But you really surprise me. Really? Roy assumed Smoker meant his strength. I told you, I'm terrifyingly strong right now. To his surprise, Smoker shook his head. I don't mean that. He grinned. I'm surprised that you, finally decided to show your true face. Huh. Roy was confused. Smoker's grin widened. Yes, true face. As everyone knew, Smoker was the mad dog of the Marines, a rebellious problem child who obeyed no one. Because of this, he was unpopular at headquarters. How did someone like him become friends with Roy? Just because Roy said hi when they joined? Just because Roy asked to spar one day? Smoker wasn't someone who made friends for those reasons. In fact, he couldn't even stand the Marines. He joined to enact his own justice, not to serve the world government. On the contrary, he knew the darkness inside the Marines. He was skeptical of absolute justice, and wary of most Marines around him. Rules. He ignored them. Orders. He treated them like farts. As long as he could achieve the justice and fairness he pursued, he gladly accepted punishment for breaking rules. So he knew why he and Roy became friends from the start. You and I are the same kind of person, Roy. Smoker whispered, taking the jit from his back. Like recognizes like. Smoker could see Roy was like him. Roy also despised the darkness, willing to disobey orders as a recruit to help a girl get her money back. Roy had a distinct set of values and a strong moral compass, things that couldn't be hidden in daily life. This was also why Smoker had been disappointed in Roy before. Roy had power and talent, but he hid them. To Smoker, Roy looked like another version of himself who had chosen to escape and conform. So he tried, in his own way, to get Roy to leave the detention unit. When he learned Roy was participating in the Triforce demonstration, Smoker trained desperately. He didn't want to lose to this person. But now, he realized he was wrong. You never changed, did you? He looked at Roy. You were just enduring, weren't you? And now? He finally spat out his cigar. You're strong enough, and you don't want to endure anymore, right? Hearing this, Roy paused. He realized Smoker might be right. His goal in the Triforce demonstration was just to secure the detention unit commander position, maybe top 5. He didn't need to draw so much attention, one-shotting sea beasts, instantly eliminating everyone else. Rationally, crossing the sea normally and defeating opponents one by one would have been lower profile. He had done that in the past. Why not this time? The answer was simple, he instinctively didn't want to. It seemed, as Smoker said, this was his true face. In these 8 years, he had seen many things that disgusted and annoyed him. He saw many rules he hated. But he lacked power then, so he endured. He kept a low profile, accumulating strength. So he joined the detention unit and hid until now. But now, he wasn't invincible, and he didn't have absolute power yet. But after recent events, he felt, at least he didn't have to be so restrained. So, I don't deny it. Roy smiled. I do want to let loose a bit. The two looked at each other. Hey, after I get promoted, want to transfer back and be my subordinate. Ryu flowed around Roy's hands. I'd rather die. Smoker gripped his jit. The next instant, they charged. The outcome was predetermined. But no one could say for sure whether this conversation marked the beginning of the turning of the era's gears. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 88, Chapter 88, Roy, How Strong Am I? I have no idea. Chapter 88, Roy, How Strong Am I? I have no idea. At the Fresh department store in Marineford, the owner, Granny Kara, smiled as she looked at the lively crowd. Just like Captain. Hiccup. Another one. Go get it yourself. Don't bother Granny Kara. Captain was so amazing today. That fist style. Phew. Did you see it? Captain Bastille's mask was shattered. They say he woke up in the infirmary and said Captain will definitely become an admiral. 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 The detention unit soldiers were sprawled on the floor, mostly blackout drunk. To be precise, only one Marine in the small shop could still be considered conscious. Hiccup. Hina, I think I drank too much. Yeah, me too. What are you talking about? How can a guy drinking cola be drunk? Yes, that was Roy, who was struggling to drink with Hina. Roy's expression was miserable. They said Smoker was paying. He gritted his teeth. Isn't that because you hit him too hard today? Smoker-kun is still in the infirmary. But he said you can charge it to his account. Hina looked slightly tipsy. Roy. No. Smoker-kun had a cast on his arm, and even the cigars on his clothes were all smashed. Roy couldn't bring himself to ask him to pay in that condition. But still, Hina heard it from Smoker-kun a while ago, it's just frustrating. Hina continued drunkenly, her voice holding a touch of frustration. Roy quickly comforted the drunkard. It's not entirely your fault that you were eliminated. You almost beat that White-Wing Knight, Hazmod, didn't you? He knew that Hina's island number 5 was one of the relatively weaker islands, yet the fighting was the most intense. The final winner was the White-Wing Knight, Hazmod, whom Roy had seen in the information booklet, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. After being pierced in the arm and abdomen by Hina's 3 black pillars, Hazmod surprisingly got back up and kept fighting. Hina, unable to react in time, was blasted off the island by the massive hammer in his hand. Who said that? Hina glared at Roy. Hina knows her own strength. Even with all the training, reaching the final test would have been tough. I mean you, how much strength did you hide before? Your speed of improvement is too fast. She grabbed Roy's collar with one hand, pulling off her wine-red sunglasses with the other. How strong are you now? Hina hiccuped. I feel like you're as strong as Vice Admiral Guion. She had naturally witnessed Roy's punch earlier and heard about the events on Island number 7 after waking up in the medical ship. What happened on Island number 7 wasn't even a fight. Roy's performance was an overwhelming display of dominance, just like Momuzagi Guion on Island number 1. I've been meaning to ask, doesn't wearing wine-red sunglasses at night make it hard to see? Roy, whose collar was being grabbed, decided not to argue with a drunkard and answered casually. Hina didn't answer. When Roy looked over, he realized the entire department store had fallen silent. Upon closer inspection, everyone, the detention unit soldiers and Hina, had fallen asleep. Roy. After reluctantly paying the bill and painstakingly delivering the drunken mess back to their respective dorms. Unable to sleep, Roy took a cup of cola to the roof of the dorm building. Gulp. As the cola went down, Roy recalled Hina's question. How strong is he? He couldn't even answer that himself. He was strong, there was no doubt about that. But exactly how strong, Roy wasn't entirely sure. The reason was simple. He had never truly fought with his full power. Limited by the need to hide his identity, he always had to suppress himself in previous battles. His strongest defeated opponent to date was only Lizard King Hannifuda. The warlord might have once had the strength to contend with Kaido and was still a powerful figure, but he was definitely not among the strongest in the world. But things were a bit different now. With the human fruit, he could use his power relatively freely. And with his 4 Zodiac clones working to earn berries, his strength was increasing almost every moment. So, let alone Hina. Roy was even curious himself about what he was capable of now. What am I thinking? But soon, he laughed and shook his head. As he spoke to himself. On the distant coast, the first ray of dawn broke, illuminating the last giant artificial island in the sea. The island was covered with a towering forest. This was the location of the final test, named Duel Island. 3 days later, on the coast far from the demonstration islands, the number of spectators was the same as 3 days ago, if not more. They're here. After 3 days of rest, the final test of the Triforce demonstration is about to begin. The venue is Duel Island. The 9 victors from the second round will be sent into the island's forest from 9 separate entrances. The specific test content will be announced by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, but before that. The commentator was still passionate. Let's introduce the 9 participants. As he spoke, 9 large banners were pulled up. Victor of Island number 1, Vice Admiral Momuzagi Guion. Victor of Island number 2, Vice Admiral, Great Sword, Harmo. Victor of Island number 3, Guernica. Victor of Island number 4, Viltung, Sora. Victor of Island number 5, White-Wing Knight, Hazmod. Victor of Island number 7, Marine Supernova, Roy Amos. With each participant announced, the corresponding square erupted in cheers. When Roy was announced, the cheers were almost deafening. Roy's performance 3 days ago was so stunning that it even surpassed the previously most popular, Momuzagi Guion. If one paid close attention now, they would notice. On the high platform where the marine leaders were seated, one seat next to the three admirals was empty. It was Zephyr's seat. On the other side. I didn't notice it before, but this island is huge. I heard these artificial islands were funded by the God of Fortune. Truly worthy of the king of loan sharks, he's loaded. Roy stood on a warship, marveling at the entrance to Duel Island. He glanced around the island. He could see the other relatively closer participants within his line of sight. Viltung, Sora, White Wing Knight, Hazmod, and that giant vice admiral. Roy quickly noticed a distant warship. It was far from the island's coast and had the letters, SSG, painted on it. A science unit warship. I didn't hear about anyone from the science unit being among the 9 participants. Roy was puzzled. Did they prepare it specifically for island repairs after the intense fighting? As he was wondering, whoop! A massive horn blared. Roy saw a screen and a giant loudspeaker rise from the top of the island. The screen displayed the number 9 and a countdown, 3 hours. 9 participants. I will now announce the rules for the final test. Sengoku's voice came clearly through the loudspeaker, as straightforward as ever. There is a 3-hour countdown on the screen. The person who endures for 3 hours without being defeated will be the final winner of this demonstration. The test sounded simple, as usual. But clearly, after the first test, no one would believe his words now. Gulp. Countless people swallowed, looking toward the quiet forest on Duel Island. What exactly is in that forest? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 89, Chapter 89, Giant Vice Admiral. Spear of Elbaf, Nation Splitter. Chapter 89, Giant Vice Admiral. Spear of Elbaf, Nation Splitter. Duel Island, deep in the giant forest. There's nothing here. Roy, having landed on the island, looked up at the countdown and then around the empty forest, feeling a bit eerie. Yes. Like most people, Roy knew this third test, just like the first, couldn't be as simple as the rules stated. After all, this was the final assessment. The winner, if a Marine, would become an admiral candidate, renowned across the 4 seas. So Roy was on high alert. But he had to admit, Fleet Admiral Sengoku never disappointed when it came to being disappointing. Entering the forest, Roy realized, there really seemed to be nothing here. Rabbit Fruit, Model, Snow Hare LV3, greatly enhances hearing and jumping ability. Dog Fruit, Model, Dachshund LV3, greatly enhances sense of smell. Bird Fruit, Model, Falcon LV3, greatly enhances vision. As mentioned before, with the 10 billion berry deposit from the Revolutionary Army, Roy, now financially comfortable, hadn't been stingy with upgrades. After upgrading his main combat fruits, Munch, Slice, Daibutsu, Quetzalcoatlus, to LV4. He also selectively upgraded some common Zoan fruits that didn't cost much, to cover specific situations and increase his versatility. For example, this 5 senses enhancement combo allowed him to perceive almost any subtle change in his surroundings. But that was the problem: scent, sight, sound, every sense told him this forest was completely normal. And speaking of which, the objective is weird too. Roy frowned. If the goal was for the 9 of us to fight until 1 remains, the objective should be, defeat everyone else within 3 hours. Survive in the forest for 3 hours. If everyone chooses the rational path and hides, are we all winners? Just as Roy thought this. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from somewhere in the forest, accompanied by a massive slash and intense haki shooting into the sky. Almost simultaneously. Boom! Another massive tremor came from a location closer to Roy. Well, looks like not everyone is rational. Fighting is good. Gets me closer to the goal. Roy muttered. Although he decided to be a bit looser with his power, his goal hadn't changed. He didn't care about being an admiral candidate. Top 5 and commanding the detention unit was enough. Just as he was thinking. Elbaf battle skill, Earth Shatter. A massive roar came from behind him, followed by the terrifying sound of rushing wind. Sorrow. Roy vanished instantly. Just as he dodged, a colossal sword smashed into the ground where he had been standing. Crash. The ground flipped over. Just as the move name suggested, the earth shattered, massive cracks spreading out from the impact. Thud, thud. With heavy footsteps, a gigantic figure in a marine uniform walked out of the forest. Ha ha ha, dodged it, did you? The giant laughed like thunder. Vice Admiral Harmo. Roy rubbed his ears. Of course I dodged, you shouted your move name so loud, it's hard not to dodge, right? The snow hare's hearing was too sensitive, he almost went deaf. Ha ha ha. Harmo laughed even louder. Can't be helped. Silent ambushes shame a warrior's honor. The god of Elbaf wouldn't bless such a disgraceful battle. He shouldered his colossal sword. Roy Amos. I heard about what you did yesterday. Defeating Bastille in one hit. You are a remarkable warrior. So why are you coming after me? Roy shook his head helplessly. To wrestle with the brave warriors of the Four Seas. To fight all kinds of strong opponents. That is why I joined the Marines. Harmo grinned. Come, rare warrior, let us battle. He roared, swinging his massive sword again. Giants. Seeing this, Roy shook his head, knowing a fight was unavoidable. But, fine. His eyes sharpened. The next moment, Harmo was surprised to see Roy didn't dodge the falling sword. Bare-handed, Roy jumped to meet the blade. No haki, no wave fist, not even those gauntlets. Harmo frowned instinctively. What is he doing? He acknowledged Roy's strength, but this, intending to fight him with pure physical strength? Kid, you're underestimating the giants. He roared, swinging the sword faster. But in an instant, Harmo's expression froze. Because he found, incredibly, his massive sword felt like it was clamped between two mountains. But his eyes told him it wasn't mountains clamping his sword, it was Roy's hands. Creak. With the sound of the blade straining, Harmo felt a massive force from the other end. You. He gritted his teeth to speak, but before he could finish, he saw Roy flip his hands. Boom. The sword flipped, and Harmo's colossal body was flung away by the immense force. Crash. He smashed through dozens of giant trees, disappearing into a cloud of dust. In Marineford. Watching the broadcast, the commentator screamed in disbelief. Unbelievable. What happened? We can't hear them, but without a doubt, Major Roy just flung Vice Admiral Harmo. And, he didn't seem to use his wave fist or haki. He threw a giant with pure physical strength. His shock mirrored Harmo's own. Dvero Harmo, lost in pure strength to a human. He struggled up, grabbing his sword, staring gravely at the figure standing in the distance. Is he really human? He was truly shaken. He felt it clearly. Roy had crushed him in absolute physical power. And it was true. Human fruit, model, Daibutsu LV4. Human fruit, model, giant LV4. Strong fruit LV4. Human fruit LV5. Ignoring vitality and recovery, for pure muscle strength, the giant fruit is stronger than the Quetzalcoatlus. This, muscle enhancement, combo is set. Clenching his fist, feeling the surging power, Roy looked at Harmo. Vice Admiral, how was it? He grinned. Ha ha ha. Harmo stood up. Amazing, Major Roy, just like the rumors, your physique is monstrous. But. He grinned back. I am a warrior of the giants. As he spoke, he assumed a strange stance with his sword, holding the massive blade horizontally at his side. VMMM. Haki erupted, swirling around his blade like a vortex. At the same time. Crack. Crack. His veins bulged all over his body. Yes, giant warriors didn't fear monsters. On the contrary, they prided themselves on hunting monsters. Those who could hunt truly powerful monsters were honored as heroes. Their hallmark was the ability to use the ancient martial arts passed down in Elbaf. Moves named Spear of Elbaf, symbolizing strength and glory. Harmo was strong, but his power hadn't reached that level yet. However, with this supergiant sword, Harmo gripped the hilt tighter. I can barely use one of them. As said before, his sword was unusually large, even for a giant. This was why. For giants, size is power. He swung the sword. At that moment. Roy's gaze sharpened. Is that? A light flashed in his eyes. The next instant, Harmo's slash flew. Spear of Elbaf, Nation Splitter. Heikoku. In that instant, the power surging from the sword seemed to turn into a massive tsunami. Boom. The towering ancient trees in the forest were torn apart like fragile seedlings. A massive chasm appeared in the ground instantly. It appeared. Elbaf's secret technique. It is said a powerful giant warrior using this can destroy an island nation in one blow. This is the power of a headquarters vice admiral. Even supernova Roy must dodge. The commentator's passionate speech cut off abruptly. Because, boom, the terrifying slash hit Roy. A massive cloud of dust rose, dust, wood chips, and stone fragments mixed with haki flew in all directions. He didn't dodge. Is the battle over? The commentator's cry was joined by shouts from the detention unit. Captain, did that idiot drink too much last night? How do you not dodge that? But then, ha. In the forest, amidst the rising dust, Harmo maintained his swing pose, his massive chest heaving, sweat streaming down his muscles. Did I win? He gasped, staring at the spot where Roy stood. He knew he had given it his all. This, nation splitter, Heikoku, was a giant technique on par with sovereignty, Akoku, and ocean sovereignty, Hakai. He could only use it thanks to his supergiant sword. He was confident that even giant heroes would find this strike troublesome. Time seemed to freeze. Until a moment later. Whoosh! The sea breeze cleared the dust, outlining a blurry silhouette. The silhouette was still standing. Giant martial arts, truly impressive techniques. Roy's voice rang out. The dust cleared completely. Roy's marine uniform was tattered. His arms were crossed in front of him. But on his body, golden fluctuations erupted, surrounding him. Wave fist, Vajra body. But it looks like you can only use that move once. What a pity. As his words fell, Roy vanished. The next instant, he appeared above Harmo's head. In his hand, the glow of the wave fist shone. It's over. Exhausted, Harmo knew clearly, after using Nation Splitter, he couldn't dodge this. But he didn't mind. As a warrior, defeat after a full-force battle was no shame. But, Harmo's eyes widened in disbelief. Because he saw the change in Roy's body. He could see Roy's muscles tense and exert force. The trajectory of the muscle changes, the subtle shifts in the body, were incredibly familiar. But he had no time to say more. The next instant, Roy's fist slammed into him. Boom! In the forest, a powerful shockwave erupted. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 90, Chapter 90, Triforce Demonstration, Life or Death. Chapter 90, Triforce Demonstration, Life or Death. Thud. As Vice Admiral Harmo's body fell to the ground, Roy slowly landed. Looking at the massive crater spreading across the ground and the broken trees surrounding it, he nodded silently, then continued walking deeper into the forest. The power is good, but still not quite right. As he walked, he frowned slightly. Where did I go wrong? Muttering to himself, he recalled the scene he had just witnessed. It was the moment Harmo used the Spear of Elbaf. In Roy's mind, every detail of that strike was vividly replayed. The muscle changes, the body movements, the bulging veins, even the redness of the skin caused by accelerated blood flow, details almost invisible on a normal human, but clear as day on a giant. Of course, an ordinary person couldn't memorize all these details, but Roy could. Human fruit LV5, gain the limit of normal human intelligence. I didn't expect the human fruit to have this use. He muttered internally, feeling his previous judgment of the fruit was too hasty. It's a pity Vice Admiral Harmo only used it once. I need to find someone else to practice on. Just as Roy was thinking this, the countdown above him continued to tick down. Devil Fruit user, Sora, discovered. Confirmed Devil Fruit, Paramecia reverse fruit. Analyzing and saving to Fruit Encyclopedia. Fruit ability, can reverse the properties of physical objects. Ineffective on living flesh. Reversal itself causes no damage. Effects by level. LV3, gain full fruit effect. Can reverse the properties and mechanisms of physical objects. Liquid becomes solid, solid becomes liquid. Requires 500 million berries for unlock. LV4, fruit deep dive development. The concept of reversal broadens. Even the taste of food and the properties of medicine can be reversed. Requires 1.5 billion berries for permanent unlock. LV5, Fruit Awakening Reversal Corridor. Ability affects the surrounding environment, freely controlling the reversal of objects within range. Requires 8 billion berries for permanent unlock. Analysis progress, 0%. The voice from the encyclopedia perked Roy up. He immediately switched to his 5 senses enhancement loadout and picked up sounds from the surroundings. Over there. With a leap, he headed toward the source of the sound. As the analysis progress began to move, Roy saw 2 people. The area was clearly battle-scarred, but the fight was already decided. Truly trash. In the center of the battlefield, a winged Sky Islander wrapped in bandages lay on the ground. It was White-Winged Knight, Hazmod. The ground around him had turned into a muddy swamp, trapping his body. Beside him, his spear had melted into a puddle of blue liquid. Standing over him, a sinister man with a long tongue mocked him coldly. White-Winged Knight. Just trash from a non-human race. Trash like you daring to appear before me, the guardian of the great celestial dragons, makes me sick. He spat, his voice filled with pride. Yes, he was Sora, vice commander of the Holy Land Patrol, the shield of the celestial dragons. A loyal dog of the celestial dragons, he despised all other races. I heard your Sky Guard is full of trash like you, which is why you were attacked and couldn't do anything about it, right? He sneered. Then, his venomous tongue continued. Oh, not just you. Except for those living in the Holy Land, everyone else is trash too. Marines, National Guards, all trash. Recently, that Zodiac even stole the celestial tribute, angering the great world nobles. A few sentences revealed the origin of his nickname, Vile Tongue. We are not. Hazmod struggled to speak, but Sora stomped on his face. Ha! Sora sneered. What do you mean, not? The guy who attacked you was a Sky Islander too, right? And he waved his hand, and the mud turned into blades, slicing off Hazmod's bandages, revealing hideous scars. Branching red marks and burns covered his entire body. Roy recognized them instantly, lightning scars. Roy frowned, a guess forming in his mind. Meanwhile, look at you. I heard your Sky Guard lost over 500 men that day. In the end, a big shot from Mary Gosa had to come personally to deal with the intruder. When Sora said this, Hazmod growled. Shut up. He glared angrily, memories of that nightmare 3 years ago flooding back. The lightning falling from the sky, the sneering figure, and his dead comrades. But most importantly, after so much sacrifice, we caught him. But that guy from Mary Gosa just took him away, along with the interrogators and the files, and never came back. Bastard! Bastard! He roared. They had captured the enemy, interrogated him, and were about to execute him. But he was taken away, along with all witnesses and records. To this day, Hazmod didn't even know the enemy's name. He had asked the commander of the Sky Guard, but received no answer. It was as if his fallen comrades had never existed. As if the humiliation suffered by the Sky Islanders and the Sky Guard over the past 3 years was deserved. I came to the Triforce demonstration to wash away this shame. He shouted. But the next moment. You trash. With a roar, Sora's spikes pierced Hazmod's body, eliciting a groan of pain. That lord from Mary Gosa is someone even I am not qualified to meet. How dare a mongrel like you call him, that guy? Sora ground his teeth. Then, he grinned savagely. It doesn't matter, the Triforce demonstration is life or death. After saying that, don't expect a quick death. Just as he was about to torture Hazmod further. What a coincidence. He heard a voice. Who? He turned instinctively. Roy walked out of the forest. Roy Amos. As a fellow participant, Sora recognized Roy instantly, his expression changing drastically. Clearly, after the first 2 rounds, most participants were wary of Roy's strength. Sora was one of them. So, why are you here? He tried to calm himself. I have no intention of fighting you, the rule is to survive for 3 hours. Fighting is meaningless. He said. Vile Tongue doesn't sound very vile right now. Roy grinned, continuing to walk toward Sora. You're right, the rules say that. But, it's just a coincidence. Sora didn't understand. What? What coincidence? What is this guy talking about? But in the next moment, he knew. Because, coincidence means. First, I happen to have a question for Mr. Hazmod here. Roy raised his hand level with his chest. Second, I happen to need a punching bag. And you happen to appear in front of me. He grinned. His eyes held a piercing chill. Tell me, isn't that just too coincidental? As the words fell, Sora saw Roy's fist flying toward him. And you said one thing right. Triforce demonstration. Life or death. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 91, Chapter 91, Fist like a meteor collapsing into the sea. Chapter 91, Fist like a meteor collapsing into the sea. Viltung, Sora, a top 10 contender on the rankings, was considered the ace of the Holy Land Patrol in this competition. Marine Supernova, Roy, already highly scrutinized, was the rising star due to his performance in the first 2 rounds. Most people expected their fight to be an exciting spectacle. But it wasn't. The outside audience watched the broadcast with wide eyes. On the battlefield, White-Winged Knight, Hazmod, a witness on the scene, was speechless. The spot where Sora had been standing was now just a massive ravine. The ravine stretched into the distance, with the forest behind it cleanly pierced. Trees, tree trunks, and rocks on the ground, everything in the path of the strike was easily pulverized. The swampy ground that had bound Hazmod began to revert to its original state, indicating Sora's reverse fruit had been neutralized. What power! Just one punch took out Sora. Hazmod swallowed. And at such close range, I wasn't harmed. What precise strength control! He looked at the young figure in the distance, feeling the light filter down and make Roy seem incredibly tall. A little off, but I've touched the rhythm. Roy gripped his fist, his human fruit-enhanced brain quickly evaluating the strike. He didn't dwell on it, instead looking toward Hazmod. As he said before, his reason for striking Sora, besides the guy being disgusting, was Hazmod. He walked up to the still stunned Hazmod and snapped his fingers with a smile. You heard what I said, right? Ha, ha, you saved me. I will repay you. Ask your question. Hazmod nodded, breathing heavily. He did hear Roy say he had a question for him. I'm curious about the Sky Guard attack incident you mentioned earlier. Roy didn't hide his interest. Can you tell me the appearance and ability of the attacker? Hearing this, Hazmod instinctively gritted his teeth. That day had become his nightmare for 3 years. He remembered the man clearly. He had very long earlobes, was shirtless, and had 4 drums on his back. He must be a Sky Islander, because he called the 4 seas the Blue Sea, and claimed to be from the White Sea. Hazmod said deeply. That's a unique term Sky Islanders use for the ground world. And his ability was a Logia Devil Fruit, he could control lightning. Roy was certain now. No doubt, it's Enel. He mentally whispered the name. Enel, the self-proclaimed god of Skypiea, the cruel man who destroyed his own home island, Birka. But that wasn't the point. The key was that the golden city of Shandora was on Skypiea. For Roy, the significance of the golden city was immense. But Roy had avoided going to Skypiea. The reason was Enel's power. He was the user of the top-tier Logia Goro Goro no Mi Rumble fruit, capable of manipulating and transforming into lightning. Crucially, he could use and maintain a massive, specialized observation haki called Mantra Mind Network, which covered the entire island. Anyone landing would be instantly located. With this, he could strike from beyond visual range, capable of destroying the entire island with his max power, and teleporting anywhere. This meant Roy couldn't sneak onto the island. Any attempt to reach Shandora would be met with lightning from afar. For a long time, despite his greed for the gold, Roy hadn't attempted to go. The situation only changed a few months ago after he got the slice fruit. The creation of Yuji, Ryaji, Inashishi, and Nezumi, and their subsequent upgrades, made him confident he could defeat Enel. So, he had already begun planning for Skypiea. But due to Enel's character, he loved gold, Roy had to ensure a one-hit kill. Otherwise, Enel might destroy the entire island, including Shandora, rather than let anyone else have it. Even Roy would struggle to stop that. But now, he discovered. Enel attacked the Sky Guard 3 years ago, was captured, and then taken away by the world government. Roy frowned. Since coming to this world, This was the first time the plot had deviated so drastically from his knowledge. 3 years ago was when Enel should have destroyed Birka and gone to Skypiea. But now, he hadn't reached Skypiea, and his whereabouts were unknown. Why the change? Roy didn't know, but he was very interested. He asked Hazmod several more questions and learned something even stranger. That guy was carrying a very ancient box with strange carvings. When he arrived, he demanded all our gold and materials. He said he would use the things in the box to build his ark. Hazmod's face darkened. That ridiculous demand was why the Sky Guard fought him. Roy frowned even deeper. Gold, that's irrelevant. Enel was obsessed with gold. The real key was Arkansas. The word reminded Roy of the other thing Enel possessed in the original story. The Ark Maxim, a unique ship powered by the Rumble fruit. It was the only ship that could fly freely in the world, capable of generating thunderclouds and lightning. It could even fly to the moon. Furthermore, similar specialized ships appeared in ancient murals on the moon and in giant records. Now that I think about it, that ship was illogical. Even the Rumble fruit shouldn't be able to create something like that alone. Combining this with Hazmod's words, Roy had a theory. The box Enel carried when he attacked the High West might contain the true core of the Ark Maxim, the key that made the ship unique and capable of space travel. Of course, Roy didn't care about the Ark Maxim's core. He cared about why didn't Enel stay on Skypiea? What happened to the Golden City, Shandora? That was his biggest concern. I need to send my clones to check immediately and confirm Shandora's status. Just as Roy was thinking, slice. A massive slash erupted from the forest. The giant trees were cleaved instantly, the cuts smooth as glass. Roy? He stopped thinking. Golden fluctuations erupted. He crossed his arms and blasted the slash away. Hazmod wasn't so lucky. He was about to ask Roy a question but was blasted away by the shockwave, disappearing. Roy ignored the White-Winged Knight, and looked toward the source of the slash. My apologies. An elegant figure in a pink marine coat walked out of the forest. The Mito, Compra, coated in haki, was in her hand. It was Vice Admiral Momuzagi Dion. Her appearance confirmed her nickname. Fwoosh. Black haki swirled around her slender body. 2 long rabbit ears stood up, fine fur covered her body, and her legs were bent backward like a rabbit's. It was clearly Rabbit Fruit, Model, Snow Hare Fruit Awakening, Zoan Fruit Awakening. Roy was surprised, as expected of an admiral candidate. As he pondered, I was chasing the participant named Guernica. He seemed to deliberately lead me here. My slash wasn't aimed at you. My apologies. Dion explained to Roy. I see. Roy nodded, thinking, no wonder. Zephyr had mentioned Dion's character. She wasn't the type to attack from behind. However, Dion raised her compra, the blade shimmering. That Guernica is strong, but he keeps running and avoiding a fight. I joined this demonstration to find strong opponents to hone my swordsmanship. Roy, you are very strong. She smiled brightly, her eyes burning with battle spirit. Shall we have a match? Roy. Right. Teacher Zephyr also said she was a sword-crazed lunatic despite her elegant demeanor. Guernica. Roy gritted his teeth. That bastard is truly despicable. Just as Roy was muttering, on the top of a giant tree in the forest, did I successfully draw her attention? Guernica, in his white suit and top hat, crossed his arms. His mask-like face remained expressionless. Drawing Dion to fight Roy to shake off the dangerous admiral candidate, this was a cheap tactic for someone of his status. But Guernica didn't care. He was a CP0 agent, he only followed orders. His mission was to rank as high as possible and preserve the government's face. These two should be the strongest in the competition. After they settle their score, I should be able to. Guernica felt something and snapped his head toward an area outside the island. His white, mask-like face showed surprise for the first time, and he wasn't alone. X2. Below him, Dion paused, looking in the same direction. Roy, with his enhanced senses, did the same. They all felt a massive pressure and crisis sweeping across the entire forest. Most alarmingly, Roy's eyes were wide with disbelief, because the aura and pressure felt strangely familiar. At the same time, on the edge of the island, aboard the warship marked SSG Special Science Group that Roy had noticed, a tall figure walked out of the cabin. Thud, thud, thud. Even the steel deck of the warship dented with his steps. Be careful, Crusher, this is just the first test. Don't go overboard. Yes, you need to adapt first. And your body is still. Two scientists in white coats bickered nervously around him. Quiet, both of you. The man in the center growled. I know my own body. He looked up at the countdown. Roy, that kid, must be getting impatient. Roy would recognize the voice immediately. Purple hair, strong body, dark skin. It was Black Arm, Zephyr. But there was a difference. Where Zephyr's right arm was once severed, a massive, intimidating metal arm had been attached. It was the Seastone arm specially built for him by the SSG, named Crusher. Clench. Zephyr flexed his mechanical arm. It's been a long time since I felt this. In that case. His grin turned savage. Just like you said, a test run. One strike. He leaped up. Boom. His tall, strong body soared above Duel Island, spinning as he descended. Crack, crack, crack. The massive mechanical right arm was raised, terrifying Ryu instantly coating it. He roared, his voice and fist resonating over the forest. Black body style secret technique, meteor collapse. The punch flew. The next moment. Boom. It was as if a meteor had collapsed into the sea. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 92, Chapter 92, You Brat, how long are you going to stay there? Chapter 92, You Brat, how long are you going to stay there? The coastline of Marineford fell silent. Almost everyone watched in disbelief as the massive mushroom cloud and churning waves rose from the sea, their eyes and jaws practically dropping to the floor. And no, that was. The commentator could barely string a sentence together, almost passing out from hyperventilation. A nearby staff member rushed over. Mr. Bonus, the commentator, needs a short break. We'll play a brief commercial. Play nothing. The commentator suddenly leaped up, his face flushed crimson. As an elite employee of the World Economic Newspaper, he knew the magnitude of what had just happened. Because if he wasn't mistaken, and he couldn't be mistaken, the person who struck that blow was the former Marine Admiral, the legend of the last era, Black Arm, Zephyr. His booming voice delivered an unprecedented shock. The Admiral, retired for years, chose to intervene now. Undoubtedly, this is the true content of the final assessment. The participants must face him. A unified gasp echoed across the world. XN. The sound reverberated from all corners of the globe. I thought the original plan was different. On the highest platform, Vice Admiral Tsuru stood beside Sengoku, whispering, "Yes." Sengoku nodded. The original plan was for me to be the final examiner, but Zephyr requested this. Tsuru was silent. He finally decided. As Zephyr's old comrades, they knew the thought that had been festering in Zephyr's mind since that accident years ago. Yes. Sengoku confirmed. Tsuru frowned and sighed. Ha ha ha. Behind them, Garp laughed heartily. That old geezer Zephyr finally made up his mind. I told him to do it ages ago. Twisting and turning. Crunch. The marine hero munched on a cracker, joining his two old friends. Garp, this is live on TV, Sengoku reminded him. Garp, huh. So what? Nothing. Seeing Garp's confused face, Sengoku gave up trying to preserve the marine's image. It was pointless anyway. Instead, he corrected Garp. It wasn't twisting and turning, Zephyr just needed to be certain of his choice. The three fell into silence. After a moment, Tsuru spoke. Regardless, isn't this a little too much? Sengoku sighed, agreeing. According to his plan, Zephyr was supposed to enter the forest with 30 minutes left on the clock to hunt down the participants, testing their combat, evasion, defense, and stealth. But Zephyr clearly ignored the plan. Sengoku covered his forehead. One after another, now even Zephyr, they're all completely disobedient. Garp, ha 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 ha. Isn't this great? It's been a long time since I saw Zephyr throw a serious punch. Their gaze was fixed on the distant island. The giant mushroom cloud had dispersed, revealing the island's devastation. This was the source of their current conversation. The island, once covered in a dense forest, was now treeless. Dual island, built with the best foundation materials funded by the King of Loan Sharks, and assembled by the King of Storage's shipwrights, was now utterly destroyed. Where the forest stood was a massive crater, sinking inward from the center. The huge depression radiated outward, crushing every tree. Giant rocks and wood debris were everywhere, heavily concentrated at the blast's epicenter. It looked like it had been hit by a meteor. And currently, the meteor stood at the center of the crater. Ha ha ha, not bad. The massive mechanical arm was wielded easily. Zephyr's grin was fierce. His eyes, behind the goggles, looked into the distance. But, you people are quite resilient. He was looking at the two figures before him. Ha, ha. A half-human, half-rabbit figure shrouded in smoke, holding a Mito, Momuzagi, Gion. Who? A man in a white suit, stained with blood, his top hat gone, CP0 Guernica. The broadcast showed the other participants across the island had all been instantly knocked out. Zephyr's punch had instantly reduced the final test to a final showdown. Brother Zephyr, it's been a long time since I've seen you like this. Gion said softly. Her body was heaving. But as she inhaled, she slowly straightened, her wounds visibly healing. The monstrous vitality of an awakened Zoan was on full display. She wasn't fully recovered, but she was ready to fight. You've gotten stronger too, Gion. Zephyr looked at the Vice Admiral like a sister. But her answer was shing, the sharp hum of a blade, and Gion's crouched, predatory stance. No, I'm not strong enough. Gion said calmly. There was no softness in her expression, only the sharp focus of a swordsman. She knew she wasn't strong enough. Not against him, she had seen him at his prime. But that was all the better. I came to this demonstration to sharpen my sword. Brother Zephyr, allow me to challenge you. Haki coated her body. Momuzagi vanished instantly, the terrifying speed creating a sonic boom. Crash. A speed far exceeding the limit of normal sorrow. But that was just the beginning. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of sonic booms. Where Gion moved, the already shattered ground was cut cleanly again. Dust swirled but was instantly carved up by the air itself. The pink and white blurs, the sword flashes, were the comet trail of the swordswoman Momuzagi. Everything in her path was severed. Snow Country Flash, Jade Rabbit Hunt. The audience gasped, forgetting to breathe. Did you see that? Everyone, that is the true power of Admiral Candidate Momuzagi, Gion. The commentator's voice was deafening. Even those unfamiliar with combat could feel the terror of Gion's attack. Haki, swordsmanship, strength, and the extreme speed granted by her awakened snow hare fruit. Even heavily injured by Zephyr's previous blow, her power was terrifying. Many vice admirals knew just a stray sliver of her blade could heavily wound them. But, facing Gion's terrifying, annihilating attack, the fierce grin on Zephyr's face didn't waver. It widened. Not bad. The word fell, and Gion's slash arrived. A blade of light pierced toward Zephyr from a tricky angle. Speed, power, timing, angle. Momuzagi was certain this strike was perfect. Yet, Gion, today, I have something I must do. Zephyr didn't even turn his head. His left fist shot out. Haki coated, it wasn't fast, but it was precisely, perfectly aimed. Clang. Time seemed to freeze. The slash stopped. Gion's figure was perfectly visible beside Zephyr. The battle intent on her face was instantly replaced by shock. Her Conpra, the unbreakable great-grade sword. Its tip, was gripped by Zephyr. Zephyr's hand, tensed with muscle and flowing haki, looked inhuman. The black body style, running at this level. Gion's eyes narrowed. She instinctively tried to retreat. But it was too late. The massive mechanical arm smashed into her waist. The colossal force instantly shattered her grip. She felt like she'd been hit by a warship, groaning once before being uncontrollably blasted away. Crash. She slammed into the ground, trying to force herself up. But, thud. Her vision swam. She couldn't stand. Her rabbit ears drooped, and the fiery aura around her dissipated. It's over. The commentator's cracking voice made the audience feel like they were on a roller coaster. Vice Admiral Gion, even after that ultimate move, was defeated by Admiral Zephyr with a single blow. No, don't remind me, I know she was injured, but still. This is the legend of the last generation. This is a true former admiral. In the silence, the three admirals on the spectator stands changed expressions. Teacher Zephyr. Aokiji frowned deeply. Oh, so serious in that state. Teacher Zephyr is terrifying, isn't he? Kizaru's voice held genuine surprise. Given his age and the SSG's reports on his body, maintaining that intensity is abnormal. Akainu's face was grim. They knew. Zephyr was old and past his prime. The power he displayed now was not his normal state. The intensity he was fighting with was near his prime, surpassing his physical limits. He was serious, dangerously serious. Guernica's arms remained crossed, but cold sweat dripped down his face. Too strong. I am no match. He judged he was heavily injured by the initial blast and lacked Gion's recovery. His condition was worse than hers. If I fight, I'll be defeated in one hit. He knew this. But Guernica didn't care. Gion was down. The test wasn't over, but he was effectively in first place. His mission was complete. So, he didn't care if he was defeated now. Hey! But then, Guernica heard Zephyr's voice. You brat, how long are you going to stay there? Zephyr roared. But Guernica was certain Zephyr wasn't talking to him. Zephyr's gaze was fixed on the center of the crater, where the debris of rock and wood was piled high. Guernica. The next moment. Old man, you really went all out, didn't you? From the pile of rock and wood debris, a voice clearly replied. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 93, Chapter 93, If you are the future, prove it to me. Chapter 93, If you are the future, prove it to me. Old man, you really went all out, didn't you? The voice was filled with exasperation. Rumble. From the deep crater at the center of the battlefield, huge rocks and trees were blasted away by a golden surge. Crack, crack. Clear footsteps echoed through the smoke and rubble. Roy's silhouette emerged. And I'm still your student. Why was that move aimed at me? He cracked his neck, the sound like snapping wood. Ha ha ha. Zephyr laughed heartily. Precisely because you are my disciple, that strike was aimed at you. Just as he spoke. Swish. With a crisp burst of Soru, Guernica appeared behind Roy. Ryua Sote, tenfold. Dragon's hoof finger pistol. Armament haki instantly coated his fingers. The condensation was so dense it looked like a solid, claw-like structure. The residual force from the 10-finger attack shattered the nearby rocks. To have such powerful haki even with a heavy injury, the title of CP0's strongest agent was well deserved. But, teacher is right. Guernica distinctly heard Roy's voice. Then he felt his 10 fingers strike Roy's skin, which felt like hitting steel. Dice fruit steel body. Daibutsu fruit Vajra body. Munch fruit Ryu coating. This was fruit combo defense enhancement. After all, I don't want anyone saying I only got first place because you held back. The next moment, Guernica was met by Roy's fist. How is this possible? Guernica was horrified. The situation was completely different from his prediction. He was sure Zephyr's strike was aimed at Roy. Roy should have been far more injured than Gion and near collapse. That's why he attacked immediately, defeat Roy, and first place was his. But the reality was, Roy had only minor injuries, which were rapidly healing. Ryu no Mi, model, Quetzalcoatlus LV4. Ryu no Mi, model, Tyrannosaurus LV3. The combined effect of two ancient Zoans. Next, boom. Roy's punch slammed into Guernica's abdomen. The strongest CP0 agent spat out a mouthful of blood instantly. His vision went black, and he was sent flying backward. Crash. Crash. He smashed through debris, landing unconscious. His fight was over. Roy slowly retracted his fist. I didn't plan on taking first place, but now that I'm here. He muttered, then looked at Zephyr. His gaze was immediately drawn to Zephyr's right arm. Teacher, is that, Crusher? He paused, his voice trailing off. Zephyr slowly raised his arm, preparing to fight. The overwhelming haki and silent intent made his meaning clear. Teacher. Roy stopped, facing Zephyr. He glanced at the countdown. Zephyr's punch hadn't destroyed it. Time remaining, 20 minutes and 25 seconds. The test wasn't over. But Roy still didn't understand. He saw what the three admirals saw. Zephyr was pushing his haki and body to the absolute limit. A true, extreme state. This state put an immense strain on Zephyr's current body. He didn't understand why Zephyr felt the need to go this far. But just then, Roy. Zephyr spoke. I've submitted my request to Sengoku and Commander-in-Chief Kong. After the Triforce demonstration, I'm forming the Pirate Suppression Unit. Roy frowned. He knew the unit. Binz and Ein had mentioned it. The unit Zephyr wanted to form after the attack 4 years ago. Unlike the fixed branches, this unit would sail the 4 seas, hunting all pirates. Zephyr wanted to find Edward Weevil and take revenge. But Roy didn't see the connection. The next moment, he understood. After forming the Pirate Suppression Unit, Binz, Ein, and I will resign from the Marines. Roy's expression froze. Resign from the Marines? He realized Zephyr's intent. Sword. He mentally recalled the name of the secret Marine unit. Sword, a classified Marine unit. Members resigned from the Marines but were not truly civilians. They didn't have to follow orders and could fight a Yonko without authorization. The Marines, in turn, were not responsible for them. They were the blade in the shadows. And clearly, Zephyr wanted his unit to be this kind of covert force. I've had enough of being constrained by the bigger picture and government orders. Zephyr, the most righteous veteran of the Marines, spoke softly. If I'm going to hunt those pirates, I want no shackles. Even if it meant leaving the Marines he had dedicated his life to. He had felt this way for a long time but couldn't bring himself to leave. The reason was simple, he couldn't abandon the Marines. He had many students, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizuru, but none of them made him feel entirely comfortable about leaving the Marines' future in their hands. They were strong and had their own justice, but in Zephyr's eyes, they weren't perfect successors. He longed for someone he could truly trust to carry the mantle of a justice. This thought, this responsibility, was his chain. Until Roy appeared. Roy's strength and talent were undeniable, a monster among monsters, as Zephyr had just thought. But more importantly, Zephyr sensed Roy's heart. He knew Roy's talent and long-term pretense had reasons. Virote knew it too. But Zephyr didn't care. A person must have their own beliefs. Hadn't he, too, after the death of his family and the loss of his arm, felt resentment toward the government and the Marines? He had. The reason Zephyr and Virote chose Roy was the same reason Smoker saw him as an equal. Some fundamental truths of the heart cannot be faked. You are different from anyone else in this world, Roy. Zephyr gently took off his goggles and threw them aside. If it's you, I can make this choice with peace. He clenched his fist, his gaze burning with conviction. You will be the future of the Marines. This was why he was here. He had decided to leave everything in the Marines to Roy. But before that, he needed one final confirmation. To confirm if the most important decision of his life was truly the right one. Roy was silent. He looked at Zephyr. In his teacher's eyes, he saw earnest expectation and a request. And so, I understand. Roy nodded, slowly pulling the black mane gauntlets from his pocket. He put them on, tightened them, and clenched his fists. I will prove it to you, Teacher Zephyr. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 94, Chapter 94, Warm-up complete. Black Arm vs Black Arm. Chapter 94, Warm-up complete. Black Arm vs Black Arm. Before the match began, Roy certainly hadn't expected the situation to escalate this far. But for Roy now, that was irrelevant. He had received Zephyr's resolve and request. And he had decided to answer it. Teacher, how does that arm feel? On the battlefield, Roy, wearing the black mane gauntlets, looked at his teacher and grinned. Not bad. It's not as good as the original, but once I get used to it, it will be close enough. Zephyr flexed his right arm, the crusher, and laughed heartily. Is that so? Roy nodded. Perfect. He raised his hand, leveling it with his side. You need practice, and I happen to have a technique that's just about ready to be tested. As the words fell, boom, the aura around him changed drastically. Zephyr's gaze sharpened, his eyes locking onto the changes in Roy's body. Roy's muscles tensed in a rhythmic motion, driving immense power toward his hand. And now, at his palm. VMMM. The strong fluctuation faintly resembled the shape of a blade. This aura. Even Zephyr was surprised. Could it be? A veteran of countless battles, he instantly recognized the unique intensity. The same one that had just been displayed in this forest. Wave Fist, Spear of Elbaf, Nation Splitter. With a low shout, Roy's hand slashed down. The golden shockwave, like the blade of a giant sword, blasted forward. The weathered ground of Dual Island seemed to cry out in despair. Zephyr's pupils contracted. He raised the massive, crusher, arm to block. Tekai, immovable Vajra. The strike arrived the instant he shouted. ZZZT, ZZZT. A deafening screech of friction and sparks erupted from the mechanical arm. The next moment, Zephyr's imposing figure was sent flying backward by the impact. Crash! He tumbled through the air, the ground beneath his path instantly pulverized like fragile tofu. In a split second, the golden shockwave slash, starting from Roy's fist, tore across the entire island, kicking up immense dust. All obstacles in its path, whether massive rocks or wood debris, were annihilated. Finally, the strike flew toward the sea. Whoosh! The sea split, a massive V-shaped trench appearing, the incoming water roaring. At this moment, the spectators on the coast were dead silent. Well, not entirely, many of them were clutching their dislocated jaws. Hiss. That was. There's no mistake. That was the Spear of Elbaf, Nation Splitter that Vice Admiral Harmo used earlier. The commentator had severely bitten his tongue again but ignored the pain. Major Roy learned it just from watching the battle. And, is it just my imagination, that strike was even more powerful than when the giant used it. The commentator's shout wasn't the only sound heard on the spectator stands. Oh. Even Sengoku frowned, and Garp paused his cracker eating. Zephyr told me, but to learn it in such a short time. Sengoku was truly surprised. The Spear of Elbaf, a giant martial art famous for its destructive power. Mastering it required incredible physical strength and precise body control. Few giants, let alone humans, could use it. The last time a giant used it was years ago, by Dori and Brogi of the Giant Warrior Pirates. Outside of giants, Sengoku only knew of one person who could use it. Big Mom Charlotte Lin, who grew up in Elbaf. And what Roy displayed was even more exaggerated than Big Mom. He learned, Nation Splitter, simply by watching Harmo use it once. Terrifying physique, the black body style's control, and that immense learning talent. Sengoku finally had no doubt about Zephyr's assessment of Roy's talent. But he and Garp didn't discuss it further, focusing on the broadcast. They knew the battle was far from over. And not just them, even spectators who didn't understand fighting could feel it. Even through the screen, they saw Roy's tense body and battle-ready eyes. Everyone instinctively knew that what was about to happen on that island would shake the entire sea. And they were right. Boom, boom. With a deep rumble, Zephyr walked out of the path of the shockwave. Even from this distance, his heavy footsteps and the loud clank of the crusher arm were clear. Spear of Elbaf. Roy, kid, I'm impressed you could do that. He looked at Roy and smiled. Black haki flowed over his body. Black body style. I'm your disciple, after all. And you did hit me with a punch just now. Consider this a receipt. Roy smiled back. VMMM. Ryu surged from his hand, black as ink. Black body style. On the battlefield, master and disciple faced each other. Black arm versus black arm. Warm-up complete. X2. The two spoke simultaneously, their words shocking everyone. Yes, that terrifying strike was merely a warm-up for them. Come on. X2. With that, Roy and Zephyr vanished simultaneously. The next instant, their figures reappeared in the center of the giant trench, colliding head-on. Crash. Mechanical arm met, black mane. The terrifying shockwave from the clash of immense power and haki officially announced the true start of the battle. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 95, Chapter 95, He who rises after 1,000 knockdowns is a hero. Chapter 95, He who rises after 1,000 knockdowns is a hero. Boom, boom, boom. Over the sea, deafening explosions burst like thunder in broad daylight. Duel Island, already heavily damaged, shook violently. It sounded like an army was relentlessly shelling the island. But everyone knew the truth. The other participants had been evacuated by medical ships. Only 2 people remained on the island. Or rather, 2 monsters. Rumble. Massive dust clouds and explosions followed the 2 figures, whose speed was nearly invisible. Sky, earth, shattered rocks, and artificially carved cliffs, their figures appeared everywhere in the broadcast, only to vanish instantly. Every appearance, every collision, contained power capable of crushing most of the so-called powerhouses on the sea. For example, now. Black body style, spinal process. After colliding in the air, Zephyr's mechanical arm spun like a drill. The massive arm moved with a speed that defied its size. Ryu shot from his fist. The wind from the punch blew the dust into a massive funnel. But as the strike, capable of leveling a mountain, flew toward Roy. VMMM. Roy's golden fluctuations and flowing haki neutralized most of the force. The residual power only caused a shallow wound on Roy's body. Fruit combo, defense enhancement. After defending against the strike, Roy didn't give the old man a moment's rest. Dice fruit LV4 Quetzalcoatlus fruit LV4. Harnessing the wind created by Zephyr's attack, Roy's speed spiked to the extreme. He appeared above Zephyr in a flash. Before Zephyr could react. Fruit combo, muscle enhancement. Roy clenched his fist and smashed down. Spear of Elbaf, nation splitter. Zephyr raised his mechanical arm again, but his body was inevitably driven into the ground like a meteor. A giant crater and dust cloud erupted. Roy's attack didn't stop. Float fruit mass increase. His body instantly became another meteor, plummeting downward. Wave fist, permafrost. Wave fist, boiling sea. Flames and ice condensed on his fists as he fell. Below, Zephyr, slammed into the ground, flipped instantly, dodging Roy's combined strike. But the extreme heat and cold warped the surrounding terrain. Zephyr didn't pause either, immediately raising his crusher arm. Black body style secret technique, mountain crusher. Taking advantage of Roy's momentary lag from the dive, he blasted Ryu toward Roy. Roy remained calm. Zoan snow hare fruit LV4. Ryu no Mi, model, Tyrannosaurus LV3. Strong fruit LV4. This was. Leg enhancement, Jeppo, flash. The extreme leg strength drove his soarer's speed to the limit. He dodged Zephyr's punch and then kicked out. Rankyaku, mountain carver. The giant slash cleaved the ground, creating another fissure. Roy seemed to fall into the new trench. But the next moment. VMMM. His body moved as if it melted into the earth, leaving only a hole. Before Zephyr could react, he heard movement beneath his feet. If one could see through the ground. Roy was moving at extreme speed underground. Rat fruit, model, mole LV3. Dice fruit LV4. This was. Digging enhancement, wave fist. Powerful shockwaves and Roy's figure burst from the ground beneath Zephyr. Knowing he couldn't dodge, Zephyr braced himself and kicked out. Black body style, sever. Roy's fist and Zephyr's leg collided. Both were sent flying backward. The colossal shockwave exploded again, adding immense difficulty to the future repair crew. The intensity of the fight left the external audience breathless. The commentator, who always insisted on his duty, had finally given up. He just stared open-mouthed at the incredible battle. This is. He was speechless. He was a core staff member of the WEP and had seen strong people and big news. But this level of fighting was the first time for him. What incredible power. Look at that island, viewers. Those two are literally moving natural disasters. Looking at Duel Island, massive, reinforced, custom-built by the world government, now nearing complete disintegration. His trembling voice echoed the sentiment of the entire world. For ordinary people, the battle was incomprehensible. The power displayed defied all logic. But what was even more baffling was the two figures, who slowly stood up after their clash, were laughing. Genuine, heartfelt laughter. Ha, ha, you brat, you're not bad. Zephyr's teeth clacked. His left arm was covered in bulging veins. This wasn't anger. It was exhilaration. Zephyr knew Roy was strong. He had sparred with him many times and expected him to surprise him. But he never expected this much of a surprise. Since the attack 4 years ago, he hadn't pushed this hard, yet Roy was matching him blow for blow. And on the other side. Old man, you've still got it. Roy grinned. His fists were clenched, feeling the impact. He realized he could finally understand those battle maniacs. The long-forgotten pain and exhaustion didn't panic him, they excited him like a wild beast smelling blood. His power was rejoicing. Come on, powerhouse, come, fight. For Roy, this was the first time he faced an opponent he could fight all out against. He felt the pure, unadulterated joy of the fight. Come. X2. The two roared. Then, they charged at each other again. Super Wave Fist. Black Body Style Secret. Just as they were about to clash, gathering haki. Zephyr's expression suddenly changed. The haki around him visibly faded. His body buckled, pain surging through him. Is this the limit? A flash of the past crossed Zephyr's vision. Severe asthma, a side effect of overtraining the black body style in your youth. Triggered by your wife's death. I'm sorry, but I think you should retire from the front lines. This asthma is incurable. It will worsen with age. You must limit your use of power. Especially after 70, you may need an inhaler constantly, and you won't be able to use the black body style anymore. The first scene, the diagnosis after he collapsed from grief and asthma following his family's murder. Then the second scene. The training ship, 4 years ago. The ugly pirate he was suppressing took advantage of his asthma attack to sever his arm and kill almost everyone on board. His students. He was just as powerless, falling, allowing the tragedy to happen. And this time. Again. Zephyr's body slumped. I'm the teacher. I'm so frustrated. Regret, pain, frustration, sorrow, the constant companions of his life after 40. But, in the next moment, Zephyr felt no pain. A hand caught him. He didn't fall. Teacher. He heard the voice. Zephyr's vision slowly cleared. He saw Roy Amos. He saw the concern in Roy's eyes, and the slight deformation in Roy's arm from forcefully retracting his punch. Sorry, you brat. Zephyr said softly. Roy grinned. What are you saying, teacher? Can you stand up? Your fight isn't over yet. Zephyr felt something warm melt in his heart. You brat, who do you think I am? Of course I can stand. Zephyr took a deep breath. The next moment. He stood firm. A hero is usually someone who never loses. But one who rises after 1,000 knockdowns and endless pain. Perhaps he, too, can be called a hero. They are not without pain. But pain can no longer defeat them. Come, Roy. Zephyr laughed. Prove it to me, my disciple. The words fell. His crusher arm surged with unprecedented haki. The intensity was so great that the metal of his prosthetic arm visibly cracked. Focusing every ounce of power, the technique pushed his body to its limit. It was Black Body Style Grand Secret, Black Akala. And facing him, Roy gripped his fist. His massive healing ability had restored his arm, but that wasn't enough. Munch Munch Fruit, Inma Iron Ryu Release Limit. Release. Daibutsu Fruit, Wave Release Power. Maximum. And finally, his muscles, haki, and fluctuations converged, matching Zephyr. His stamina was rapidly consumed, but Roy didn't care. Rumble. An unprecedented, colossal golden shockwave and Ryu surged from his fist, matching Zephyr's haki. Black Body Style, Super Wave Fist, Spear of Elbaf. The two fists flew simultaneously. Golden Shockwave and Black Torrent, like two comets, collided at the heart of Duel Island. But this time, the thunderous roar was swallowed by the sheer force. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment. Then, boom! A visible, condensed, toroidal shockwave blasted out from Duel Island in all directions. The clouds instantly shattered. The sea, centered on the island, was violently pressed down by an invisible giant hand. A cataclysmic scene followed. A series of concentric tsunamis, hundreds of meters high, erupted and rushed outward. They surged toward all directions, including Marineford on the coast. It's a tsunami. Unbelievable, the battle between those two has unleashed a super tsunami. Hide where? It's worth dying just to witness this clash of power. As the crowd descended into panic, the commentator remained dutiful. Though his trembling voice suggested fear was present. But just then, wait. The commentator suddenly spotted something. On the coast, 3 figures appeared via Soru. Those two, they really went overboard. Oh, can't be helped. Teacher Zephyr's new disciple is a monster so scary. Roy Amos. For his age, that is truly remarkable power. The figures in blue, yellow, and red uniforms were none other than the three admirals. Before the commentator could finish, the three admirals moved. Whoosh! Scorching, dark red magma flowed. Hiss! Blue frost surged. VMMM! Flashing light erupted. The three admirals extended their hands. The colossal tsunami surging from the distant sea was instantly frozen, then blasted apart by light beams, and finally evaporated by magma. The water vapor, smoke, and shockwaves vanished. But the three admirals ignored the screams of the crowd behind them. They, Garp, Sengoku, and the vice-admirals on the high platform. Their eyes were fixed on Duel Island. Or rather, the spot where Duel Island used to be. The massive island, custom-built by the world's best shipwrights for the demonstration, was almost completely erased from the sea, its fragments scattered with the waves. Only the final piece of the island's core remained. And on that small fragment, Zephyr and Roy remained in their punching stance. But Zephyr's crusher arm, that prototype, was shattered. Clang, clang. Fragments of the Z-alloy fell, but Zephyr didn't notice. He looked only at Roy. With the clouds parted by their force, sunlight streamed down onto Roy. His marine coat fluttered, the word, justice, visible on his back. Zephyr saw himself. He saw the boy who made a vow beneath the Marineford Tower. I will walk my own path and carry the flag of justice. And now, the flag had a new bearer. Zephyr couldn't say where he would lead the Marines, or if his justice was the justice the world government needed. But he could be wholeheartedly relieved. I really did take on an incredible disciple. He had left a spark for the Marines. He was no longer bound by responsibility. Thud. Then, he collapsed. At that moment. Midnight. The shattered countdown clock, which had fallen into the sea, finally reached 0. The Triforce demonstration was officially over. But everyone watching knew. The shock and ripple effects of this battle across the sea were only just beginning. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 96, Chapter 96, Black Judge and Whitebeard. Chapter 96, Black Judge and Whitebeard. Roy Amos. The name, already familiar to the world after the World Economic Newspaper's report claiming he fought a warlord to a draw, now shook the seas once more after the Triforce demonstration. The difference was clear. Before, in all corners of the world, Roy was known as Admiral Zephyr's disciple, a Marine supernova. What is a supernova? A promising young fighter. Being able to fight a warlord to a draw was commendable, but many still believed it was hype or that Hannifuda held back out of respect for Zephyr. But now, no one would call Roy a supernova anymore. Triforce demonstration concludes. Victor is Roy Amos. Fleet Admiral Sengoku confirms post-match promotion to Vice Admiral and title of Admiral candidate. Inheriting the name of his master, Black Arm, Zephyr, his title is Black Judge, ZZ. The ZZ is a mythical beast said to discern good from evil with its single horn. Many believe this symbolizes the new admiral candidate's understanding and adherence to justice. However, some legends say the ZZ, upon discerning evil, attacks instantly, disregarding laws, perhaps suggesting this admiral candidate's justice is less than gentle. Regardless, viewers of the Triforce demonstration broadcast will understand that no matter the justice he follows, the power he possesses will surely make him the Marines' next legend. A week after the Triforce demonstration, the World Economic Newspaper published lengthy reports celebrating the outcome, a rare occurrence given that their headlines had recently been dominated by the Zodiac. And so, the name Black Judge Roy spread across the seas at an astonishing speed. New World, night. A massive whale-shaped ship sailed across the ocean. On the main mast flew a pirate flag, a grinning skull with a crescent moon mustache, strikingly visible. It was the symbol of the strongest of this era. The ship was the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. A legend of the new generation? Isn't that a bit much? On the deck, a man in a chef's uniform with a pompadour hairdo read the newspaper. He was Thatch, commander of the 4th Division. Not too much. Beside him, Marco, commander of the 1st Division with pineapple-like hair, shook his head. I watched the live broadcast. That Marine named Roy is ridiculously strong. He fought Black Arm Zephyr to a standstill, head-on. Zephyr? That old man must be 70 now, right? Even at 70, he's still a former admiral. Even Pops acknowledges his strength is monstrous. Marco shook his head. Is that so? Then he's strong indeed. Thatch muttered, flipping the page. Oh, not just that Marine, look at this. Fire Fist, ace. This rookie is good too. He sank Hannifuda's fleet before, and now he's actively hunting Hannifuda's pirates. A swordsman in a top hat, Vista, laughed. I've been following that rookie for a while. Looks like his ship was attacked recently, and his comrades suffered heavy losses. That must have truly angered him. Cares about his comrades, does he? Thatch's eyes brightened. Sounds like a good guy. Right, Teach? Yes, indeed, Captain Thatch. A burly man with a pizza slice, Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard, grinned foolishly. Just then. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr tall man who had just emerged from the infirmary, still sporting an four-drip. The white crescent mustache, the massive stature, and the unified cry of "Pops" from everyone on board confirmed his identity. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, unquestionably the strongest pirate of this era. Black Judge, Roy. He settled into his captain's chair, taking the newspaper. He saw the ravaged Dual Island and Roy supporting Zephyr. A smile, matching his mustache's curve, appeared on his face. Has Zephyr finally found a true successor? He showed no worry or apprehension. It was expected. Since decades ago, the seas had never lacked powerhouses. The current admirals, the other emperors, newcomers appeared in every generation. But Whitebeard always stood at the pinnacle. Reminds me of the old days. Hey, Marco, bring the sake. Marco's eyes widened. Not today, Pops. You need to cut back on the alcohol. Ha! Whitebeard glared. Nonsense, foolish son. If I can't drink as I please, why even be a pirate? Bring the sake. He roared. Ha ha ha. Captain Marco, just bring the sake. Pops won't quit otherwise. Hey, Vista, get over here before Pops starts yelling at you too. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in laughter. Amidst the playful arguments, Marco reluctantly handed over the sake. Just one cup, okay, two, sigh, fine. He knew his father's personality. As the patriarch of the crew, he wouldn't compromise on drinking. Whitebeard lifted the huge gourd and drank deeply. Glug, glug, glug. After emptying the gourd in one go, he sighed contentedly and picked up the newspaper. Speaking of which, Marco, what about the thing I asked you to look into? Marco turned serious. About the Zodiac, I've had Squard and Whitebeard check through their channels, but the yield is low. Besides the public rumors, the only extra intel is that before the Triforce demonstration, Marine hero, Garp had an encounter in the East Blue with a never-before-seen member of the Zodiac, possibly named Inashishi. He handed the newspaper to Whitebeard, showing a photo of Garp's heavily damaged warship and Garp with bandages after the demonstration. Garp. Whitebeard glanced at the face in the photo. The veteran commanders of the Whitebeard pirates looked grave. Garp, they knew his name far better than the recently retired Zephyr. Though famous for hunting the Pirate King, Whitebeard had clashed with Garp countless times. They knew the marine legend's terror well. That Zodiac member actually injured Garp. Inashishi, is he that strong? Also, didn't another one kill Big Mom's son? And another killed Crocodile. I remember that guy challenged Pops. His strength wasn't bad, right? The deck buzzed with discussion. Whitebeard ignored the chatter. Inashishi. He frowned slightly, then shook his head. Marco, who knew him best, caught the subtle gesture. Pops. He asked softly, why are you so interested in the Zodiac? Is something going on? The others quieted down. Even the silently eating Teach looked at Whitebeard. They knew their father's nature. He only cared about his family. He rarely took an active interest in other matters on the sea. Marco and the other commanders usually gathered important intel for him. But with the Zodiac, Whitebeard actively demanded information and showed great concern. The last time Whitebeard was this actively interested in an outside event was Roger's execution 19 years ago. Marco was curious. Whitebeard put down his gourd. He didn't speak. Perhaps the mention of Garp and Zephyr, the names of his peers, brought back memories. A figure seemed to flash before his eyes. "Hey, Newgate." The boisterous voice still echoed. The only man Edward Newgate respected besides Roger himself. "How did I survive? Ha ha ha. That doesn't matter. What matters is, I made a promise to someone. You want to?" The voices faded, but the memories were vivid. "It's nothing," Whitebeard said softly. "I just heard a name once." "A name?" Marco was perplexed. "A member of the Zodiac." He pressed, curious who could make his father care so much. Whitebeard just grinned. "Who knows?" He looked toward the unchanging sea. "But I heard." On the distant sea, the sun began to rise, making the ocean seem vast and full of infinite possibilities. "He's a guy who will turn the world upside down." 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 97, Chapter 97, Admiral Level Authority. Target, Impel Down. Chapter 97, Admiral Level Authority. Target, Impel Down. The sea has been turned upside down because of you, Black Judge. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku put down the newspaper and spoke with emotion. "Glug, glug. Ha, I'm alive." Upside down is a bit of an exaggeration, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you can just call me Roy. And Black Judge sounds kind of embarrassing. In front of him, Roy downed a bottle of ice-cold cola in one go and exhaled deeply. "Also, can you cancel those interviews and stuff for me? It feels more exhausting than fighting Teacher Zephyr." He scratched his head. "If you stop chugging drinks in my office, I might consider it." Sengoku's forehead twitched. First the old one, now the young one. Why did they treat his office like the official Marine cafeteria? "Ah, sorry. Roy apologized while casually handing the empty bottle to the goat that wandered over, Sengoku's pet. "Don't feed it that." After the usual unprofessional banter, Roy looked at Sengoku. "So, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, why did you call me here?" "It's about Zephyr." Sengoku didn't beat around the bush. "Teacher Zephyr? Didn't he already leave with Bins and the others to form the pirate suppression unit?" Roy was surprised. Shortly after the Triforce demonstration, Zephyr, after a brief rest, had decisively installed the newly tested and reportedly better Crusher arm, much to the doctor's despair, and left the Marines as he said he would. "You brat, go do your own thing. Men don't need send-offs." The old man was as free-spirited as ever. Of course, Ein and Bins left Roy a special transponder snail for emergencies or intel sharing. "Exactly. But before leaving, he left something for you," Sengoku said deeply. "Something? What?" Roy frowned, curious. "Specifically, it's a set of authority," Sengoku said softly, picking up a document and handing it to Roy. Roy took the document. A cursory glance made his expression change. "This is..." Even he was truly surprised. Sengoku explained gravely. "Years ago, Zephyr's family was killed by pirates, leading to his retirement from the front lines. That incident was entirely due to the government's failure." His voice turned cold. "Wasn't it? The family of a Marine admiral should naturally receive the utmost protection from the world government and the Marines. Yet Zephyr's wife and son were killed. No matter the explanation, the government bore undeniable responsibility. Commander-in-Chief Kong felt extremely guilty. He specially applied for the world government to allow Zephyr to permanently retain his admiral rank and a unique set of authority, which remains valid to this day." Sengoku pointed to the document. "And now, since the pirate suppression unit Zephyr is forming is a covert unit, sword-like, he applied to Commander-in-Chief Kong and me to transfer this authority to you." He sighed with emotion. "The authority includes many parts: unrestricted passage in world government-controlled waters, full authority over Zephyr's training base, temporary command and mobilization rights over most Marine branches, discretion to leave port for missions without reporting to headquarters, only needing a subsequent report, management and expansion rights for your own unit, and coordination and intelligence access rights with major world government subordinate agencies and the military." As Sengoku listed them, Roy read the document, shocked. He knew Sengoku wasn't exaggerating. According to the document, he gained incredible authority. In summary, except for the authority to initiate a buster call, this is almost equivalent to a full admiral. Yes, only the admirals, the highest power of the Marines, had such high authority. Teacher Zephyr. Roy could almost hear Zephyr's voice in his ear. Kid, you've graduated. Inherit everything I have, and do what you want to do. Roy grinned. The old man really trusts me. A while later, after signing the documents and leaving the office, Roy returned to the detention unit headquarters. I think Smoker is about to be discharged. Should I invite him and Hina for a party? It was already dark. Roy pondered as he walked. That cigar man had injured himself by headbutting Roy's fist just to dodge the bill last time. Truly despicable. Roy couldn't let that slide. He had to eat his fill before Smoker left for Logetown. But as Roy harbored such inhumane thoughts. 1, 2, 1, 2. Passing the detention unit training ground, he surprisingly heard rhythmic footsteps and shouting. He paused, then quietly approached the fence. The next moment, his eyes widened. Is it haunted? The training ground, usually empty at night, was full of people. The soldiers of the detention unit were running in formation. And most ridiculously, leading the formation of the Black Loyalty, were Fal and Hans. Ha, ha, ha. Brothers. Their stamina was clearly depleted, sweat pouring down, footsteps stumbling. But Fal shouted, 10 more laps. Beside him, Hans roared, that bastard Roy is already an admiral candidate. If we stay like this, he'll definitely laugh at us when he has time. We are the direct subordinates of an admiral candidate. His eyes were bloodshot. 10 laps isn't enough. 20 more. Ugh. XN. The unified roar and passionate atmosphere left Roy stunned. Those two, is it necessary? He shook his head with a laugh. Just then. Why isn't it necessary? He heard a voice behind him. Roy wasn't surprised. He turned to see Vice Admiral Virote, holding a skewer of meatballs, smiling happily. The Vice Admiral looked at the soldiers training on the distant field. Even after managing the detention unit for years, this was the first time he had seen the soldiers like this. And he knew the reason. Who told you to become a monster so quietly? They just don't want to be left too far behind. After all, you are their boss. Virote smiled at the young man. This was the power of a banner. Running toward a banner they admire, people can unleash power far beyond their past selves. Even Virote felt the same. He had long believed Roy would be outstanding and eventually lead the detention unit, maybe even change it. But in his plan, that would take decades. He hadn't expected Roy to be outstanding to this extent. Good job, kid. Hearing this, Roy looked at the superior who had taken care of him for years. Thank you for the praise. Virote said no more, just beckoned him. In that case, let's go. Go. Roy paused. Where? Didn't I tell you? After the Triforce demonstration, I'm retiring. Virote smiled. I've already submitted my report to Sengoku. The position of detention unit commander will be transferred to you. But before that, I have to take you for the final handover. Roy was stunned. He was surprised by Virota's decisive retirement, but thinking about it, it fit the old man's personality. A moment later, he realized the meaning behind handover. Handover work? Clearly, for Roy, who had been in the detention unit for years, he knew most internal affairs inside out. So, the only answer was, let's go. Virote smiled. We're going to impel down. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 98, Chapter 98, You Are Lucky Not to Be Born in My Era. Chapter 98, You Are Lucky Not to Be Born in My Era. Southeast of Marineford. A massive gate stood on the sea, like a divine creation. The Gates of Justice, connecting the 3 major strongholds of the world government. Behind this Gate of Justice, was an island located in the calm belt. Or perhaps island wasn't the right word. What appeared on the sea surface was just the top of a massive tower. On the huge steel gate was a special symbol. A yellow trident with wings on a black background, topped with a crown. It was a place feared by all criminals in the world. Impel down, the great underwater prison. Built on the seabed of the calm belt, surrounded by numerous fleets, and guarded by countless jailers and powerhouses, it was the world's largest prison. Impel Down, Level 4, Blazing Hell. Devil Fruit Analyzed, Ox Fruit, Model, Holstein LV1 Bear Fruit, Model, Koala LV1 Ox Fruit, Model, Rhinoceros LV1 Horse Fruit, Model, Zebra LV1. The constant notifications from the fruit encyclopedia almost made Roy laugh out loud. He and Vice Admiral Virote were standing outside an office. Before them stood several giant, beast-like monsters, the source of the fruits Roy had just analyzed. Roy knew them well. The jailer beasts of Impel Down. They were awakened Zoan users who had lost their minds to their fruits. In front of the jailer beasts stood three people. Vice Admiral Virote, Vice Admiral Roy, welcome to my Impel Down. Oh, wait, it's not mine yet. The leader was a shirtless weirdo dressed like a pharaoh, holding a trident, Hanyabal. He covered his mouth halfway through his sentence, looking ridiculous. Oh, no new prisoners. Suddy is so lonely. The woman with blonde hair, pink leather clothes, and a unique speech pattern was Suddy-chan, the chief guard. Apologies. Chief Warden Magellan is dealing with a personal issue. He'll be here soon. Before that, please put these on. The last one was a woman in a uniform and red glasses, Domino, the vice head jailer. She seemed to be the only normal person there, handing gas masks to Roy and Virote. Virote was used to this. He took the mask, signaled Roy to put his on, and briefly introduced the three. Roy listened half-heartedly. He knew them, of course. But clearly, compared to them, Roy cared more about the person he and Virote were waiting for. Click. Soon, the office door opened. Phew. With a sigh of relief, a massive figure walked out. He wore a black uniform, gloves, and had horns on his head. Combined with the bat wings on his back, he looked like a legendary demon. Dark purple poison gas accompanied his appearance, causing those around him to cover their mouths. Apologies for the wait, he said in a deep voice. My stomach wasn't feeling well. Devil Fruit User, Magellan, discovered. Confirmed Devil Fruit, Paramecia Venom Fruit. Analyzing and saving to Fruit Encyclopedia. Fruit ability, can release devastating toxins from the entire body. Effects by level. LV3, gain full fruit effect. Breath, bodily fluids, and body parts carry intense poison. Can manipulate poison shape. Breathing makes food toxic, causing chronic diarrhea, but grants immunity to almost all poisons. LV4, fruit deep dive development. Can create red venom, Kingite, with infectious properties and higher toxicity. Can create a venom demon. Requires 3 billion berries for permanent unlock. LV5, Fruit Awakening Hell's Judgment. Assimilate the environment into a poison domain. Can create a small amount of black death poison, which directly attacks life force rather than nerves or cells. No antidote. Requires 11 billion berries for permanent unlock. Analysis progress, 0%. Roy was very satisfied. Yes, before him stood Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. A poison human who ate the venom fruit. Roy knew this fruit was top tier in terms of lethality against living beings. Especially in the confined environment of Impel Down, it was practically invincible. In the original story, Magellan almost single-handedly wiped out the Blackbeard pirates. Outside Impel Down, its effectiveness might drop, but it was still a powerful paramecia. This must be Vice Admiral, Black Judge, Roy. Magellan looked at Roy. That's me. Roy nodded. Confirming Roy's identity, Magellan got straight to the point. I've received the notice. I will personally guide you on this tour. Virota's handover wasn't complicated. Since Roy would manage the detention unit and frequently visit Impel Down, this was just an orientation tour to introduce him to the management. Thank you, Warden Magellan. Roy had no intention of offending him. Virote looked at Magellan curiously. Where's Shiryu? In confinement again? Yes. Magellan facebound, looking headache-stricken. Shiryu of the Rain, the head jailer. Bloodthirsty and cruel, he was often confined for slaughtering prisoners. A few days ago, he killed over 30 prisoners under the pretext of investigating rapid food depletion and was locked up again. They entered the main elevator. Which level would you like to start with? Magellan asked. Level 6, of course. Roy answered without hesitation. Since it's a tour, let's start with the worst criminals. Magellan didn't refuse. The elevator descended into the depths. Ding! The doors opened. Before Roy lay a dark, silent prison. This is Impel Down Level 6, Eternal Hell. The world's most dangerous criminals are kept here. Magellan introduced as they walked. But then, oh, visitors? Look, it's the Marines. Ha ha ha. Magellan, leading the way like a lapdog. A Marine Vice Admiral? Such a young brat. The Marines must be desperate. Back in my day, this would be a joke. Look closely, isn't that old geezer Virote next to him? Hey, old man, is that your son? Mocking laughter erupted from the cells of Level 6. Magellan's face darkened. Purple poison began to seep from his body, ready to teach the loudest ones a lesson. Warden Magellan. Roy raised a hand to stop him. May I handle this personally? Magellan paused, then nodded. You may, but do not kill them. He had principles, only the warden had the right to judge the prisoners. Of course. Roy nodded. He took a step forward. Thud. His footstep echoed heavily in the darkness. The prisoners fell silent, looking at Roy. You're right. I am young. Roy spoke softly. But that is exactly what you should be grateful for. Because it means, you were lucky not to be born in my era. Silence filled Level 6. Then, ha ha ha, just a brat, talking big. Who do you think you are, Garp? Zephyr? Do you know my bounty? If I get out, I'll end an arrogant kid like you in one hit. State your name, brat. The shouting grew louder. But then, VMMM. Roy raised his hand and, clenched it gently. Boom. Black Ryu and golden shockwaves erupted from his body, instantly engulfing the surroundings. Ugh. Splurt. Screams rang out. The loudest prisoners spat blood instantly. They were blasted against the walls by the shockwave, then slumped to the floor, unconscious. Silence returned to Eternal Hell. What was that move? Is he an ability user? Strong Haki? No, not just Haki, is that Ryu? Mastering Ryu at that age? This guy. After a long pause, murmurs of disbelief arose from the cells. The prisoners of Level 6 were legendary figures of the past. They had eyes. They felt the intense Ryu and the pressure of a powerhouse in Roy's casual strike. Even restrained by Seastone, their physiques were strong. Yet Roy knocked them out without full effort. This guy. The contempt vanished from their voices. This was no arrogant rookie. This was a powerhouse. Roy walked to the center of Level 6, scanning the surroundings. Especially the few solitary cells. Those held the most dangerous legends. But, I am, Black Judge, Roy Amos. Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, future commander of the detention unit. I came today to say hello. He stated his identity calmly. The prisoners' expressions changed again. They knew what Black Judge meant, not just a Vice Admiral, but an Admiral candidate. You are here because you are the losers of the previous era. Ignoring their fearful or vicious gazes, he spoke softly. Since you are losers, keep your mouths shut. Eternal Hell fell silent. Even Magellan behind Roy was stunned, then looked approving. That's right, legends, evil pirates, being here meant they were just losers. This kid. Virote looked at Roy with surprise. He really has grown since the demonstration. The old Roy wouldn't have spoken so arrogantly. Youth. The old Vice Admiral sighed nostalgically. But while Virote and Magellan were impressed, they didn't know. Devil Fruit User, Douglas Bullet, discovered. Fruit, Paramecia Clank Clank Fruit, Gasa Gasa no Mi. Devil Fruit User, Burndy World discovered. Fruit, Paramecia More Fruit, Moa Moa no Mi. Standing in the center of Eternal Hell, listening to the notifications. Roy suppressed his embarrassment at his edgy speech and enjoyed the painful pleasure of harvest. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 99, Chapter 99, Level 7, Fusion Slot Unlocked. Chapter 99, Level 7, Fusion Slot Unlocked. In Eternal Hell, the prisoners had fallen silent. They said nothing, simply watching the figure patrolling with Magellan. Especially the legends in the solitary cells. They stared at Roy, as if trying to pierce through him with their gaze. But Roy wasn't interested in their stares. Because Devil Fruit analyzed, Dog Fruit, Model, Nine-tailed Fox LV1 Clank Fruit LV1 Island Fruit LV1. The constant notifications from the Fruit Encyclopedia kept him preoccupied. Yes. Roy knew that besides God Valley over 30 years ago, the highest concentration of high-quality devil fruits in the world was probably level 6 of Impel Down. Not just rare mythical zoans, but also several paramecia fruits with exaggerated effects. This satisfied Roy immensely. In fact, these fruits were his core objective for this trip. But just then, over there, Roy stopped, his pupils constricting slightly. He and Magellan had reached the deepest part of level 6. There were no more prisoners here. Before them was a massive, dark, void. Roy frowned. As mentioned, Impel Down was an underwater prison, and level 6, Eternal Hell, was already at the seabed. But beneath the seabed, why was there such a huge void? He was certain this didn't exist in the original story. Furthermore, on the edge of the void, Roy could faintly see the symbol of a cross within a circle, the mark of the world government. Vice Admiral Roy. Magellan spoke up. The tour ends here. We cannot go further. Cannot go further. Hearing this, Roy's confusion grew. Warden Magellan, what is this void? Adhering to the principle of ask if you don't know, Roy inquired softly. Beside them, Vice Admiral Virote laughed. Roy, kid, I asked the same question back in the day. But the warden at the time told me I didn't have the clearance. He stopped mid-sentence, his expression freezing as he realized something. Sure enough, Magellan answered, Vice Admiral Roy, you have sufficient clearance. According to regulations, I can tell you about it. However, Magellan looked pointedly at Virote. The message was clear. Virote. The old man was speechless for a moment, then huffed, blowing his mustache. Fine. I won't listen. Happy now. He walked away in a huff. Seeing this, Roy understood. Just knowing about this void required Admiral-level clearance. Even Virote, who managed the detention unit for years and treated Impel Down like a second home, wasn't qualified. But Roy was different. Although he was a newly promoted Admiral candidate, inheriting Zephyr's authority gave him the clearance. After Virote walked away, Magellan lowered his voice. Below this void is Impel Down level 7. What? Roy doubted his ears. Level 7. Since when did Impel Down have a level 7? But he didn't dwell on it, asking the logical question, which prisoners are kept in level 7? Names of legendary figures flashed through his mind. But, no. To Roy's surprise, Magellan shook his head and gave an unexpected answer. There are no prisoners in level 7. He looked at Roy. Inside is only a massive mechanism. It was built over 30 years ago. I was only a vice warden then, so I don't know the specific reason for its construction. I only know that only the warden of Impel Down is permitted to enter for inspection. Hearing this, Roy frowned deeper. No prisoners. A massive void containing only a mechanism of unknown purpose. It sounded incredibly ominous. But then, he caught another key point. If only the warden of Impel Down is permitted to enter, why do I have clearance to know about it? Roy asked softly. This was illogical. According to Magellan, level 7 was an absolute secret even within Impel Down. It was an internal affair. Although Impel Down, as one of the 3 symbols of the world government, was closely linked to the Marines, it was essentially independent and directly managed by the world government. Internal affairs of Impel Down shouldn't be known to Marine admirals or the Fleet Admiral. But Magellan shook his head. Marine admirals have the right to know because there is more than one such mechanism. He held up a finger, emphasizing each word. Besides Impel Down, there is a similar mechanism at Marineford and Enice Lobby. And we at Impel Down, you Marines, and the Guardians of Enice Lobby, are each responsible for guarding them. Hearing this, Roy was stunned. His brain went into overdrive, processing the intel. Marineford, Impel Down, Enice Lobby, the 3 symbols of the world government connected by the Tarai current, all housed a massive mechanical device. Judging from the situation at Impel Down, within the Marines, likely only the admirals and Fleet Admiral knew the location of the one at Marineford. The one at Enice Lobby was probably known only to its highest brass. So the question was, what do these 3 mechanisms exist for? Roy pondered. But obviously, he couldn't come up with an answer. Vice Admiral Roy, shall we proceed to level 5? Hearing Magellan's question, Roy suppressed his doubts. He had more important things to do. Fruit Encyclopedia. Owner, Roy Amos. Current Encyclopedia Fruit Types, 59. Fruit Slot Count, 4. Just one more to unlock the slot. Yes. Since arriving at Impel Down, Roy had acquired over 10 fruits. He was now only one fruit away from unlocking the 5th slot, the fusion slot. Roy was certain there were other ability users in Impel Down. But just as the three arrived at level 5, freezing hell. Gurgle. With a sound like war drums, Magellan's face turned blue. Ugh, that. He clutched his stomach painfully. I have something to attend to. Please wait a moment. Roy, Vi wrote. Soon, Magellan rushed off to solve his physiological problem, forcing Roy and Vi wrote to pause their tour. They waited at the entrance of the freezing hell. Old man, are you really retiring? Not considering staying on as an advisor or something. Sitting on a snow-covered brick, Roy looked at Vi wrote. Advisor? That job doesn't suit me. Vi wrote shook his head. Besides, you're as cunning as a monkey. What advice do you need from me? He continued before Roy could retort. I've decided. I'll go back and train my grandson properly. He'll definitely be a good Marine. I remember your grandson is less than 6 months old, right? Roy muttered internally. But before he could speak, Vi wrote continued, however, Roy, kid. He looked at Roy seriously. I know you're strong now, but don't be too arrogant. The chaos of this era is intensifying. Your reckless personality will cost you sooner or later. Says the guy trying to train a baby. Can you really call me reckless? Roy continued his internal roast. And, chaos is intensifying? Roy asked softly, guessing Virota's meaning. Sure enough. The Zodiac. Vi wrote said the name heavily. I'm retiring, so I probably won't cross paths with them. But you're different, with your strength and age, barring accidents, you'll eventually fight them to the death. His voice held worry. Roy felt warmth in his heart. Although he knew he would never have a fight to the death with the Zodiac, he comforted Vi wrote. Don't worry, old man. I'm strong. But Vi wrote glared, blowing his mustache. That attitude again. That's why I say you're too reckless. To remind Roy of the danger, he continued, you probably heard about Yuji, Ryaji, and Nezumi. But about the new member of the Zodiac, you were busy with the Triforce demonstration, so you probably don't know yet, right? Roy. Seeing Roy's silence, Vi wrote immediately shared the intel he knew, including Garp's encounter with Inashishi in the East Blue and Inashishi's abilities. Roy remained expressionless. Tell me something I don't know. But Virota's next words made him raise an eyebrow. Also, according to recent intel, the Revolutionary Army might have a connection with the Zodiac. How so? Roy asked proactively for once. It's a guess from the Criminal Investigation Bureau's Intelligence Division. Inashishi appeared in the East Blue just before the Triforce demonstration. Intel says the Revolutionary Army's East Army had massive movements around the same time, seemingly transporting supplies, including the 19 medals collected by Nezumi. With his seniority, Vi wrote knew a lot. Listening, Roy recovered from his brief surprise. He knew the cause and effect. Such a large-scale transfer of personnel and materials by the Revolutionary Army was hard to hide completely. But he didn't care. Discovery or not, no matter how the world government searched, they would never find the so-called base of the Zodiac. But just then, Devil Fruit user, Inajima, discovered. Confirmed Devil Fruit, Paramecia Snip Snip Fruit, Choki Choki no Mi. Analyzing and saving to, Fruit Encyclopedia, Fruit ability, can transform parts of the body into scissors. Effects by level. LV3, gain full fruit effect. Can turn any body part into scissors to cut and reshape objects freely without destroying their inherent properties. Can only cut solid matter. Cannot cut living beings directly, only deals /damage. LV4, Fruit Deep Dive Development. Greatly enhances cutting power and speed. Requires 1.3 billion berries for permanent unlock. LV5, Fruit Awakening Air Snip. Assimilate the environment into scissors. Can cut non-solid matter. Requires 5.2 billion berries for permanent unlock. Analysis progress, 0%. The encyclopedia notification made Roy's expression shift. Inajima. He knew this person, a revolutionary from the South Blue. He scanned the surroundings discreetly but didn't see anyone. He understood. Inajima was probably attracted by Virote mentioning the Revolutionary Army. And it was true. Nearby, under a massive rock, holding a glass of red wine, wearing dual-colored sunglasses, with hair and clothes half orange and half white, Inajima looked serious. I didn't expect to hear such intel here. Beside him lay a considerable amount of food and rare alcohol. Inajima hadn't expected this. He had just used his ability to steal food from level 4 as usual. On his way back, he encountered two Marines discussing the Revolutionary Army. Since he and Emporio Ivankov were captured, their contact with the outside world had been minimal, especially news about the Revolutionary Army. The Zodiac is cooperating with us. Hearing such shocking news, he had to stop and listen. Though isolated, he had heard of the Zodiac. Every new prisoner knew about them. So Inajima realized immediately. I must tell Iva-san. If the news is true, I remember there's a trainee member of the Zodiac in level 5. He pondered. Meanwhile, Roy, unaware of Inajima's thoughts, had no intention of exposing him. On the contrary. Old man, I really didn't know that intel. Tell me more about Inashishi. I told you, there's plenty you don't know. With Roy's intentional prompting, Virote talked more enthusiastically. Just as the old vice admiral boldly guessed that Dragon might be a member of the Zodiac too. Snip snip fruit, analysis complete. Roy finally heard the notification he was waiting for. Fruit types reached 60. Special fruit slot, fusion slot. Unlocked. -30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 100, Chapter 100, Yuji and Heartmoon Fox. The Tyrant Pteranodon Fruit. Chapter 100, Yuji and Heartmoon Fox. The Tyrant Pteranodon Fruit. 1 week later. Altitude 7,000 meters. The White Sea, Cloud End. This magical sea, composed of flowing sea clouds, reached its terminus here. This was the original gateway to leave the White Sea. In the ancient past, all visitors would depart through this gate, falling from the sky back to the blue sea below. But now, outside this cloud end that hadn't seen visitors for a long time. Boom, boom, massive sounds shattered the silence. It was the sound of something colossal beating its wings. Howling winds churned the flowing sea clouds into currents, as if welcoming a giant guest. The next moment, crash! A figure smashed through the clouds beneath Cloud End. The colossal shadow instantly blotted out the sky above the White Sea. Shredded clouds trailed behind it like tail feathers. The ferocious face, immense aura, and ancient vitality revealed its identity. It was a colossal pteranodon. Yes. In this sky island at 7,000 meters, at the cloud end where one should fall. This massive creature defied the rules, soaring upward. But even more incredible was. Heartmoon Fox, how is it? Can you handle the altitude? I don't want Ryaji thinking I mistreated his subordinate. The colossal pteranodon spoke. Looking closely, one would see the pteranodon's face was covered by a bird mask. And on its back sat a woman. She also wore a sea beast head mask, but unlike the pteranodons, hers was mostly blank, with only a small fox painted on the forehead. I'm fine. A bit weak, but I can adapt, Lord Yuji. Under the mask. Nico Robin, now codenamed Heartmoon Fox, had held a shocked expression for a long time. Answering Yuji, she gripped tightly onto his back. Her mind involuntarily replayed the scene from 2 days ago. It was in a secret base of Baroque works. She had just gone to report. Oh, the first batch of profits? How much? The dragon-masked man, having just downed a cola, asked her. Mr. 1 turned in 400 million berries, Mr. 2 turned in 300 million. Robin summarized. Including the latest rain payment from Alabasta a few days ago, the total is about 9 billion berries. More than I expected. Not bad. Ryaji was clearly satisfied. Nezumi took quite a few contracts recently, plus Inashishi got the second payment. Cough. Anyway, this really solves the urgent need, Miss All Sunday. He looked at Robin. By the way, I heard from Mr. 3 you have leads on what I asked you to investigate. Although curious about the other executives mentioned, Robin answered Ryaji first. Yes. The agents investigated the Nicemare Kingdom's human trafficking partners in the Sabayati archipelago. They found it. Here is the intel. The partner is one of the largest auction houses in Sabayati, named Yiksha House. She paused. And as you suspected, celestial dragons frequent it for high-quality slaves. During the time frame you asked about, a celestial dragon from the Limati family visited. Celestial dragons acted openly, so the intel was detailed. But she was curious. Why are you investigating this? Getting familiar with Ryaji, she knew he didn't mind sharing some info. Not me. Yuji asked me to look into it. Apparently, it concerns a new subordinate he recruited. Ryaji said casually. Then he remembered something. Right, speaking of that. Yuji is going on a mission for the leader to investigate a place. According to our intel, there should be a poneglyph there. As promised, do you want to go take a look? You can deliver the intel to him while you're at it. He laughed, as if mentioning it casually. Robin stared wide-eyed. When will this guy ever be serious? Leaving most of Baroque works to me is one thing. But shouldn't he have mentioned something this important immediately? Obviously, Robin had only one answer. Of course I'll go. Good, Yuji will pick you up in 2 days. Take this mask and remember your codename. Ryaji handed her a mask. From today on, you are my subordinate, a member of the Zodiac's Dragon Division, Heart Moon Fox. Recalling this, Robin touched the mask on her face in disbelief. She still couldn't believe it, she had joined the Zodiac. But clearly, that wasn't the main issue now. The main issue was, below, there are buildings on the clouds. Looking down at the massive cloud end, Robin was stunned. She had heard legends of sky islands, but never took them seriously. But seeing the abandoned, ancient ruins below, Robin realized Ryaji hadn't lied. If there really was an ancient kingdom in the sky, an unknown poneglyph might truly exist here. But she was even more curious, how did the Zodiac know about this place? Just as she wondered. Since you've adapted to the oxygen levels, get ready, we're going higher. Yuji's words stunned Robin. Lord Yuji, higher. They were already at 7,000 meters. Of course, the destination is 10,000 meters up. Yuji chuckled. At that moment, boom, behind them, the white sea churned. Several massive sea beasts burst from the clouds, bizarre in appearance and colossal in size. They had been hiding below the surface, stalking Yuji. Now, they attacked. Sea beasts in the clouds. Robin's pupils constricted. She crossed her arms, ready to use her ability. But the next moment, VMMM, an invisible pressure descended instantly. Already suffering from hypoxia, Robin felt like she couldn't breathe. She crouched low, legs trembling, feeling like she might faint. Like a small fish facing a sea king. Even without malice, the sheer presence was enough to knock her out. She sensed the source of the terror, it was Yuji beneath her. And she was certain this pressure was intentionally restrained by Yuji. Because the target was clearly the massive sea beasts, over 100 meters long. Thump, thump. Their eyes rolled back, consciousness lost instantly. Their massive bodies fell back into the sea, creating huge waves in the water and in Robin's heart. Conquerors. Haki. Robin thought of the term. Although she hadn't mastered Haki, she knew of it. Conqueror's Haki, the disposition of a king, possessed by 1 in a million. It was said that masters of Conqueror's Haki could knock people out with sheer will, exactly what Robin just witnessed. Yuji is a Conqueror's Haki user. Robin was speechless. She knew Yuji was strong, knew all Zodiac executives were strong. But these powerhouses kept shattering her perception. And speaking of which, rumor said Yuji turns into a 20-meter pteranodon. Recovering slightly, Robin looked at the creature beneath her. Yes, as the Zodiac gained fame, the world government's information blockade loosened. Robin had heard intel from the underworld. Yuji could transform into a 20-meter pteranodon, suspected to be an ancient Zoan user. But how is this only 20 meters? Looking at the behemoth beneath her, easily over 60 meters long, Robin thought. But Yuji clearly didn't know Robin's inner turmoil. Get ready, we're ascending. He warned in a low voice. Then, VMMM. Under the direct sunlight, his massive body began to glow with radiant light. CN Fleur. 100 flowers. Seeing this, Robin, having experienced it before, closed her eyes and used her ability to secure herself to Yuji's back with countless arms. The next moment, Yuji flapped his wings. Immense power generated violent wind pressure, flattening the sea surface below. Light radiated, and terrifying speed erupted. Yuji's colossal figure shot into the sky. If Commodore Lonley, who fought Yuji before, saw this, he would doubt his sanity. Because the speed and power Yuji displayed now, was countless times stronger than before. And it was true. Roy Amos, Slice Clone, Yuji, currently equipped, Glint Fruit LV3, can transform body into photons for light speed movement and combat. Of course, Yuji's enhancement wasn't just the Glint Fruit LV3. The true source of the Conqueror's haki Robin sensed was the fruit in his 5th slot. Fusion Fruit, Tyrant Pteranodon Fruit. This novel is uploaded by Fanfic Novels. Please support me via Patreon.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.